Brat, are you looking to die? The four minions surrounded Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming sat calmly in his seat, simply not getting up at all. You're calling us minions? Just who do you think you are? Your status is given to you by humans, and when humans no longer exist, you'll be nothing at all. Even calling you a minion then would be too much for you. How much longer do you think you'll be able to be so arrogant? The words of the four minions were forceful and menacing. Although they didn't clearly state it, there was a hidden meaning in their words, that humanity would eventually be completely wiped out by the saints. At that time, when the young elites of humanity lost the asylum of their race, they would be as pitiful and pathetic as homeless dogs. They might as well become slaves of the saints. It was also because of this reason that the saint martial artists were filled with energy and were incredibly conceited. Although they were servants, they didn't feel as if they were below humans. Rather, they felt as if their statuses were no different from those of the top young elites of humanity. As these four people spoke, many of the human martial artists present frowned. Lin Ming slowly stood up from his seat, his aura as deep as a sea. Facing him, one couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Hey, you want to fight? The four minions said. Although the four minions said this, the truth was that they were afraid. After all, this was the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast, and there were many Empyreans present. The four of them were borrowing the momentum and reputation of the saints to be cocky loudmouths, but it was impossible for them to strike out at Lin Ming at this longevity feast with so many Empyreans watching them. Moreover, they didn't know the limits of Lin Ming's strength. The group of four consisted of late Holy Lords and peak Holy Lords. If they couldn't even face Lin Ming, they would lose all face for the saint race. Step back. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun spoke up, his voice gloomy. Your Highness Saint Sun. The four minions grit their teeth. Seeing the good fortune Saint Sun's cold gaze, they drew back. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming and chuckled. What? Both of us are here to celebrate the Monster Emperor's longevity feast. And the longevity feast hasn't even started yet. You're trying to fight with my followers. If this is all you are, then I have no interest in fighting you 40 years from now. The good fortune Saint Sun's words dripped with a mocking tone, immediately placing Lin Ming on the same rank as his followers. If Lin Ming were truly someone with status, then there would be no point in facing off against his subordinates. In the face of this taunting, Lin Ming maintained a smile throughout. If the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Your servants know not the rules and loudly blather on as they please even when their master is speaking, not understanding the situation at all or knowing what to do. Really, even though these dogs were raised by you, I have no idea what their master has taught them. If they are released on the street and randomly go around biting people, then aren't others allowed to beat them down with a stick? Lin Ming's words struck back with equal harshness. His words caused the four minions to tremble. In such a situation, there was nothing they could do. They could only endure the humiliation. The four of them had mocked Lin Ming, but in the end they had brought trouble upon their own heads. In regards to this, Empyrean Divine Dream faintly frowned with worry. Before this, she had cautioned Lin Ming not to come into conflict with the good fortune Saint Sun. But it seemed as if Lin Ming hadn't heard her at all. Rather, it appeared he was deliberately targeting the good fortune Saint Sun. This Lin Ming, what is he planning to do? Empyrean Divine Dream looked towards Lin Ming, wanting to say some words, but eventually didn't. In her mind, when Lin Ming did something, he always acted within his limitations with full knowledge of the consequences. Your skills at being glib aren't too bad. The good fortune Saint Sun disdainfully laughed. Do you even know your own strength? You are a mere half-step Holy Lord. 40 years from now, you should be able to break into the middle Holy Lord realm and achieve my current boundary. If that is true, then I might be a little bit interested in you. Otherwise, you would be far too boring. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, a hearty laugh echoed out. Ha ha ha! Your Highness Saint Sun, Sir Lin. The two of you are outstanding heroes, and the day of your 100-year duel hasn't arrived, so there's no need to act so unfriendly. At this time, a middle-aged man walked into the hall. This middle-aged man stood tall and straight. His skin was fair and his eyes were profoundly deep. His black hair hung down to his waist. He had a majestic appearance, one that overflowed with a dashing heroic spirit. This person was the true ruler of the monster race, the Monster Emperor. The Monster Emperor's appearance caused everyone present to calm down. Lin Ming also respectfully bowed. The Monster Emperor was secretly paying attention to him. Lin Ming was well aware that the Monster Emperor knew about the matter of him taking Xiao Moxian's primordial Yin, as well as her pregnancy. However, he didn't show obvious loathing like Empyrean Demon Dawn did. Rather, he maintained a calm and pleasant demeanor as if he knew nothing about that situation at all. From this point, it couldn't be said that the Monster Emperor's background was deeper than Empyrean Demon Dawn's. Rather, the Monster Emperor was someone that was good at concealing his true emotions and intentions. As for Empyrean Demon Dawn, he was blunt and inclined to go straight to the point. If Lin Ming had to compare the both of them, he naturally would pay more attention to the former. As the Monster Emperor arrived, the Empyreans present rose up one at a time to congratulate him. And at this time, there was an announcement of another higher-level figure that arrived. It was an old acquaintance of Lin Ming's, Empyrean Vast Universe. After Empyrean Vast Universe greeted the Monster Emperor and Divine Dream, he turned towards Lin Ming, a look of appreciation evident on his face. In truth, the reason that Lin Ming set a 100-year duel with the Good Fortune Saint Sun was because of Empyrean Vast Universe. Since Empyrean Vast Universe was protecting Lin Ming, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had challenged Vast Universe to a duel in 300 years. Because Empyrean Vast Universe had been placed upon the crest of the waves, Lin Ming had instead spoken out to accept the challenge. And from this point alone, Lin Ming owed graciousness to Empyrean Vast Universe. What a good young fellow, half-step Holy Lord. You're just a step away from reaching the Holy Lord realm. In fact, you can break through whenever you want. Lin Ming's cultivation speed left Empyrean Vast Universe flabbergasted. In the Divine Realm first martial meeting, Lin Ming had rolled over the competition. Amongst the other young elites of the Divine Realm, none of them were able to face him. White King, you should also learn a little from Lin Ming. You don't have to do much. If you had even a fifth of Lin Ming's achievements, I would be more than content. White King was Empyrean Vast Universe's apprentice and was also standing beside Lin Ming. As he faced Empyrean Vast Universe's judging eyes, he secretly complained in his heart. To compare him with Lin Ming, wasn't that just too difficult? Senior Vast Universe praises Junior too much, Lin Ming said. As he was about to exchange some more pleasantries with Empyrean Vast Universe, his body suddenly shook and the words he was about to speak caught in his throat. He froze where he stood. He looked towards a corner of the main hall. From a side door, a black-clothed young girl had stepped out. This young girl was accompanied by 8 maids that walked with her. Her figure was slender and she was wearing a black formal dress. Her face was covered by a veil, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, making her seem like a dark enchantress of night. She was Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian's current appearance was different from her usual style of dress. She had rid herself of her previously playful demeanor and gained a ladle-like feeling, as soft and delicate as water. However, Lin Ming knew that this sort of delicate and weak feeling wasn't an act at all. Because Xiao Moxian's cultivation had been sealed and she was also pregnant, she could really be called delicate and fragile right now. Xiao Moxian's appearance immediately drew everyone's eyes. Empyrean Demon Dawn had placed several cleverly crafted spells on Xiao Moxian's body. No one knew that her cultivation had been sealed away, but only thought that she was deliberately concealing her aura. And during this banquet, Xiao Moxian was the leader of the juniors from the monster and demon races. Thus, no one would do something so rude as to investigate her inner world. Even if they did, they would only find the heaven-absorbing demon art within her, nothing else. After Xiao Moxian appeared, her beautiful eyes looked over those present. She was searching for Lin Ming. However, with her cultivation sealed away, she couldn't release her sense. To look for a single person in this massive longevity feast hall was not easy at all. I'm at the front left of you. At this time, a familiar true essence sound transmission echoed in Xiao Moxian's ears. She trembled and looked towards Lin Ming. As their eyes met, countless words seemed to be exchanged through them. Xiao Moxian bit her lips and kept quiet. Tears seemed to shimmer in her eyes. However, their eyes met for only a few breaths of time. Afterwards, Xiao Moxian turned towards the monster emperor. From beginning to end, there was a pair of cold eyes looking at the both of them. The owner of these eyes was Empyrean Demon Dawn. At this banquet, Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't allow Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming to have any communications at all. Isn't that Xiao Moxian? I haven't seen her for several years, but I never thought she would already turn from a naughty tomboy into a gentle and graceful woman, someone in a guest seat praised. Whether it is the past or present, she can always leave one fascinated. Moreover, her physique is special. Anyone that can marry her and dual cultivate with her is truly blessed and honored. Several guests discussed amongst each other. Many handsome young elites looked towards Xiao Moxian, admiration and awe in their eyes. Even though so many years had passed, Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream remained the two most outstanding young women in the entire divine realm. They didn't have any expectations of Frost Dream. No one could win her over. Thus, Xiao Moxian naturally became the dream lover of countless men. These stupid humans. They don't know that Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor have already agreed to my marriage proposition. It won't be long before that goddess of your hearts is waiting upon my crotch. Not too far away, the good fortune Saint Sun listened to these young elites talk, a smug smile on his face. Xiao Moxian was a yummy little dish he was destined to eat. As the good fortune Saint Sun thought of taking Xiao Moxian from the young elites of humanity, he felt filled with a deep sense of accomplishment. In particular, after listening to the discussions of these young elites from the divine realm and then looking at the admiration in their eyes, a feeling of superiority rose in his heart. Not only would he eventually destroy the divine realm in the future, but he would even steal away the most peerless beauty of the divine realm. This conquest left the good fortune Saint Sun extremely satisfied. He playfully looked at Xiao Moxian, playing with the teacup in his hand. Because the good fortune Saint Sun was sitting in a seat near the front, he was quite close to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian could faintly feel the good fortune Saint Sun's gaze on her, and she turned to look at him. Seeing Xiao Moxian look at him, the good fortune Saint Sun's smile became even wider. He laughed and whispered, "Don't worry, there is not even an incense stick of time left. Once the longevity feast begins, I will take out a congratulatory gift. At the same time as I offer this gift, I will also discuss marriage with Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor. At that time, you will be mine." As Xiao Moxian felt the good fortune Saint Sun's predatory eyes on her, she was filled with disgust. However, in front of the Monster Emperor, she could only turn her head and ignore him. "Your Highness Saint Sun, you seem to be quite interested in that half-phoenix body girl?" The Empyrean who came with the good fortune Saint Sun to celebrate the longevity feast slowly commented. This Saint Empyrean's title was Shatter, and he was a peak Empyrean. The reason he followed the good fortune Saint Sun here to the Monster Emperor's longevity feast was to display the strength of the saints as well as to protect the Saint Sun. This Xiao Moxian's physique is extraordinary. If I can dual cultivate with her, then it will be a great help to me in attacking the 6th level of the good fortune divine art. The reason that the good fortune Saint Sun was able to break into the 5th level of the good fortune divine art was because a number of coincidences had luckily come together. As for the 6th level of the good fortune divine art, it was far more difficult. Without reaching the great world king realm, the good fortune Saint Sun didn't have any confidence in success. But if he could dual cultivate with Xiao Moxian, taking her primordial Yin and also fusing with her god beast blood, that would be greatly advantageous to his body transformation technique. With that, he might be able to attack the 6th level of the good fortune divine art at the world king realm. Even if he were to fail, he would still be able to gather experience. The earlier he broke into the 6th level of the good fortune divine art, the more benefits he would have. It would form an even more superior foundation when he tried to break into the realm of true divinity in the future. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, almost all the great guests that the Monster Emperor invited to his longevity feast arrived. Rulers of influences from all over delivered congratulatory gifts in droves. Most of these were Empyrean-level treasures. If they were placed at the Divine Rune City auction, they could sell for several hundred millions of points. Empyrean Vast Universe gifted the great egg of an ancient desolate beast. Empyrean Traceless gifted an Empyrean spirit treasure that was dug out from an ancient ruin. In the divine realm, reciprocating favors was an extremely important unspoken rule. After being gifted these treasures, the Monster Emperor would eventually have to return the favor in the future. As for Lin Ming, White King, and the other juniors, they naturally sat still in their seats. It wasn't their turn to deliver congratulatory gifts. And at this moment, it was time for the good fortune Saint Sun to step on stage. He laid down his teacup and strode atop the divine altar. Behind him followed his 4 followers. The 4 followers held 2 items. One was an exquisite pill box and the other was a simple jade box. These 2 items immediately attracted everyone's gaze. They wanted to see just what sort of gift the good fortune Saint Sun would send out. After arriving in front of the Monster Emperor, the good fortune Saint Sun ordered his follower to open the pill box. This pill box contained a dark green pill the size of a longan. A fragrant medicinal scent wafted into the air, refreshing to the senses. All of the martial artists present had discerning eyes. They could see at a glance that this was a transcendent divine pill. A transcendent divine pill was a pill that an Empyrean-level Supreme Elder could take. It could help an Empyrean-level martial artist increase their cultivation or consolidate their foundation. It was a rare treasure, and if one were to fall into a World King influence, it would set off a bloody war of terror. However, in the scene of the Monster Emperor's longevity feast, a transcendent divine pill wasn't much at all. For instance, the Empyrean spirit treasure that Empyrean Traceless gifted was far more precious than this transcendent divine pill. For the good fortune Saint Sun, someone who came from a true divinity influence, to take out such a congratulatory gift, it was simply far too lacking. Many human Empyreans were watching with critical eyes. They all wanted to see what the saints would be willing to put out. After all, there was still another box. Just what was in it? Ha! What a wonderful transcendent divine pill! The Monster Emperor happily laughed. One of his disciples standing beside him moved forwards and received the pill. The truth was that to the Monster Emperor, who was almost a peak Empyrean, this transcendent divine pill didn't have much use at all. The most it could do was help raise a god beast. But at this time, the good fortune Saint Sun picked up the simple jade box from his follower's hands. The previous pill box had been opened by his follower, but this time the good fortune Saint Sun was personally opening the jade box. Within this jade box were layers of yellow silk, and above these layers of silk was a pure black jade slip. This jade slip resembled black agate, shimmering with a profound light. The good fortune Saint Sun slowly picked up this jade slip, a happy expression on his face. The previous transcendent divine pill was only for your majesty to casually appreciate. This is the true gift. This is... The Monster Emperor looked at the good fortune Saint Sun. He didn't know why, but the black jade slip in the good fortune Saint Sun's hands made his heart beat faster. Your Majesty Monster Emperor, this is an inheritance fragment that my saint race's good fortune Saint Sovereign obtained when he ventured into an ancient ruin. Although this inheritance is incomplete, it actually records the methods of breaking into the realm of true divinity. Today, I bring this out as a present for your Majesty's longevity feast. The good fortune Saint Sun's voice wasn't loud, but his words spread through the entire audience. For a time, everyone was utterly shocked. In particular, many Empyreans present shot up from their seats to get a closer look. All of their eyes locked onto the black jade slip, the method to break into true divinity. No one imagined that the good fortune Saint Sun would take out such a precious congratulatory gift at the Monster Emperor's longevity feast. Some Empyreans felt their hearts begin to race. 3.6 billion years ago, during the last great calamity, the saints waged a great war against humanity. Humanity had put forth the complete power of their race to survive, and even Empyrean divine seal perished in the flames of war. In that war, although humanity managed to force back the saints, their foundation had been severely damaged and countless inheritances had been cut off. Ever since then, There had never been a human supreme elder who had managed to break into the realm of true divinity. Many people suspected that the reason no human was able to break into the realm of true divinity was because they had lost their most precious inheritances. In other words, the cultivation methods for breaking into true divinity. Now that the good fortune Saint's son suddenly brought out such a black jade slip that contained the lost knowledge, how could the Empyreans present not be excited? For a time, the monster emperor's mouth turned dry. He stared at the jade slip in the good fortune Saint's son's hands and couldn't help but probe it with his sense. And the good fortune Saint's son didn't stop him either. The monster emperor could feel the ancient and complex laws within, leaving him shocked. With his sight, he could naturally make out many things. He could feel that this black jade slip truly did contain the methods to break into true divinity. The monster emperor's fingers trembled. No one could understand the temptation that the realm of true divinity held towards an Empyrean. Once one became an Empyrean, they could freely wander the world, ruling all within their sight. However, there were still many things they couldn't reconcile with. They couldn't see the end of the road of martial arts, and their lives were limited to 100 million years. They couldn't help but want to break into true divinity, stepping further onto the road of martial arts, climbing higher so that they could see further ahead. Even Empyrean Demon Dawn wasn't able to remain calm upon seeing this jade slip. The road of true divinity, that was his lifelong pursuit. This move is far too ruthless. In the honored seats, Empyrean Divine Dream's eyebrows pressed together. As she saw the black jade slip in the good fortune Saint's son's hands, she didn't feel any temptation or excitement at all. Rather, dark clouds began to cover her mind. In a sense, the monster emperor's longevity feast was a competition between the humans and saints. Each race would reveal their own strength and value, and the monster and demon races would choose the one with more to offer. Of course, from the very start, the monster and demon races were already favoring the saints. The saints were simply far stronger than humanity was. Humanity wasn't able to compare with them. Even if Empyrean Divine Dream had already mentally prepared for the monster and demon races to ally with the saints, she never imagined that the good fortune Saint's son would take out the method to becoming a true divinity at this longevity feast. Whether it was the impact to the monster and demon races, or whether it was the impact to the human Empyreans present, this was a blow of incalculable damage. It had to be known that humanity also had many Empyreans that were stranded before the gates of true divinity. For them, true divinity was a boundary they yearned for even in their dreams. The saints took out this jade slip in order to easily subdue the monster and demon races. Now, the problem was whether or not there were dastardly traitors that would appear amongst humanity's Empyreans. Because of their desire for the method to break into true divinity, would any of them switch sides and join the saints? It was said that traitors were worse than dogs. Although everyone understood this truth, whether it was the mortal world or the world of martial artists, during every war there would always emerge a large number of traitors that were willing to sell out their allies. The reason they did so was because the benefits of joining the other side were far too attractive. Even if these people had to live as slaves or dogs, to them it was still better than dying in battle for their race, because if they died they would really have nothing left. As Empyrean Divine Dream thought of this, she found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. Although the good fortune Saint's son's actions were brazen and ostentatious, the truth was that this was simply a facade he put up. Every action he did was to push humanity further and further towards the edge of the abyss. This was true in the previous negotiations between the humans and saints, where he put forth all sorts of impossible, unfavorable conditions to lay down the future downfall of humanity. Not just that, but he simultaneously forced Empyrean Vast Universe to a challenge that was eventually received by Lin Ming. It was also true in the following dozens of years when the saints and humans confronted each other. He directed the saint race's armies to slowly nibble away at the territory of the divine realm. Or even, for these past years, the good fortune Saint's son had repeatedly challenged human world kings and great world kings, defeating them one after another and striking at the confidence of humanity and pushing the momentum of the saints to the peak. Finally, at the monster emperor's longevity feast began, the good fortune Saint's son took out the method to break into true divinity. This was almost the final straw that crushed humanity's last hopes. Facing this sort of opponent, Empyrean Divine Dream felt deep unease, her back pushed to the wall. It had to be known that the good fortune Saint's son was only several hundred years old, and he also possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. His future was limitless. He was the chosen descendant of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. In the future, he would inevitably become the scourge of humanity, perhaps even becoming the one to dig their grave. Originally, the supreme elders of humanity hoped that they could drag on the time before the great calamity truly erupted. The longer it took, the more beneficial it was, because this allowed more time for the juniors of humanity, those like Lin Ming, Frost Dream, and Dragonfang, to grow up. But now, it seemed that the more they dragged on, the worse the situation became for them. Currently, the human race seemed as if it would soon lose the monster and demon races as allies. And then, perhaps in just a few dozen more years, humanity would start to slowly crumble from within due to the pressure of the saints, and there would be people in their ranks surrendering on their own volition. Once someone surrendered, there would be more and more that followed at an ever-increasing pace. If so, humanity would soon perish. To subdue the enemy without fighting, this was the good fortune Saint's son's plans. While the saints were at war with the Spiritas, he was unable to spare enough power to annihilate the humans for the time being. However, by increasing the pressure step by step, he could slowly disintegrate humanity from within. After all, with the pressure slowly increasing over time, there would inevitably be those within the human race that couldn't withstand it and would betray their people. This move, it was truly incredibly vicious. Humph! This method to break into true divinity, I'm afraid it might only be a method for your saint race. Just what use is it to human, monster, or demon races? At this time, an angry and energetic voice rang out. The one who spoke was Empyrean Vast Universe. He had easily seen through the saints' plans. He had to salvage as much of the situation as he could. Otherwise, once the events of this longevity feast were spread out, in addition to the betrayal of the monster and demon races, that would be far too negative an impact on humanity. Haha, Vast Universe, right? What? 60 years ago I challenged you to a duel in 300 years, and yet you didn't dare to accept it. In the end, you even had a suicidal brat take up the challenge. Did you think everyone would easily forget this matter? The good fortune Saint's son looked at Empyrean Vast Universe, his face full of ridicule and contempt. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ming, a taunting light in his eyes. The suicidal brat he referred to was naturally Lin Ming. Lin Ming's face darkened, not speaking. As for Empyrean Vast Universe, his voice caught in his throat. All the blood in his body seemed to rush to his face. He had always had a strong momentum and was also one of the overlords of humanity. When had there ever been someone weaker than him who had dared to go against him? Even those that had a higher status had to give him a little face. But now he had been intimidated twice by a junior. And even after being bullied in such a manner, he didn't dare to agree to the challenge. This was simply outrageous. Vast Universe, don't be impulsive. He is deliberately provoking you. He is also trying to rile up Lin Ming. Do not underestimate this person's plotting. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream's true essence sound transmission echoed in Empyrean Vast Universe's ears. Vast Universe took a deep breath, grit his teeth, and endured the shame. In this tense atmosphere where all swords seemed to be drawn, he had actually flinched. Without a doubt, he had weakened humanity's momentum. After being played with by a junior in the palm of their hand and also suppressed again and again, Empyrean Vast Universe felt an unprecedented level of anger and aggrievement. But there was nothing he could do. In 300 years, he really wouldn't be able to defeat the good fortune Saint's son. Those that were weaker than others could only allow themselves to be oppressed. Seeing Empyrean Vast Universe sit back down in his seat, a victorious smile appeared on the good fortune Saint's son's face. Then he turned and looked at Lin Ming, a little doubt in his heart. This brat, he was incredibly arrogant just now. So why did he remain so calm? As the good fortune Saint's son thought this, he didn't kick Empyrean Vast Universe or Lin Ming while they were down. Instead, he turned to the monster emperor. After all, the main purpose of him coming to this longevity feast was to solidify the alliance between the saints and the monster and demon races, at the same time planting the seed of surrender in the hearts of the human Empyreans. He wanted them all to understand that as long as they betrayed their race and defected to the saints, they could equally obtain the method to break into true divinity. The good fortune Saint's son traced the black jade slip in his hands, leisurely saying, "Someone is suspecting that the inheritances recorded within this jade slip are only suitable for the saints and not the monster or demon races. This person is nothing more than a frog in a well. After being stranded in the divine realm for 3.6 billion years, it seems not being able to take a look at the wider world has truly limited your horizons." The good fortune Saint's son's words were impudent to the extreme. But whether it was the monster or demon races, or the human Empyreans, they could only keep on enduring. Even if they were incomparably angry, they couldn't help but acknowledge that what the good fortune Saint's son said was a fact. For the last 3.6 billion years, let alone being stranded in the divine realm and not being able to see the other heavens, they had even lost the history of humanity from 3.6 billion years ago. All of that knowledge had been lost to the river of time, fading to dust. Many things were simply unknown. This was because in the great calamity 3.6 billion years ago, nearly all human Empyreans had died. Countless sects were annihilated and their inheritances severed. An incalculable number of historical jade slips had been destroyed. Seeing no one daring to refute him, the good fortune Saint's son smiled and continued to speak. "You all might know that in ancient times, in the vast universe of the 33 heavens, that was when hundreds of races were fighting for hegemony. In that era, many world-shaking kings were born within the ancient races. And these ancient kings, if placed in the current era, would all be of the true divinity level. And according to the inheritances left behind in ancient ruins, it can be inferred that in the age when ancient races battled to rule the world, there were even existences that appeared who surpassed the realm of true divinity. As for these mighty figures, although they were all buried in the sands of time, their inheritances were still passed down from generation to generation. In the Saint Convocation heaven, there exists a primeval realm ruins. In these ancient ruins, it isn't surprising to occasionally find shattered inheritances. Of course, because so much time has passed, it is nearly impossible to find any inheritances from these ruins as they are unimaginably scarce as well as extremely incomplete. However, with the deep background of my saint race, we have accumulated many of these fragments over billions of years. And among these are inheritances of the monster and demon races. Whether it is the monster race or the demon race, both are descendants of the ancient races. Your histories were once wondrous beyond compare, at least 10 times more magnificent than the humans are now. In the ancient ruins of your ancestors, it isn't anything for us to find fragments of inheritances that contain knowledge about how to break into the realm of true divinity. In a sense, these things belong to you all originally. If you take grasp of this chance, you can even re-establish the glory of the demon and monster races from 10 billion years ago. As the good fortune Saint's son spoke to hear, his words had caused the hearts of all the monster youths present to bubble over with excitement, leaving them bound in fascination. During these years in the divine realm, they had been constantly subjected to the oppression of humans. This included their territory and their resources, leaving them with nothing but suppressed anger. In particular, their ancestors were once even more dazzling than humanity was. How could heroic and valorous feelings not surge in their heart upon knowing this? They all wanted to reproduce the glory of their race from 10 billion years ago, so that every member of the monster race could live proudly. The monster emperor took a deep breath, startled. What the good fortune Saint's son described was something he longed for in his dream. What leader of a race wouldn't hope to further the prestige of their people? If he could do so, he would be remembered for ages to come. But the monster emperor knew that to accomplish this was nearly impossible. This good fortune Saint's son can really deceive the minds of the people. The monster emperor remained secretly alert. But just because he wasn't affected didn't mean that the youths of his people weren't. All of them were burning with passion, feeling as if the alliance with the saints was more or less settled. At this time, the good fortune Saint's son turned to the humans and said, In the primeval realm ruins, there are also cultivation methods suited for humans. Have you wondered why, after the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, there has yet to be a true divinity appear amongst your ranks? Do you think it is because humanity is too weak? The good fortune Saint's son rhetorically asked, shaking the hearts of the young human elites present. These young elites certainly wouldn't believe that humans were weak, because humanity was also once endlessly glorious. At their peak time, they were in no way inferior to the saints or the spiritas. Yes, humanity isn't weak at all. They have an unparalleled ability to learn and adapt. And in the essence gathering system, you all have a superiority that the other races cannot hope to compare with. However, 3.6 billion years ago, your Empyreans nearly went extinct and their inheritances were lost. Because of this, humanity had to start from the beginning. No matter how amazing your talent is, your vision was caged within the scope of the divine realm, making it incomparably difficult to break through the realm of true divinity. Us saints come to the divine realm to invade. This I will not deny. What we want are resources. But, to you humans that understand the trend of the times, we have no evil intentions at all. In a way, this is even a chance for you. During every great calamity, that is also a time when countless rivals rise up from the ranks. If it weren't for the invasion of my saint race, your horizons would still be limited and it would still be impossible for you all to break into the realm of true divinity. But now, the tides have turned. The good fortune Saint's son slowly said. Empyrean Traceless and Empyrean Vase Universe had extremely ugly complexions, and even Empyrean Divine Dream was finding it hard to maintain her calm. The words of the good fortune Saint's son had turned black into white. He had painted the invasion of the saints as a chance for the heroic elites of the divine realm to break into the realm of true divinity. But his words each cut to the core, leaving one unable to refute them. The human race in the divine realm indeed had no true divinities, and the reason for this was truly because they lacked the inheritances as well as the methods. And in terms of accumulated knowledge, humanity could not compare with the saints. It seemed that the primeval realm ruins that the good fortune Saint's son spoke of were connected to Saint Convocation Heaven, and the saints could freely enter and leave at will. Primeval realm ruins. Empyrean Divine Dream pondered for a moment. In the divine realm of the 33 heavens, because of the existence of the God-lamenting wall, news of other universes was extremely limited. The human Empyreans simply never knew that this primeval realm ruins even existed. If what the good fortune Saint's son said was true, then this primeval realm ruins contained all sorts of rare and precious inheritances, as well as all sorts of valuable antiquities. Such a land truly left one jealous. This longevity feast seemed to become the good fortune Saint's son's monologue. Even so, his words had caused a massive change in the minds of the martial artists present. At this time, the monster emperor said, "Your Highness Saint's son, you wouldn't be giving me this congratulatory gift for nothing in return, right?" The monster emperor laughed as he looked at the good fortune Saint's son, waiting for his reply. It was naturally impossible for such a precious gift to be given so easily. And in fact, the good fortune Saint's son's reply had already been decided ahead of time. "Haha, Your Majesty Monster Emperor is frank and to the point. Great. This being the case, then I will also be blunt. Of these two gifts, the first is a transcendent divine pill intended to celebrate this longevity feast. As for the second, the inheritance fragment of the monster race, the method to break into true divinity, it is also a congratulatory gift as well as a betrothal gift." With this, the good fortune Saint's son looked at Shao Moxian. He loudly announced, "Borrowing Your Majesty Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast, I would like to take this inheritance jade slip as a betrothal gift and become engaged to Miss Ji Siener." The good fortune Saint's son's clear and steady voice spread throughout the entire audience. For a time, everyone was stunned. All of their eyes focused on Shao Moxian. The good fortune Saint's son was proposing marriage to Shao Moxian, and once the monster emperor and Empyrean Demon Dawn agreed, the alliance between the monster and demon races with the saints would be a done deal. At this time, the human Empyreans couldn't sit still. Although they realized that the demon and monster races might ally with the saints, they never thought it would be today. Moreover, it came in the form of an engagement, and even in the presence of all the human Empyreans there. The good fortune Saint's son did this because he wanted to push humanity to the precipice of despair. Ha ha ha! The monster emperor laughed. Your Highness Saint's son is an outstanding individual, and in the future will even become the supreme Saint sovereign of the Saint race. Naturally, you are a good match with Siener. I have no objections, but must ask for the opinion of Empyrean Demon Dawn and Siener. As the monster emperor spoke, he smiled towards Empyrean Demon Dawn and Xiao Moxian. He waited for their reply. The good fortune Saint's son is far too ruthless. With things having reached this stage, it is impossible for Demon Dawn not to agree. Sitting near Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe's forehead was wet with sweat. The monster emperor's grand longevity feast had become the stage for the good fortune Saint's son. From the start, his momentum was like a rainbow, every step he took intimidating to the extreme. At the final moment, he even took out the method to break into true divinity. If Empyrean Vast Universe were in Empyrean Demon Dawn's position, he naturally wouldn't have any reason to refuse the proposal. After all, the relationship of the humans with the monster and demon races wasn't too harmonious to begin with. In a single universe, it was inevitable that there would be struggles over resources. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the demon and monster races even went to war with some human influences. The good fortune Saint's son wants to push us into a hopeless situation. Beside Empyrean Vast Universe, Empyrean Traceless's complexion was solemn and grim. Around him, the power of space shivered and even light distorted. He was an Empyrean who focused on the space laws, and the nervousness in his heart caused the strength in his body to leak out and shake the void. All eyes turned to Empyrean Demon Dawn. They were all aware that Empyrean Demon Dawn was the one to make the final decision here. According to the traditions of the Divine Realm, all weddings that involved the young elites of large influences had to obey the orders of the parents or patriarch. The young elites themselves couldn't take responsibility and make their own decision. Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes swept over the human Empyreans, disregarding their different expressions. Finally, he looked at the good fortune Saint's son. He spoke, his voice low and deep. Your Highness Saint's son, may I borrow that jade slip to take a look? Of course. The good fortune Saint's son easily agreed. He flicked his finger and the black jade slip flew into Empyrean Demon Dawn's hand. Empyrean Demon Dawn closed his eyes, sinking his sense into the jade slip and reading through the laws within. A moment later he opened his eyes. It was as the good fortune Saint's son had said. This jade slip was not fake. It was indeed an incomplete inheritance spread down from ancient times, and likely originated from a true divinity. However, how could it be so easy to break into the realm of true divinity? Moreover, this inheritance jade slip was highly incomplete. Empyrean Demon Dawn estimated that even if he obtained this jade slip, his chances of breaking into the realm of true divinity were only 1 to 2%, possibly even lower. However, this tiny fraction of a chance was an irresistible temptation to him. After all, everything depended on oneself. Empyrean Demon Dawn had great confidence in his own abilities. He laid down the jade slip and slowly said, one word at a time. Your Highness Saint's son is a peerless individual. In addition to such a precious betrothal gift, the sincerity you have shown is more than enough. I have no objections. Speaking here, Empyrean Demon Dawn looked at Xiao Moxian. Siener, do you have any opinions? These words contained a momentum that could not be disobeyed. His eyes were like the starry skies, making one's mind tremble upon seeing them. In large influences, young elites couldn't decide their own wedding. All marital decisions depended on the will of the patriarch or sovereign. The young elites themselves had no right to refuse. But in this situation, if Xiao Moxian were to disobey him, it would be a great loss of face. Everyone looked at Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian paled, facing the terrifying pressure exuding from her grandfather, facing the burning gaze of all those present. She gripped her fists and clenched her teeth before slowly parting her lips. But at this time, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait one moment. This voice left everyone stunned. They turned their heads, looking towards the origin of this voice. They saw that outside the honored seating section, in the area where young elites sat, a black-clothed youth was slowly standing up. His sword-straight eyebrows slanted towards his temples, and his appearance was resolute and proud. His long black hair hung loose, and his momentum was extraordinary. Just by standing there, he resembled a spear, noble and dignified. This person was Lin Ming. For a time, everyone was left dumbfounded. They never imagined that at this point Lin Ming would stand up. Just what was he planning to do? At the very start of this longevity feast, Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun had stood in sharp opposition to each other. But afterwards, he quieted down, maintaining total silence. It was only at this critical moment that he stood up and left everyone dazed. Lin Ming, I knew you would not stay quiet. Empyrean Divine Dream lightly sighed. Amongst all the human Empyreans present, she was the only one who knew the true story behind all that happened. With Lin Ming's character, he would never watch as his own woman was taken away by the good fortune Saint Sun. Empyrean Divine Dream only hoped that Lin Ming knew what he was doing and didn't suffer a loss to the good fortune Saint Sun. She had already firmed her resolve. Today, no matter what, even if she had to expose the totality of her true strength, she would protect Lin Ming from harm. Lin Ming. Hee. You're just like a ghost that won't stop haunting me. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming with a thoughtful expression. Today he had already grasped all trump cards in his hands. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to stir up any trouble. Brat, what are you doing? A loud voice erupted. The one shouting was Empyrean Demon Dawn. His tiger-bright eyes stared at Lin Ming, his vision seeming as if he could cut Lin Ming to pieces. He knew what happened in the past between Lin Ming and his granddaughter, and he wished that he could tear Lin Ming to shreds. However, at this longevity feast, Divine Dream, Vast Universe, and other human Empyreans were present, so he couldn't do anything to him. Thus, he had chosen to ignore him. But he never imagined that Lin Ming would summon the courage to dare stand up at this time. Senior Demon Dawn. Lin Ming respectfully cupped his fists together and bowed. Facing the violent waves of horrendous pressure that were washing off of Empyrean Demon Dawn, Lin Ming focused the energy in his Dantian and opened the heretical god force, allowing his breath to remain calm throughout. This action alone left many of the guests present secretly bewildered. It was said that Lin Ming was the #1 young elite of humanity, and his talent was no less than the good fortune Saint Sun's. Seeing him, it seemed that the stories were true. Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes were terrifying. He coldly said, I don't need your hypocritical greetings. Whatever you have to say, quickly spit it out. Lin Ming said, This junior has always been enamored with Miss Yenner. Borrowing this longevity feast, this junior would like to discuss marriage with Senior Demon Dawn, and hopes that Senior Demon Dawn would betroth Miss Yenner to me. Lin Ming's words were steady and moderate, but they still caused the jaws of everyone present to hit the floor. Just what kind of situation was this? Lin Ming wanted to stand opposite the good fortune Saint Sun and also propose marriage? Wasn't this just bringing trouble upon his own head? One didn't need to be a genius to know what Empyrean Demon Dawn's choice would be. If Lin Ming were compared to the good fortune Saint Sun, they simply couldn't be compared at all. The influence that stood behind the good fortune Saint Sun could give Empyrean Demon Dawn the hopes of soaring into the heavens. But what Lin Ming could offer the monster race was nothing but annihilation. Empyrean Demon Dawn was no longer looking at Lin Ming with anger, but with utter disbelief. Wasn't this just the greatest joke in the world? Was Lin Ming right of mind? Could he be any more stupid? Empyrean Demon Dawn had just agreed to the good fortune Saint Sun. Now, Lin Ming had chosen this time to propose marriage. Did Lin Ming think that Empyrean Demon Dawn would renege on his words? Ha ha ha! At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun laughed out loud, and did so raucously and without end. His laughing was too mad, too insolent, caused everyone to look at him. This is too funny. Too funny. This is just the funniest joke that I have ever heard in my life. Originally, my marriage proposal today should have been a happy day, and I was worried that there wouldn't be any fun involved. But who would have thought that an idiot like you would have jumped out of nowhere to be my clown? Well done. Facing the good fortune Saint Sun's taunts, Lin Ming tranquilly replied, You really are confident in yourself. The both of us have proposed marriage and it is a fair competition. Do you believe you will have the last laugh? Lin Ming's words caused the good fortune Saint Sun to look at him like an idiot. Has your brain been addled? Things have already come this far, so how could you not know who will have the last laugh? Why don't you find a mirror and take a good look at yourself? In what way can you compare with me? I have taken out the method to becoming a true divinity as a betrothal gift. What do you have? As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, even the human martial artists found the scene hard to continue watching. In terms of betrothal gifts, Lin Ming would have to follow the good fortune Saint Sun. And compared to the method to break into true divinity, anything Lin Ming took out would appear poor and shabby. Seeing Lin Ming's defiant expression, the good fortune Saint Sun laughed, ridiculing again and again. It seems you don't think your face is swollen enough? Do I need to slap you until your face is round and red? Are you still not satisfied? Well, allow me to thoroughly make you give up. The good fortune Saint Sun turned to Xiao Moxian. He said, Miss Xiener, I never thought that during my proposal to you, there would also be an idiot jumping out to ruin things. I hope that this hasn't affected Miss Xiener's mood. Now, since me and this fool are both proposing to Miss Xiener, I wonder just who Miss Xiener will choose. In this marriage proposal, only two people were truly involved, Empyrean Demon Dawn and Xiao Moxian. Empyrean Demon Dawn had already agreed. As long as Xiao Moxian also agreed, then there wouldn't be any problems at all. And the good fortune Saint Sun had already received a message from the Monster Emperor before coming here. He knew that Xiao Moxian had already agreed to his marriage proposal. Thus he confidently asked her now. For a time, everyone's gaze turned back to Xiao Moxian. The good fortune Saint Sun and Lin Ming had both proposed. Now it was time for her to make her choice. The good fortune Saint Sun didn't know of what had happened between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, but the Monster Emperor and Empyrean Demon Dawn did. They frowned, their eyes sharp as they looked at Xiao Moxian. Xiener, do not forget the child in your womb. In order to guarantee its life, we must take a tremendous risk. If you work with me, then that child has a slim chance to survive. Otherwise, once the good fortune Saint Sun suspects that you were involved with Lin Ming, the child within you will undoubtedly die, Empyrean Demon Dawn warned. His voice was like a thunderclap in Xiao Moxian's ears. Xiao Moxian's body shook and she turned paper white. She had to face her grandfather and the Monster Emperor, the burning gazes of all present, and even the threat to the child in her womb. With all of these factors burdening her, the pressure she had to face could be imagined. She clenched her teeth, her eyes looking over the audience. One by one, she swept over Empyrean Demon Dawn, the Monster Emperor, the good fortune Saint Sun, the guests, and finally, her gaze fell onto Lin Ming. As their eyes met, it was as if every emotion in the world, every ounce of love and affection was contained within them. Lin Ming, do you regret? I don't, and I won't. She took a deep, shuddering breath and parted her lips. Her body shook, as if every word she spoke exhausted all the strength within her, overdrawing her life. I choose Lin Ming. Just 4 words, without any true essence poured into them. However, these words spread over the entire audience. For a time, every single guest fell silent. Xiao Moxian's final choice had actually been Lin Ming. Hearing this, the good fortune Saint Sun began to shake, his complexion turning incredibly ugly. She chose Lin Ming. How was that possible? The good fortune Saint Sun's originally handsome face almost instantly turned liver red. In the presence of so many people, he had spoken while utterly confident in himself. But now he had been struck silly by Xiao Moxian. Before this he had clearly communicated with Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor, neither one of them expressing any problems, and even Xiao Moxian had agreed to the marriage proposal at the longevity feast. But now she had backed down from her promise. At this time, everyone present began to speak in hushed whispers. Xian Moxian actually chose Lin Ming? What's going on here? Empyrean Demon Dawn clearly never thought this would happen. There must be something suspicious going on. Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun's conditions were clear to all present. It was easy to see just who was the superior choice. In all fairness, even if any of the young human elites were in Xiao Moxian's position, they would have chosen the good fortune Saint Sun. Moreover, Empyrean Demon Dawn had chosen the good fortune Saint Sun. So how could Xiao Moxian shame her grandfather in front of so many people? In this sort of situation, there was only a single explanation. That was that between Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming, there was already some profound relationship, and they had already pledged themselves to each other. And now Lin Ming proposing marriage might have been something that he and Xiao Moxian had discussed before already. Upon realizing this, many people's complexions changed. They looked towards the good fortune Saint Sun with gloating eyes, waiting to see the play unfold. Everyone thought that Lin Ming leapt up because there was something wrong with his head and he was simply asking to be punished. But now it seemed that Lin Ming had already won the prize. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, he had merely come afterwards as a clown, nothing but a sucker. As the good fortune Saint Sun felt the thoughtful and mocking eyes of these people upon him, his lungs nearly exploded with rage. He had lived his life high-spirited and full of pride. Since when had he received such an insult? Demon Dawn, what a good granddaughter you've taught. The good fortune Saint Sun glared at Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn was also surprised and furious right now. As he looked at Xiao Moxian, a thick killing intent burst out from his eyes. During this longevity feast, Xiao Moxian's choice had stripped him of any face he had. You unfilial girl, what use have I of you? In his rage, Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes had turned blood red. He lifted his hand and aimed a slap towards Xiao Moxian. This palm caused a violent wind to stir up. Empyrean Demon Dawn certainly couldn't bear killing Xiao Moxian, but this slap could still tear her skin. Seeing this, Lin Ming felt his heart tighten. He wanted to intercept the slap, but he knew that if he were to act out at this time, he would suffer the full might of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn would take advantage of this situation to severely wound him. And in his rage, Empyrean Demon Dawn might even try to take his life. Lin Ming could only watch helplessly on. Xiao Moxian bit her lips and closed her eyes. And just as Empyrean Demon Dawn's palm was about to strike Xiao Moxian's face, a gentle and soft blue light wrapped around his palm like a ribbon, causing it to halt where it was. Pong! The pale blue ribbon of light suddenly tightened. Empyrean Demon Dawn stiffened. He turned his head and saw that the one who bound his hand was Empyrean Divine Dream. Empyrean Divine Dream simply raised her right hand, an icy blue ribbon of ephemeral light flashing out from her hands and winding around Empyrean Demon Dawn's. It was impossible to tell whether this ribbon was a beam of light or a magic tool. Empyrean Demon Dawn looked at Divine Dream with smoldering anger. You are stopping me? That's right. I am stopping you. Empyrean Divine Dream's voice was cold and desolate. She stood up, facing Empyrean Demon Dawn. She felt that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's actions had truly and maliciously torn apart Empyrean Demon Dawn's face, and his fury was justified. But she always stood on the side of humanity. No matter what happened, she would support Lin Ming unconditionally. Thus, although her words were calm, they were filled with a potent and forceful momentum. If this is the limit of your strength, so what if I stop you? You! Empyrean Demon Dawn felt his blood shoot towards his temples. He was originally breathless with anger, and now he also bumped into this aggressive Empyrean Divine Dream. And what was worst was that he couldn't untangle this blue ribbon from his hand. The blue ribbon seemed to contain a sly soul force. As it wrapped around his hand, the soul force pierced into his own spiritual sea, aiming towards his soul with thousands of icy blue steel needles. As long as he even thought about moving his right hand, an agonizing pain would shoot out from his spiritual sea. Divine Dream has already reached this level? Empyrean Demon Dawn felt his palms become wet with sweat. As he looked at Divine Dream again, he had already slowly calmed down. He grimly said, "Marriage matters are decided by me. You all are nothing but bystanders. What right do you have to interfere in the family matters of my Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace?" Empyrean Divine Dream said, I naturally cannot interfere in the family matters of your Demon Dawn heavenly palace. It is only that the good fortune Saint's son proposed marriage and you happily agreed, but when Lin Ming proposed marriage, you hatefully glared at him. After that, when Xiao Moxian chose Lin Ming, you immediately moved to slap her in the presence of everyone here. Do you think that our Lin Ming is so easy to insult? Empyrean Divine Dream's voice was clear and resonant, going straight into the hearts of most of the human guests present. As they listened to her, they also felt that Empyrean Demon Dawn was too great a bully. Ha 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 ha. Empyrean Demon Dawn laughed. Divine Dream, I know what you are thinking. You simply do not want to see the monster and demon races ally with the saints. You would try everything in your power to destroy the marriage alliance. Good. Very good. In Demon Dawn's life, what I hate most is others using ruthless methods to force me to do something. The more you try to force me, the more I will never allow your plans to succeed. Today, allow me to tell you something. The alliance between the monster and demon races with the saints was decided by me. This marriage is also decided by me. Marriage of the children has always been the decision of the parents and elders. This is a completely justified matter. No matter how you try to twist things, I am the one standing on principle here. Let me take a good look and see just how you will take away my granddaughter today. Empyrean Demon Dawn's words were the same as tearing apart any semblance of respect. Originally, with the humans present here, the demons and saints wouldn't have flagrantly proposed an alliance. Rather, they took the circuitous route of proposing a marriage alliance. After all, they had to consider the feelings of all the human martial artists present. But now, Empyrean Demon Dawn had acknowledged his alliance with the saints in front of everyone. This caused the complexions of all the human guests to immediately become ugly. Divine Dream frowned. With things having come this far, today's events could no longer be salvaged. Many people felt that Lin Ming's actions of suddenly proposing marriage today and standing in sharp opposition to him were far too inconsiderate. Indeed, while Lin Ming had slapped the good fortune Saint Sun's face and had made him a public cuckold, although this was enjoyable to see, what would change? His extreme actions had instead aroused the fury of Empyrean Demon Dawn, causing him to slide towards the saints even faster. And no matter how powerful Empyrean Divine Dream was, it was impossible for her to use force to take Xiao Moxian away from here. Then Xiao Moxian would still have to marry the saint's son. And because of today's matters, whether it was in the demon, monster, or saint races, she would receive a cold shoulder from all of them and likely be mistreated by the good fortune saint's son in the future. Thinking of this, many people looked towards Lin Ming, feeling that he was just far too young and naive. But now, he had ridden the tiger and could no longer climb down. Just how would today's events end? At this time, Lin Ming's face darkened. He looked towards the furious Empyrean Demon Dawn and said, "Senior Demon Dawn, I respect you as a senior and will allow you to insult me as you please. But I hope that you will not reach for a yard after taking an inch. After all, there are some matters that both of us wouldn't like to be publicized, right?" Lin Ming's words left the martial artists present stupefied. As a junior, Lin Ming dared to speak like this to an Empyrean, warning them not to take a yard after taking an inch. Was he looking to die? However, what surprised everyone was that even though Empyrean Demon Dawn was bristling with rage, he didn't erupt. Rather, he maintained total silence, glaring at Lin Ming with eyes filled with hate. He certainly knew what matters Lin Ming was speaking of. It was the matter of Xiao Moxian's pregnancy. If news of this were to be revealed, the good fortune saint's son might immediately storm away in a rage. At that time, the alliance between the monster and demon races with the saints might be ruined. Lin Ming's words had struck at his most fatal point. Empyrean Demon Dawn couldn't understand how Lin Ming knew of Xiao Moxian's pregnancy. He had clearly sealed away her strength with layers of spells and placed her under house arrest. But now, as he recalled Lin Ming's proposal and Xiao Moxian's betrayal, it was likely they had come to this agreement in advance. This caused Empyrean Demon Dawn to feel as if he had been played by two juniors. This brat. He shouldn't rashly destroy Siener's reputation like this. Empyrean Demon Dawn felt a little fear. He didn't dare to push Lin Ming too far. If he pushed Lin Ming over the cliff, Emperor Demon Dawn would not only lose his alliance with the saints but also lose Xiao Moxian. In the future, when they met, his granddaughter would treat him like an enemy. What's wrong? Emperor Demon Dawn is enduring the insult? What does Lin Ming have on him? Everyone glanced at each other, making all sorts of guesses. At this time, the good fortune Saint's son felt his intestines twisting together. He didn't know what game Lin Ming and Emperor Demon Dawn were playing, but now he felt that at this time, he had been made a fool. He felt that staying here any longer was meaningless. Even if he were the one to win Xiao Moxian's hand in marriage at the end, he would still be ridiculed by all the young elites of the divine realm. Lin Ming, you remember, for me, 40 years from now in our life or death battle, I will break apart all your meridians and make you beg for death. You only have 40 years of freedom left. Make sure you enjoy the final years of your life. The good fortune Saint's son looked at Lin Ming as if he were looking at a dead man. His eyes filled with absolute confidence. It was as if 40 years from now, killing Lin Ming would be no harder than slaughtering a chicken or butchering a dog. But at this time, something occurred that left the good fortune Saint's son completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly on as Lin Ming quietly extracted the Phoenix blood spear from his spatial ring. The spear point was cold, the light reflecting off it menacingly. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix blood spear and pointed it straight towards the good fortune Saint's son. His aura suddenly invisibly exuded outwards. At this time, Lin Ming was like an unrivaled divine spear, reckless and fierce. He clearly and calmly said, "Since we must fight, why wait the full 100 years? Let's settle this today." What? The entire audience wasn't able to believe their own ears. Today, everything Lin Ming did had repeatedly shattered all expectations. First he had proposed marriage to Xiao Moxian, and then Xiao Moxian agreed to him. Finally, and most outrageously of all, he challenged the good fortune Saint's son. Lin Ming, you dash. At the very start, Empyrean Divine Dream had remained calm and serene. But when she heard Lin Ming's words, her heart skipped a beat. She could no longer keep still. All of the human Empyreans had shocked expressions. Every one of them was startled beyond compare. In their minds, Lin Ming had only just caught up to the boundary that the good fortune Saint's son was at 60 years ago. Moreover, in these 60 years, the good fortune Saint's son had made incredible leaps in his strength. His cultivation method, the good fortune divine art, had broken into the 5th level, and his cultivation base had reached the middle Holy Lord realm. No matter how it was said, the good fortune Saint's son was the #1 powerhouse within the entire younger generation of the saints. Before this, everyone believed that the good fortune Saint's son's talent was about the same as Lin Ming's. In this case, how could the middle Holy Lord good fortune Saint's son lose to the half-step Holy Lord Lin Ming? If so, then his title of the good fortune Saint's son would be nothing but a joke. Lin Ming was the hope of humanity. Even though there were many Empyreans present that had just met Lin Ming for the first time, they were extremely concerned about his safety. They didn't want anything to happen to him. What are you saying? You want to challenge me? The good fortune Saint's son looked at Lin Ming with disbelief thick in his eyes. Lin Ming's unexpected challenge towards him had surpassed his scope of understanding. Before 100 years was up at the half-step Holy Lord realm, with a difference of a large boundary and a half, this Lin Ming wanted to challenge a middle Holy Lord. Moreover, he also possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Was he insane? Looking at the bright blood-red Phoenix blood spear, the good fortune Saint's son smiled, and his smile was cruel and diabolical. This sort of smiling face was the same as that of a wild beast that had seen its most delicious prey. You really have no idea of death or danger. Since you want to die today, let me help you along. I will sever all your meridians and crush you beneath my feet like an ant. As the good fortune Saint's son spoke, his aura suddenly erupted. Just now, he had been seething with rage because of Lin Ming's impudent actions and had long been wanting to give vent to his anger. Since Lin Ming knocked on his door, he would welcome him in. Feeling the good fortune Saint's son's killing intent, Lin Ming sneered. You want to kill me and I want to kill you. But unfortunately, even after I defeat you, I cannot kill you. Lin Ming was well aware that at the monster race's grand longevity feast, he couldn't kill the good fortune Saint Sun. Even if the good fortune Saint Sun was defeated, that Saint Peak Empyrean would save him. Moreover, there were likely to be many life-saving cards on the good fortune Saint Sun's body, perhaps a true divinity incarnation or even a Peak Empyrean hiding in his spatial ring, ready to help at any moment. Otherwise, how would the good fortune Saint Sovereign allow the good fortune Saint Sun to freely bring the Grand Mist Spirit Bead wherever he wanted? In this longevity feast, if all the human Empyreans present were to join together to attack, they could easily annihilate the good fortune Saint Sun. If I defeat you, I won't kill you, but I want you to roll out of the divine realm and out of the monster race. Lin Ming's voice was loud and clear, spreading through the entire audience. These words caused the good fortune Saint Sun's several minions to shake with rage. With the way Lin Ming was speaking, it was as if his victory over the good fortune Saint Sun was already decided. This Lin Ming is too arrogant. Just who does he think he is? His head must have been kicked by a donkey. For His Highness Saint Sun to kill him, only 20% of his strength will be needed. These followers all bore a grudge against Lin Ming and their teeth itched to chomp on him. All of them wanted to see Lin Ming die a miserable death. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming and finally understood Lin Ming's meaning. Ha ha ha! I thought it was strange that you would go insane and deliver yourself to my door for a fight. But it seems you were forced to act out of desperation since you have no path to take out of here. So, you want to use this battle to save your engagement? You think that if I lose, I'll give up on this marriage, right? I think you really must have gone insane? Why do I need to agree with you? It's a pity, but with your current strength, even if we fight, it will be useless. 40 years from now, I might be a little interested in you, but now, you are nothing more to me than a chicken or a dog. The good fortune Saint Sun's aura became increasingly strong. Lin Ming coldly said, "If you and I fight, it is impossible for it to be a life or death struggle, so there naturally must be a gambling stake. I want your Grand Mist Spirit Bead. But even if I beat you up so badly that no one can recognize you, I fear that I still won't be able to obtain it." Lin Ming was well aware that with a treasure on the level of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, there would be an unfathomable layer of protections over it. With just a thought, the good fortune Saint Sovereign might be able to take it back. Otherwise, how would he dare to leave the Grand Mist Spirit Bead with the good fortune Saint Sun? The Grand Mist Spirit Bead alone was countless times more precious than the good fortune Saint Sun's life. If he wanted to defeat the good fortune Saint Sun to obtain the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, that was simply a fantastical daydream. Hearing Lin Ming mention the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the good fortune Saint Sun frowned, not replying. He knew that Lin Ming was trying to deliberately stir him up. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was an extremely important matter, and no matter how much he believed he could easily defeat Lin Ming, he would not disclose even the smallest secret about it. Compared to a divine artifact like the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the alliance and marriage were nothing at all. Lin Ming saw the good fortune Saint Sun's silence and said, "If I win, not only do I want you to cancel your marriage proposal to Ji Xiener, but also take out a true divinity cultivation method suitable for humans." Lin Ming was like a lion opening wide his maw, immediately demanding such exorbitant conditions. As these conditions were tossed out, all of the human Empyreans present were shocked. Lin Ming, Empyrean Divine Dream, took a deep breath. As she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes filled with a complex light. She knew that the reason Lin Ming wanted a true divinity cultivation method suited for humans was not to use for himself, but to help salvage the confidence of humanity. Just before this, the good fortune Saint Sun had implied that as long as any human Empyreans were willing to submit to the saints, they could obtain the method to break into true divinity. To the Empyreans of humanity, this was an unfathomable temptation. Even despite the righteous cause of their race, there would inevitably be some Empyreans that were tempted. And once the betrayals began, the will and heart of the people would be shaken. But now, Lin Ming said that as long as he won, the good fortune Saint Sun would have to take out a human true divinity cultivation method. This was the same as him ruining the good fortune Saint Sun's evil plot. Of course, the premise of all this was that Lin Ming could really win. Thinking of this Empyrean divine dream had no idea how to feel. Lin Ming was only a junior, and yet he was shouldering so much. With so many seniors present, in the end they all had to rely on a junior like Lin Ming to obtain the method to break into true divinity. Facing Lin Ming's proposed conditions, the good fortune Saint Sun coldly sneered. It's true that my saint race has true divinity breakthrough cultivation methods, but how do you know if I've brought any of these inheritances with me? The good fortune Saint Sun wouldn't use these sorts of inheritances, so it was normal for him to not bring them with him. Lin Ming laughed. It's not easy for you to return to the Saint Convocation heaven from the divine realm. Crossing through the God-lamenting wall is an extremely troublesome matter, and since you've already decided to use a human true divinity breakthrough cultivation method to shatter the unity of the divine realm's Empyreans, how could you not carry around these inheritances? Otherwise, wouldn't you simply arouse the suspicions of those thinking of following you? Lin Ming's words were sharp and aggressive. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming, his eyes darkening. He originally thought Lin Ming had been cornered and acted out of desperation for a woman, but now it seemed that Lin Ming's schemes were deeper than he thought. He wanted to borrow this battle to shatter the plans he had for the humans. Good, good, good. It seems I've looked down on you. Yes, I indeed have a human method to break into true divinity, but don't think I'll take it out in vain. Although it is impossible for you to obtain whatever I take out, you still have to put out something which can at least catch a second glance from me for this gambling bet. Do you have anything like that? The good fortune Saint Sun's gaze was brilliant, like a starving beast. Although he knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to lose to Lin Ming, he would never let Lin Ming play such tricks on him. With the good fortune Saint Sun's words, everyone turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming wanted many things, but if he couldn't take out enough equivalent treasures, then there was no need for the good fortune Saint Sun to comply with him. The good fortune Saint Sun's minions also had contemptuous expressions. Lin Ming's background and status had long been determined. His total net worth simply couldn't compete with the good fortune Saint Sun's. Otherwise, when the good fortune Saint Sun mocked Lin Ming for not bringing out a congratulatory gift, Lin Ming wouldn't have remained silent. Lin Ming said, "Since I want to make a gambling bet with you, I naturally have to bring an equivalent treasure." As he spoke, he quietly extracted a black spear from his spatial ring. This spear had a thick killing intent and wasn't the least bit glossy at all. As it appeared, the laws around it seemed to quiver, as an ancient and vicious atmosphere exuded from it. This was the Black Dragon Spear. The Black Dragon Spear might not be the holy weapon that the Azura Roadmaster used himself, but it was at least a weapon that one of his reincarnations used. This is. As the peak Empyrean protecting the good fortune Saint Sun saw this holy weapon, his eyes popped wide open. Peak true divinity spirit treasure. He suddenly blurted out of everyone present. He had the broadest field of vision and had seen many treasures that were excavated from the primeval realm ruins. Yet, none of those treasures he saw could compare with this black spear. This weapon had absolutely reached the level of a peak true divinity spirit treasure. As for whether or not this treasure surpassed that level, he couldn't know, because that exceeded his field of vision. Peak true divinity spirit treasure? As the martial artists present heard this, all of them glanced at each other with shock. The good fortune Saint Sun's minions also stared on with moon-like eyes. A peak true divinity spirit treasure could only be raised by a peak true divinity powerhouse. And this sort of peerless powerhouse was rare even in the most ancient of eras. From the past to the present, these types of spirit treasure had nearly vanished. Just this black spear alone far surpassed the value of an ordinary true divinity cultivation method. Lin Ming gently traced the Black Dragon Spear's shaft. After taking out the Black Dragon Spear, he had cut off all means of retreat and was determined to fight to the bitter end. This was a battle with his life and his property on the line. Good fortune Saint Sun, what kind of cultivation method can you bring out? It should be some extremely incomplete true divinity cultivation method, right? If you can't do that, then your so-called true divinity influence is far too poor. Can you not even compare with a little junior like me? Lin Ming asked the good fortune Saint Sun in reply, his words imperious. You The good fortune Saint's son took in a deep breath. He never imagined that Lin Ming would pull out such a treasure. Generally speaking, when comparing the same level of treasure, a spirit treasure was slightly less valuable than an inheritance. But what Lin Ming took out was a peak true divinity spirit treasure, and what the good fortune Saint's son took out was only an extremely incomplete true divinity inheritance. Looking at the two items, the difference was far too great. After fishing through his spatial ring, the good fortune Saint's son reluctantly took out an almost complete human true divinity inheritance. Even in the good fortune Saint Palace, there was an extremely small number of these inheritances. Lin Ming probed the contents of the inheritance with his sense and was able to discern that it was indeed a cultivation method. He had studied the Azura laws, a cultivation method that already surpassed a true divinity cultivation method. With that as his foundation, his ability to appraise true divinity cultivation methods was beyond the understanding of the average person. He could just barely judge the exquisiteness of the laws within. What the good fortune Saint's son took out was only a low-rank cultivation method, but its advantage was that it was complete. After Lin Ming investigated the jade slip, the other Empyreans present also did so, unable to withstand their curiosity. Even the monster emperor probed with his sense. However, besides Divine Dream, none of the other Empyreans had ever touched upon the domain of true divinity. For a time, they had difficulties discerning the profound principles within. A lower middle rank true divinity cultivation method. Do you really plan on using that little thing to bet against my black dragon spear? Lin Ming tauntingly said. But as he spoke, his words shocked the Empyreans present. How had Lin Ming seen through the rank of the cultivation method? He was only a half-step holy lord, and yet he was familiar with the boundaries of a true divinity cultivation method? Moreover, from the expressions of the good fortune Saint's son and that peak Saint Empyrean, it seemed that Lin Ming's judgment was correct. Humph! Even if I take out a more precious cultivation method, so what? You think you can obtain it? The good fortune Saint's son taunted back. But taunts were taunts. If he wasn't able to take out an equivalent amount in treasures, then he really wouldn't have any face left. He also took out another jade slip fragment and pill. This cultivation method was even worse. In fact, the entire good fortune Saint Palace only had these two human cultivation method inheritances. Their grades were extremely ordinary and the second set was highly incomplete. But as for the pill, it was of an exceedingly high quality, nearly reaching the level of a true divinity spirit pill. 9 Orifices Exquisite Pill. Although this is a transcendent divine pill, its level nears that of true divinity. It was originally refined by His Majesty the Saint Sovereign for me to break into the World King realm. The materials required to make this pill are extremely rare, and its value is no less than that of an incomplete true divinity cultivation method fragment. As the good fortune Saint's son bragged, Lin Ming looked over the pill, overjoyed in his heart. That was actually a pill refined by the good fortune Saint Sovereign, a top-quality body transformation pill. This is really an unexpected harvest, Lin Ming thought to himself. In truth, he didn't care about the rank of the human true divinity cultivation methods at all. As long as he had a true divinity cultivation method, no matter high or low its grade was, it could stabilize the hearts of the human Empyreans and make it so that they didn't defect to the saints. This was enough. To expect any human Empyreans to practice this true divinity cultivation method and complete their breakthroughs in time to help in the great calamity was simply unrealistic. This was because their chances of doing so were pitifully low to begin with, and a breakthrough would require millions of years anyway. In the great calamity, this would be of no help at all. Lin Ming withdrew his sense and flippantly said, "With all that random stuff added together, it's just barely enough." These few words had the good fortune Saint's son feeling wretched enough to vomit blood. He felt very aggrieved. He had taken out all sorts of treasures, including even the 9 Orifices Exquisite Pill that he couldn't bear to eat, and yet it was being described as random stuff by Lin Ming. However, in all fairness, it really wasn't much to look at when compared to Lin Ming's black spear that came from nowhere. Then, Lin Ming turned to Empyrean Demon Dawn. His words were no longer polite because he knew that being polite had no use now. Demon Dawn, the good fortune Saint's son has already agreed. Now it's you. If I win, I will take away Siener. Just this gambling fight with the good fortune Saint Sun wasn't enough. If Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't agree, it was meaningless. Empyrean Demon Dawn sneered. You think you can win? What a joke. Since you already think I cannot win, what's the problem of making a promise to me? Empyrean Demon Dawn disdainfully said, I don't believe you have any chance of winning, but I also don't like being played by others, especially a junior like you. Why should I bother with you? Is that so? Lin Ming traced his dantian and a black light projected out from his inner world, forming an image projection in the space near him. In this projection there was actually a titanic black egg shown. The surface of this egg was covered with patterns, looking mystical and ancient. Through the eggshell, if one looked extremely carefully, they could see a strong and healthy life within, one that constantly exuded waves of life aura like crashing waves. This is... Empyrean Demon Dawn was panic-stricken. Dragon egg. And it is a royal dragon egg. The monster race possessed god beasts, but they were extremely rare. As for royal god beasts, there were even less of them. Empyrean Demon Dawn never imagined that Lin Ming would put out a royal dragon egg. Moreover, what was rare was that this dragon egg had developed extremely well in Lin Ming's inner world. Once it hatched, it would soar into the heavens, becoming a powerful young dragon. This brat. Where did he get so many treasures? First it was a peak true divinity spirit treasure, and then afterwards a dragon egg. These were things that even Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't possess. Many of the extraordinary characters present were stunned. Perhaps even just a part of Lin Ming's treasures was worth far more than their total assets combined. If I lose, then this dragon egg is yours. Lin Ming grit his teeth as he spoke. This was the life legacy left behind by Senior Black Dragon. He absolutely could not lose. I can't believe you are willing to. Empyrean Demon Dawn's eye burned brightly. He could actually sense that this dragon egg had already become one with Lin Ming, and they shared both flesh and blood. Once it hatched from the egg, it would be greatly helpful to Lin Ming's strength. If he were to leave this egg at the monster and demon races, that would be a tremendous loss to him. He was staking everything he had on this single gamble. Could he really defeat the good fortune Saint Sun? Just as Empyrean Demon Dawn thought of this, he immediately felt it was impossible. Good. If you can win, then I will let you take away Siener. But at the same time, I will also announce that me and Siener have cut off all ties as a grandparent and grandchild. Empyrean Demon Dawn's words were watertight. Drawing back, even if Lin Ming won and Xiao Moxian married him, there wasn't any loss. In that sort of situation, Lin Ming would already have been heaven-defying to the extreme. This sort of heaven-defying talent would be enough to make up for his disadvantage in age. Even if he couldn't play much of a role in the Great Calamity, it wouldn't be easy for the Saints to kill him either. Once the Great Calamity arrived, Lin Ming could quietly endure and cultivate. Then, one day, he could rely on his strength to reverse the heavens. At that time, if Xiao Moxian were to follow Lin Ming, Empyrean Demon Dawn could feel relieved about her. And even if Empyrean Demon Dawn had chosen wrongly in this great calamity and wasn't able to bear the consequences of his failure, even if he were killed, Xiao Moxian could still rebuild the demon race and allow them to continue onwards. As for him cutting off his relations with her, that was to draw a clear boundary between them so there were more escape routes for her. If he really did choose wrongly, then cutting off relations could help protect Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian shivered, remaining silent. Lin Ming said, Not only will I take away Siener, but if I win I want to take something from you, the Annihilation Fire Elemental. When Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had killed the Undying Polar Ice, they had obtained the Undying Inferno's Soul Fire afterwards. Lin Ming had given the Soul Fire to Xiao Moxian, but she had initially refused. This was because Lin Ming would soon attempt to break through into the third Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, the Extreme Polar Dao Palace. At that time, he would need to choose 2 types of source strengths to serve as the catalyst. To Lin Ming, the 2 source strengths most appropriate were fire elementals and thunder sources. Xiao Moxian wanted to give the Undying Inferno Soul Fire to Lin Ming to help him break through the Extreme Polar Dao Palace, but he refused. One reason was because it would just be a waste of such a treasure. Moreover, it would be incomparably difficult for him to find a thunder source that was of similar quality to the Undying Inferno's soul fire to pair with it. Later, Xiao Moxian told Lin Ming that in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, there was an annihilation fire elemental that had been saved for her, could be used to help Lin Ming break into the extreme polar Dao Palace. Now, Lin Ming Natural took advantage of this moment to bring it up. Empyrean Demon Dawn slightly frowned but didn't refuse. The annihilation fire elemental was originally to be given to Xiao Moxian. Although he had always been harsh and demanding of her, everything he did was for the demon race and to guarantee the foundation of their people. He also hoped that she would live a long and good life. Fine, Empyrean Demon Dawn agreed. Lin Ming took a deep breath and turned toward the good fortune Saint Sun. With this, everything else had been settled. All that was left over was to fight. In this battle with the good fortune Saint Sun, Lin Ming had bet nearly everything he had. To win was to forge a future for humanity and allow them a chance to breathe and gather themselves. To lose was to lose the Black Dragon Spear, to lose the Black Dragon Egg, and to lose Xiao Moxian. This was a price that Lin Ming absolutely could not withstand. As for how strong the good fortune Saint Sun truly was, Lin Ming had absolutely no idea. If he were to fight the good fortune Saint Sun at the end of the full 100 years, then he would have absolute confidence in victory. But now, because of what happened with Xiao Moxian, he had no choice but to fight here and now. In this battle, Lin Ming didn't know how many cards the good fortune Saint Sun would have in his hands. Nor did he know what kind of cultivation method the good fortune divine art was. Thus, for this battle, Lin Ming had already thrown everything he had on the table and cut off all paths of retreat. He was determined to fight until the end. On the other side, the good fortune Saint Sun similarly couldn't understand Lin Ming. As for the depths of Lin Ming's strength, not even Xiao Moxian was completely clear. I really have no idea where your courage comes from. The good fortune Saint Sun stared at Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. Towards that spear, he felt nothing but incomparable jealousy. As long as he defeated Lin Ming, that spear was his. He couldn't take a liking to something like an Empyrean Spirit Treasure, but as for a peak top-level True Divinity Spirit Treasure, let alone possessing one, he had only ever seen two in his entire life. If you want to deliver me your treasures, then come. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, his body flashed and he flew out from the main hall. Lin Ming followed close behind. In the blink of an eye, the two left the divine palace and flew 100 miles away, floating high above the skies of the primal jungle island beneath them. All around them great mountains towered and massive trees loomed. This world was located within the monster race's Black Pagoda. It was an ancient ruin opened up by an ancient true divinity-level powerhouse, and the space here was as stable as a boundless true universe. No matter how Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun fought here, it would be impossible for them to cause this world to collapse. Behind Lin Ming, the other Empyreans and young elites flew out in abundance, including even the Monster Emperor and Empyrean Demon Dawn. All of them were watching this battle. And outside of the Divine Palace, all of the young disciples that were waiting, as well the massive number of monster race disciples and followers, were all shocked as they looked up and saw Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun fly high up in the air, confronting each other, and then the droves of high-level figures that flew after them. What was going on here? Why did it seem that Lin Ming was going to fight the good fortune Saint Sun? Before they could think further, there was a loud ring as the good fortune Saint Sun drew out a heavy sword from his spatial ring. This heavy sword was pitch black and didn't give off any light at all. It was as long as a person and looked incredibly heavy. The heavy sword's blade had no edge, but with a weapon of this level, whether there was an edge on the blade no longer mattered. Seeing this heavy sword appear, the human Empyreans present felt their hearts shake. The aura emitting from the good fortune Saint Sun sword was clearly far inferior to Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. But it was far, far mightier than any ordinary Empyrean spirit treasure. That is a true divinity spirit treasure, but amongst the lowest level. Empyrean Divine Dream faintly whispered. Her words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. They felt that Lin Ming was inferior to the good fortune Saint Sun, but by relying on the Black Dragon Spear, he should be able to make up for a part of the difference. Yet now, the good fortune Saint's son had also taken out a true divinity spirit treasure. The good fortune Saint's son diabolically grinned. I am skilled in all weapons. Swords, sabers, spears, anything I touch I can wield. Your spear shall be taken by me. Although he was arrogant and insolent, he wouldn't lower his guard. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be so stupid and freely deliver such treasures into his hand. But no matter what cards Lin Ming had up his sleeve, he had absolute confidence he would win. And at this time, Lin Ming did something incredibly mind-boggling. They saw Lin Ming put away the Black Dragon Spear and take out the Phoenix Blood Spear once more. He wanted to use the Phoenix Blood Spear to fight the good fortune Saint's son. The eyes of all martial artists present turned as wide as full moons. What was Lin Ming doing? Things had already come this far and he still wanted to hold back? Was he insane? The Phoenix Blood Spear was only an ordinary spirit artifact. It could just barely manage to face an Empyrean spirit treasure, much less a true divinity spirit treasure. It might even be instantly split in half by the good fortune Saint's son's sword. Lin Ming, you brat! What are you doing? Empyrean vast universe was already breathless with anxiousness. But Lin Ming remained unperturbed. He still used the Phoenix Blood Spear to face the good fortune Saint's son. The Black Dragon Spear was almost 20 billion genes heavy. In order for Lin Ming to use it, he would have to consume his strength at an alarming rate. In the past, when killing the undying polar ice, Lin Ming using the Black Dragon Spear in a single all-out attack had exhausted nearly half his strength. After that, Lin Ming entered the final trial's 6th level and obtained the Ajura Sutra's 2nd volume. With several years of training, his comprehension and skill in the Ajura laws increased by leaps and bounds. Finally, he could use the Ajura laws to control the Black Dragon Spear to barely utilize a few % of its power. However, this had to be done when a battle reached its most white-hot stage. Otherwise, he would rapidly exhaust his strength and no longer be able to defeat the good fortune Saint's son. At that time, Lin Ming would only be able to wait to be struck down. In a way, it was similar to a long-distance contest. If he sprinted at the start, it would be impossible to keep running near the end. Only at the final stretch where he ran with everything he had would he be able to fight for victory. At this time, the good fortune Saint's son came to a conclusion as to why Lin Ming put away the Black Dragon Spear. He laughed and said, I understand now. It's true that you have a peak true divinity spirit treasure, but you simply aren't able to use it. Even for the heavy sword in my hands, I was only able to move less than 1/10 of its power after breaking through to the 5th level of the good fortune divine art. And this edgeless heavy sword is amongst the worst of true divinity spirit treasures, whereas your Black Dragon Spear is a peak true divinity spirit treasure. It's unbelievable how much strength it must take to wield. So how could the likes of you possibly use it? The good fortune Saint's son's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured over Empyrean vast universe's entire body, making him feel chilled to the bone. All of the human Empyreans present felt their hearts drop. They had been hoping for the Black Dragon Spear to show some miraculous effect in battle, but it seemed that this spear could not be used because Lin Ming wasn't able to control it. Then what was the point of fighting? Did Lin Ming plan on using the Phoenix Blood Spear to contend with the good fortune Saint's son's true divinity spirit treasure? Wasn't this just a hopeless struggle? The good fortune Saint's son became even more arrogant, more brazen. I was also afraid of that spear because I thought it might contain the battle spirit of some true divinity, but now it seems that you cannot even use it. Just how do you plan on fighting with me? Just sit down and die. As the good fortune Saint's son spoke, his body shot forwards. The astral essence around him shot out like endless golden divine swords, making him seem like a scorching blood sun, making it impossible for others to look at him. His sword cut down. As his long hair scattered, a wild and savage light burst out from his eyes. From the heavy sword, a several 100,000-foot-long black light split apart the blue skies. The towering mountains and massive trees were swept up by this sword light. For a time, stones crashed to the ground and pieces of shattered wood swirled in the air. This sword light left all the young elites holding their breath. Even though they were dozens of miles away, They felt their mortal bodies nearly be crushed by the terrifying momentum alone. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between juniors. Even those lords who had ruled for several hundred thousands of years were humbled in the face of such power. Facing this sword, Lin Ming's complexion was earnest and dignified. In a situation where he couldn't use the Black Dragon Spear, his weapon became his weak point. It would be hard to directly confront this attack. He drew back and opened the heretical god force. The power of thunder and fire erupted, wrapping around his body. A boundless and ancient strength rose up, completely surrounding Lin Ming. This was Lin Ming's Grand Mist force field, an offensive and defensive ability. See, as the black sword light broke into the barrier of the Grand Mist force field, it was rapidly weakened by the Grand Mist space. Then, Lin Ming thrust out the Phoenix Blood Spear again and again. With the support of his immense bodily strength, the weakened sword light was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. A crazy and furious energy erupted outwards. Lin Ming was forced back 100 miles, and wherever he went, mountains and rivers would disintegrate and the earth would be hollowed out. It was unknown how many towering ancient trees were twisted to pieces by the energy and evaporated into ash. The Good Fortune Saint Sun's black light seemed to contain a dark demonic strength to it. Any object that was swept within would be completely annihilated, leaving almost nothing behind. As the young elites saw the millions upon millions of ancient trees be destroyed in the maelstrom, all of them felt streams of cold sweat dripping down their back. If they were sucked into that black sword light, even just the tiniest bit, perhaps they would turn to nothing but ashes. At this time, there was a loud explosive sound as the black sword light completely dissipated. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, standing proud and tall in the wild fluctuations of energy. He withstood it. He withstood the Good Fortune Saint Sun's first sword strike. However, that wasn't a true frontal confrontation, but rather avoiding the sharpness and then using his own force field to diminish the sword light. As for what Lin Ming finished off with his weapon, that was in truth just a tiny part of it. An Empyrean commented, "In just one move, the battlefield that Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sun had been fighting on was razed. Where Lin Ming had withdrawn by 100 miles, a massive chasm formed with everything within it annihilated. This was the horrifying scar that the Good Fortune Saint Sun's sword light left upon the land. All of the human Empyreans present were nervous. Although Lin Ming didn't suffer a loss in that strike, he wasn't able to directly confront the Good Fortune Saint Sun. This made all the human Empyreans feel doubt in their hearts. Hey, all you can do is run away? The Good Fortune Saint Sun held his black heavy sword in his hand, slowly flying in the air like a peerless war god. The bright light of the sun shined in his hair, casting a blinding golden light. You cannot withstand my attack directly, so you want to use skirmish tactics to fight me. If you don't want to face me, then should I chase you around like a mouse everywhere? Since I use a true divinity spirit treasure, I consume strength faster than you, and no matter how much strength I have, I will suffer a loss. So, you want to use that tactic to slowly reduce my strength? A well-thought-out plan. But what a pity it is nothing but a dream. This time I'll make sure there's nowhere you can run." As the Good Fortune Saint Sun spoke, wild astral winds rose up all around him. These strong astral winds blew into the void, constraining the power of space. With a light crackling sound, the space surrounding Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sun was locked up like a cage. "Let's see how you'll run away this time." The Good Fortune Saint Sun maliciously grinned, rushing forwards. And as he did, the space cage also tightened. With Lin Ming's strength, he could naturally break through the space cage and escape. But in the brief moment it took him to do so, he would be overtaken by the Good Fortune Saint Sun. "Die! I will split you and your spear in half together." As the Good Fortune Saint Sun hurtled forwards, his black sword slashed through space. Potential sword through the heavens as dark winds swallowed the world. The boundless black sword light seemed as if it would destroy the very foundation of this independent space, severing the pillars of the world. Facing this titanic sword strike, everyone felt as if the apocalypse had come and the world would collapse and be annihilated. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear. The 10-foot-long spear shaft gently shivered in this catastrophic sword light. The Phoenix Blood Spear was only a spirit artifact. For it to face a true divinity spirit treasure, even one that could display less than a tenth of its true power, was far too difficult. Everyone looked at Lin Ming and held their breath. Without the Black Dragon Spear, how would he block the good fortune Saint Sun? But if he couldn't use the Black Dragon Spear as he pleased, then facing this terrifying sword light that filled the heavens and earth, the Phoenix Blood Spear might be cut in half. Woo, woo, woo. The Phoenix Blood Spear violently trembled, emitting keening cries as it was unable to withstand the burden. Lin Ming's complexion changed. His greatest weakness right now was his weapon, and at the start he really was planning on using guerrilla tactics to slowly whittle down the good fortune Saint Sun's strength. However, the good fortune Saint Sun didn't give him this chance. This move not only blocked out space, but it also forced him to directly meet his enemy. Up until now, the good fortune Saint Sun was the strongest opponent Lin Ming had ever faced. The vibrations traversing the Phoenix Blood Spear became increasingly intense. Seeing it reach its limits, Lin Ming turned his right hand and the Phoenix Blood Spear disappeared into his spatial ring. In the next moment, another spear appeared in Lin Ming's hand. This spear was gold all over and blazed with a brilliant golden light. This spear was named the Purple Gold Spear and was the Empyrean Spirit Treasure Spear. Duke Fullmoon used a sky-high price of 2 billion contribution points to win at the Divine Rune City auction. At that time, it had been Lin Ming's intention to mess with Duke Fullmoon and cause him to lose more wealth. Afterwards, Duke Fullmoon had been killed by Lin Ming, and the spear finally fell into Lin Ming's hands. In terms of quality, this Purple Gold Spear was far inferior to the good fortune Saint Sun's Black Divine Sword. However, it was far harder than the Phoenix Blood Spear. At the very least, it wouldn't break in half within the turbulent sword light. See, the Purple Gold Spear violently collided with the Black Sword Light. Massive chunks of golden light were swallowed up by the Black Sword Light. Lin Ming was forced back again and again. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, he pushed forwards with unstoppable force, his every sword strike aiming for Lin Ming's neck. Pa! Lin Ming struck the barriers of the space cage. The good fortune Saint Sun hurtled forwards. The astral essence around his body blazed like a scorching sun. With his black hair wildly flying about, he was like a peerless war god. His arms were as sharp as swords and energy erupted from his body like waves in a stormy sea. His blood vitality billowed upwards, shooting straight into the starry skies. He's been suppressed. Seeing this scene, the human Empyreans nearly felt their hearts leap out of their chests. The good fortune Saint Sun was just far too strong, and the blood vitality and physical strength he possessed was nearly that of a grown god beast. It was simply impossible to match him. On the other hand, although Lin Ming had taken out an Empyrean spirit treasure, the grade of the spear wasn't even too high amongst Empyrean spirit treasures. It was still far too difficult for him to use this spear to block the good fortune Saint Sun. Now, Lin Ming had been forced back to the edges of the space barrier. He could only forcefully withstand the good fortune Saint Sun's strike. Even if you could use a true divinity spirit treasure, you would be far from my match, much less the current you that cannot use a true divinity spirit treasure. Now, watch as I take your head. The good fortune Saint Sun cruelly chuckled. He could finally strike Lin Ming with everything he had. After this strike, all of Lin Ming's meridians would be torn to pieces and his organs would be reduced to a puddle of goo. Facing the good fortune Saint Sun's sword, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. At this time, a blue divine light shot out from deep within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, pouring into the shaft of the Purple Gold Spear. This was Lin Ming's large success Blue Soul Battle Spirit. By fusing his weapon with his battle spirit, he could just manage to bridge the difference in weapon grades. In that instant, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit. Behind him, the phantom of an ancient and massive tree appeared. The bough towered into the skies, blocking out the clouds and shrouding the sun. Even when that annihilating black light shined upon the crown of this ancient tree, it found it difficult to penetrate through. All of the energy condensed, forming a giant vortex in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, sweeping through the void. Eternal darkness. Bang! A terrifying eruption exploded between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun. A tide of energy cracked open a massive fissure in the ground, and even the sea that was hundreds of miles away began to violently rage and storm as tsunamis started to form. Lin Ming grasped the purple gold spear, solidly clashing with the good fortune Saint Sun. Spear to sword, it was a simple but brutal collision. Lin Ming's muscles began to bulge. His meridians and blood vessels expanded, and with a loud cracking sound, the space barrier behind him collapsed from the pressure. What? The good fortune Saint Sun never thought that Lin Ming would manage to block his direct strike. Although the good fortune Saint Sun hadn't used his complete strength, nor had he used the good fortune divine art, in his opinion, the strength he used now should still easily be able to defeat Lin Ming, especially since Lin Ming's weapon was far inferior to his own. The good fortune Saint Sun's sword light was terrifying, but it was still blocked by Lin Ming. And Lin Ming has only a half-step Holy Lord cultivation. 100 miles away, where members of the monster race had gathered, the young elites were all quietly watching this battle. Although they had heard that Lin Ming possessed a talent that defied the will of the heavens, today was the first time they witnessed it with their own eyes. Amongst the juniors, no one can compare to Lin Ming's heroic daring. If the young elites of my race were compared to him, it would be no different than fireflies to a bonfire. It's no wonder he had the courage to challenge the good fortune Saint Sun. To fight the middle Holy Lord good fortune Saint Sun with a mere half-step Holy Lord cultivation, and also with a weaker weapon, everyone thought that Lin Ming would be quickly defeated. But in 2 continuous moves, Lin Ming still hadn't fallen. Just this alone was more than enough to be proud of. Your Highness Wu Ma, what are you doing? You must hurry and defeat this Lin Ming. In this battle you have the advantage of cultivation, so you must thoroughly obtain victory. You must not only defeat him but also rout the confidence of the humans, otherwise it is the same as you having lost. Do you not see the expressions that these human Empyreans are making? Destroy their hope. Make it so that they lose all courage to resist our people. At this time, a sound transmission from a Saint Empyrean echoed in the good fortune Saint Sun's ears. The good fortune Saint Sun took a deep breath. As the dignified Saint Sun of the Entree Saint race and also with a middle Holy Lord cultivation, if he couldn't defeat a mere Lin Ming who wasn't even a Holy Lord yet and also drag out the battle for a long time, that simply couldn't be justified. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun had fallen completely silent. He turned his burning eyes towards Lin Ming. I will acknowledge that I have underestimated you. Your strength has surpassed my imagination, but even so, that will not change the outcome. You will still be miserably beaten by me. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, the astral essence surrounding him turned pure gold, as if there was a golden sun burning within his body. As the color of the good fortune Saint Sun's astral essence changed, his aura also experienced an earth-shaking transformation. Many of the human masters present had keen senses. They realized that the good fortune Saint Sun was undergoing some type of transformation at this moment, and his strength was rapidly ascending. This is the good fortune divine art. Several years ago, when the good fortune Saint Sun defeated a human great world king, he used this golden astral essence. Amongst the human Empyreans, there were some that had witnessed the battle between the good fortune Saint Sun and the human great world king. Through that battle, they had gained a profound impression of the good fortune divine art. The ordinary good fortune Saint Sun and the good fortune Saint Sun who used the good fortune divine art were 2 completely different concepts. Moreover, the current good fortune Saint Sun had even broken into the 5th level of the good fortune divine art. Lin Ming, be careful of him. This good fortune divine art is an upper or even peak true divinity cultivation method. Empyrean vast universe's sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Because his experience was limited, he couldn't clearly distinguish what grade of cultivation method this good fortune divine art was. With Empyrean vase universe's words, Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. A superior or even peak true divinity cultivation method. Lin Ming didn't know what level true divinity the good fortune Saint Sovereign was, but what was without doubt was that through all the years of the saints, they should have obtained many rare and precious inheritances from the primeval realm ruins. Moreover, the saints possessed an unfathomably deep background. Their martial arts civilization and inheritances had never been cut off like humanity's had. Thus humans were in compare with them. In this sort of situation, even if the good fortune saint's son wasn't a superior true divinity, it wouldn't be a surprise if he possessed a superior or peak true divinity cultivation method. If so, then Empyrean Divine Seal's divine seal art would most likely be inferior to the good fortune saint's son's good fortune divine art. As Lin Ming thought of this, his complexion became increasingly grim. And at this time, all of the strength of the world seemed to be summoned by an invisible call. All of it started gathering towards the good fortune saint's son. This strength consisted of not just heaven and earth origin energy, but all the strengths of the world. Light, heat, microscopic ions in the air, the power of life, the power of the rocks, the power of streams, all of it began to gather towards the good fortune saint's son. With his own eyes, Lin Ming could see changes occurring hundreds of miles away. Grass and plants began to wither and fall. Those towering old trees that reached the skies rapidly atrophied, becoming nothing but dead wood. The rivers running through the forests evaporated, revealed dried-up riverbeds. This sort of feeling was as if the entire river had been sucked dry of its essence, energy, and vitality, and had undergone something similar to death. And all of the dissipated essence, energy, and vitality was completely absorbed by the good fortune saint's son. As the forest was completely destroyed, birds began to scatter. The land began to shake as all the creatures were filled with a manic fear. Beasts fled from the forest, as if they had encountered the most terrifying existence. They crazily struggled in the withering forests, but just a moment later, all of these creatures emitted agonizing screams and their bodies burst open and they turned into masses of blood fog. All of this blood fog also began gathering towards the good fortune saint's son. It was like the good fortune saint's son was wresting away all the strength of the world, using it to strengthen himself. This strength could no longer be called heaven and earth origin energy, but the power of good fortune. The good fortune divine art was a technique that seized the good fortune of the world. The so-called good fortune was that of nature. In a universe besides the mortals that lived there, it was the sum of everything. When a person seized the power of good fortune, then the world would lose its spiritual energy and vitality, slowly moving it towards entropy, towards death and decay. This was a truly cruel and overbearingly tyrannical cultivation method. If a true divinity were to use this ability, they could suck dry a great world. Good fortune divine art. This is the good fortune divine art. As the human Empyreans present as well as the young elites saw the good fortune saint's son absorb the power of good fortune, all of them were shocked. Only a few of these people had ever seen the good fortune divine art with their own eyes, and of those that had, none of them knew how many levels existed within it. The good fortune divine art could be called the strongest cultivation method within the entire saint race. In the legends, it was said that it was created by the ancestors of the saints and then supplemented through multiple generations of true divinities, becoming ever more perfect. Now, the current good fortune divine art had long been the most core inheritance of the entire saint race. It had to be known that the heaven-lifting black pagoda the good fortune saint's son was fighting in was also called a miraculous structure. Even so, the good fortune divine art could still absorb the strength from within it. This was just how overbearing the laws of the good fortune divine art were. Once the good fortune divine art was used, it would annihilate all life vitality within a space. Wherever the good fortune divine art passed, all would be barren. Not a single blade of grass would remain green. The greater the strength of the one using it, the more terrifying the degree of annihilation. In the myths, it was said that in the most ancient times the first ancestors of the saint race had gone to war and that in the great worlds they visited, they would leave behind endless tracts of deserts filled with nothing but deathly silence. The destruction would continue for over 1 trillion miles, and even after 1 billion years it still wouldn't be completely restored. The good fortune saint's son has finally used the good fortune divine art. What a terrifying good fortune divine art. Is there any junior that can actually be his opponent? When the good fortune saint's son defeated a great world king of my race, he still hadn't been this strong. Empyrean Vast Universe said. His forehead was dripping with a cold sweat. This was truly worthy of being called a peak true divinity cultivation method. How could anyone fight it? Even if Empyrean Vast Universe knew that Lin Ming had obtained Empyrean Divine Seal's inheritance atop the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar that Lin Ming climbed was in truth only a tiny fragment of the ancient Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal art that Lin Ming cultivated was naturally extremely flawed. Moreover, even if it was the complete Divine Seal art, it still couldn't compare with the Saint race's good fortune divine art that had been continuously perfected over billions of years. And it just so happened that, in this completely disadvantageous situation, the importance of the battle was far too great. Disregarding the fact that Lin Ming had bet nearly everything he had, just Xiao Moshin alone was related to the monster and demon race's futures. If Lin Ming suffered a horrible defeat, the consequences would be inconceivable. Not to mention the monster and demon races and their alliance with the saints, Lin Ming alone would suffer a calamitous setback and his future development would be affected. With this sort of loss, even if Lin Ming tried as hard as he could to obtain revenge, he still wouldn't be able to make up for it. The human Empyreans all looked at Lin Ming. At this moment, Lin Ming grasped his golden spear, flying arrogantly amidst the raging power of good fortune. Strong winds rose from all directions and his clothes flapped about him. His long hair recklessly scattered upwards. His figure was like a spear, straight and tall. But people knew that on his strong shoulders he was carrying far too many burdens. This battle concerned not just his reputation, wealth, and momentum, but it also concerned the fate of humanity within the upcoming great calamity and whether or not they would be able to catch a breath in this struggle. If there was even a slight possibility that Lin Ming could win this battle, it would galvanize humanity's momentum, giving them more and more strength to push forwards. In the long night of the great calamity, this would be the spark to light the hope of humanity. At this time, the sorrowful humans needed a win. Many human martial artists and even Empyreans felt as if humanity was nothing but a pig on the butcher block. Lin Ming, dozens of miles away from the battlefield, Empyrean Divine Dream took a deep breath and fell silent. The weakening of humanity, what did Lin Ming owe them? His weapon was an ordinary Empyrean spirit treasure, and his cultivation methods were Empyrean Divine Dream's Divine Dream Law, Empyrean Primordius Martial Intent, and also the severely incomplete Divine Seal Art. Weapons and cultivation were among the two most important factors in one's comprehensive combat strength, and yet he couldn't compare with the good fortune Saint's son in either. As for the resources he consumed growing up, they were likely incomparable to what the good fortune Saint's son had taken. The good fortune Saint's son even had the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. In this condition, Lin Ming had to win a nearly impossible victory. He was just a 100-year-old junior. While he hadn't taken much of humanity's resources at all, he had been forced to shoulder the life or death burden of his race. Empyrean Divine Dream quietly stared at the battlefield, an unspeakable emotion in her heart. And at this time, the good fortune Saint's son's aura had risen to the peak. His hair had turned pure gold and divine light shone from his body, as if he were a burning sun. Ha ha ha! Lin Ming, after using the good fortune divine art, this is my strongest battle state. I want to see just how you can still fight with me. The good fortune Saint's son arrogantly said. He poured his astral essence into the void and a cage of space tightened around Lin Ming, imprisoning him once more. Woo! Atop the good fortune Saint's son's black sword, an incomparably mournful sound echoed out. This sound seemed to be from the great Tao, but for some reason as this sound fell into their ears they felt a heart-tearing, soul-aching pain. The martial artists with weaker cultivations even wished that they could rip open their chests and dig out their hearts. Their sadness and sorrow had reached the heights of agony. This is the lament of the world, a human Empyrean suddenly shouted. To have a world fall into decline, a dying world will emit a mourning lament. This sound is something that weaker martial artists will find difficult to withstand. Just the aftermath of the good fortune divine art had such power. And once all of the power of good fortune was gathered together, the might and potential of this power would be unimaginable. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun attacked. His aura seemed swollen with arrogance, unparalleled in the world. His black sword blazed with a brilliant golden light as it shot through the world like a rainbow. When this strength reached the extreme, even a lower quality Empyrean spirit treasure would shatter. I have wrested away the good fortune of the world and can also deprive you of your good fortune. Now, I will sever your good fortune. I will shatter your destiny. I will kill you, exterminating your life and blood vitality. I want to see just how you'll use that garbage spear to block me. The good fortune Saint Sun's killing intent erupted from his body, crashing down at Lin Ming along with the violent black sword light. At this moment, everyone's hearts paused. Facing this dreadful strike that overwhelmed the skies, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit. The blood vitality within his body shot into the skies, as if a divine dragon was being born unto the world. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a boundless true dragon appeared. At the same time, above him 9 great stars appeared. These stars seemed to possess the inherent infinite strength of the great Tao. Endless strands of starlight fell down, like trillions upon trillions of faint silver ribbons that converged into Lin Ming's body, all of them gathering into the Purple Temple Tao Palace and the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. Lin Ming had never opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace as he did today, to the limit of his limits. This even overdrew upon his life potential. As the power of the 2 Tao Palaces erupted, 2 wheels appeared, one on his left hand and one on his right hand. The wheel on his left hand was ash black, and seemed to contain millions of pained demonic souls, all of them incomparably fierce. This was undoubtedly the myriad demon karmic wheel. As for his right hand, a purple wheel appeared. This wheel was like an endless vortex that gathered the power of the world. It didn't have the thick, terrifying feeling of the myriad demon karmic wheel, but instead seemed to contain countless profound martial intents and laws within. This was not the myriad demon karmic wheel, but another Asura wheel described within the 2nd volume of the Asura Sutra, the myriad essence reincarnation wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel originated from the 1st volume of the Asura Sutra, the one that focused on cultivating the mortal body. But what it absorbed were actually evil thoughts and souls. As for the myriad essence reincarnation wheel, it originated from the soul-forging Asura Sutra Volume 2. But what it absorbed was origin energy and the deepest meaning of the laws. If so, then the Asura Sutra Volume 3 that cultivated origin energy would produce an Asura wheel that absorbed essence energy and blood vitality. The 3 volumes of the Asura Sutra were not isolated from each other. Rather, they complemented each other. Lin Ming was currently missing the 3rd volume of the Asura Sutra, so he was only able to summon 2 Asura wheels. Although it was far inferior to the strength of summoning 3 wheels that mutually promoted each other, it was still extraordinary enough. As Lin Ming summoned these 2 wheels, the laws of the Asura Heavenly Tao began to wildly surge out from his body. This was the first time in the 33 heavens that Lin Ming used the power of the Asura Heavenly Tao laws. As the Asura laws filled the endless heavens and earth, an indescribably ancient and boundless energy scattered outwards. Countless mystical law runes fused into the void. This strength was actually able to faintly replace the power of good fortune, replenishing the world and slowly relaxing the mourning lament of the world. Those low-level martial artists who felt a deep and inexplicable sorrow in their hearts suddenly felt much better. The human Empyreans were astonished. They didn't know what strength Lin Ming was using, but what they could tell was that the laws he used had reached incomprehensible heights. Before they could judge further, Lin Ming's 2 Asura wheels had already collided with the good fortune Saint Sun's black sword light. Bang! Monstrous black tides rose in the air, piercing through the void. Beneath the terrifying storm of energy, the earth that had already become a desert began to wildly rip apart, as if all that remained in the world was that horrifying, annihilating force that swallowed all of creation. But even in this apocalyptic storm, the 2 wheels that Lin Ming summoned remained like incomparably firm eternal rocks, unshakable. No matter how the power of good fortune washed over him, Lin Ming's eyes remained icy cold, like an Asura reborn. The strength of the two Dao palaces opened and a dreadful strength of 60 to 70 billion genes erupted within his body. He took these two wheels and recklessly cut forwards. See, the sword light formed by the power of good fortune was constantly torn apart. Lin Ming continued with unstoppable force. In the unending onslaught of pressure, his body released explosive crackling sounds. His muscles popped up and his meridians nearly broke in half. However, his hands still grasped onto the two Azura wheels. He slaughtered his way forwards like a magnificent and peerless war god. As Lin Ming's momentum reached the peak, there was a terrifying dragon roar that impacted into the deep blue skies, passing through the entire world. The power of good fortune that the good fortune Saint Sun gathered unto him had been forcefully cut off by Lin Ming. In that moment, the sword light had shattered. The blood vitality within Lin Ming wildly tumbled, and his arms were stained with blood. To overdraw his strength to battle, this naturally consumed a tremendous amount of energy. But the good fortune Saint Sun had also used up a similar amount of energy. Lin Ming suddenly looked up, staring at the good fortune Saint Sun, his eyes like two bolts of lightning piercing through the night sky. This is the good fortune divine art? What a wonderful method of seizing the power of good fortune. If you have anything better, then it's time to show me what you've got. Although Lin Ming's voice seemed exhausted, it actually carried with it an indescribable boldness and arrogance. For a time, all the martial artists present, whether they were Empyreans or young elites, fell silent. Strong winds howled. Yellow sands rolled up as the entire sky was filled with chaotic energies. These energies contained Lin Ming's Azura Law as well as the good fortune Saint Sun's good fortune divine art. And beneath the two, the originally endlessly beautiful mountain ranges and lush green forests had been turned into a grim desert. Littering this desert were massive craters and a terrifying abyss that had been formed by the good fortune Saint Sun's last sword strike. This abyss continued for over 1,000 miles, extending past the horizon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a loud sound the ground began to shake. From the end of the abyss, a raging tsunami came flooding in. This was because the abyss had split through the entire island, crossing into the sea, bringing back a turbulent tide. The endless sea water flushed into the infinite grains of yellow sands, filling up the massive craters. Seeing this scene, all of the martial artists present were left speechless. The good fortune Saint Sun's good fortune divine art was indeed horrendously terrifying, but even so it had still been blocked by Lin Ming. That was a peak true divinity level cultivation method. How had Lin Ming been able to block it? The young elites of the monster and demon races were completely stunned. As for the young human elites, after a moment of silence, all of the blood in their hearts seemed to ignite as if they had been struck by some tremendous force. This was proof that the young elites of humanity could also fiercely contend with the saint race's Saint Sun. In a situation where the cultivation method and weapon was inferior, they were still evenly matched in battle. But unlike the easily excited juniors, the human Empyreans glanced at each other, an extreme look of disbelief flooding their eyes. They had extraordinary eyesight and could more rationally analyze the battle. Lin Ming's cultivation was less than that of the good fortune Saint Sun's, and even in terms of foundation, the good fortune Saint Sun was extremely solid. With the difference in their weapons added along, according to any sensible logic, Lin Ming should never have been able to directly face the good fortune divine art. But what had actually happened had defied all expectations. Moreover, Lin Ming hadn't used the divine seal art. This also meant that the two strange wheels in Lin Ming's hands were likely an even more mystical and profound cultivation method than the divine seal art was. This sort of cultivation method seems to be its own independent set of laws. Is this a lucky chance that Lin Ming stumbled upon in the Azura Road? Empyrean Vast Universe mumbled, still shocked. In the growth of a truly outstanding youth, oftentimes no matter where they went they would burst out with a glorious light. The Azura Road was no exception. And in Empyrean Vast Universe's mind, even if Lin Ming's cultivation method was slightly better than the good fortune divine art, it would still be difficult for him to fight with the good fortune Saint Sun. Lin Ming has been injured. The meridians in his arms have broken in many places, And the move he used just now seems to have affected his life source. A chilling voice sounded out. The one speaking was Empyrean Divine Dream. In her mind, she recalled the vast starlight that had appeared above Lin Ming just then. This sort of starlight gave Empyrean Divine Dream an incomparably strange feeling, as if it was also its own independent laws. If so, then what Lin Ming did just then was the same as using two completely independent sets of laws. That starlight. As she recalled what happened, Empyrean Divine Dream seemed to faintly recall something. Suddenly, she sharply breathed in and slowly said, "Lin Ming, it seems that he broke into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. 9 stars appeared and 2 gathered unto his body. That perhaps means he has already opened 2 Tao Palaces." A light voice spread into the ears of all human Empyreans present. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace had long been lost to time. Empyrean Divine Dream had never seen it herself. This was only her guess. For a time, all the human Empyreans were shocked silent. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace. How was this possible? That was a road of cultivation that had been sealed away by the heavenly Tao laws. After the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, no one had been able to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. There was said to be a single exception, and that was Empyrean Primordius. However, he had drawn support from the heaven-defying divine tool that was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in order to shatter past the limits and open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Could Lin Ming have obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead? Some powerhouse of humanity blurted out. But as he spoke out these words, he discovered that the several human Empyreans in front of him had turned their heads and were giving him strange looks. This human powerhouse's voice caught in his throat and he reddened with embarrassment. He secretly knocked himself on the head for his stupidity. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was in the Good Fortune Saint Sun's hands. If Lin Ming had really obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, then could the Good Fortune Saint Sun and Good Fortune Saint Sovereign both be idiots, bringing along some fake item? In other words, in a situation where Lin Ming didn't possess the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he had forcefully relied upon his own heaven-defying strength to break past the shackles of the heavenly Tao. This was far too terrifying an action. If Lin Ming really did break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then it could be explained how Lin Ming was able to receive the Good Fortune Saint Sun's Good Fortune Divine Art. This was because after opening 2 Tao Palaces, although Lin Ming's cultivation resembled that of a half-step Holy Lord to outsiders, the truth was that once his body transformation cultivation was added on, he actually surpassed the boundary of a half-step Holy Lord. Empyrean Divine Dream's words were confirmed in the next moment. The Good Fortune Saint Sun stared brilliantly at Lin Ming, his gaze full of disbelief. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace. You actually... The Good Fortune Saint Sun had once looked through records of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace within the ancient texts of the Saint race. After all, this was also another body transformation route of the Great Tao. Even if it wasn't suitable for the saints to cultivate, the saints had still saved up far too many ancient texts, and this included knowledge on the Great Tao of 11 body transformation systems of the 33 heavenly Taos. Ironically, the records that the saints possessed concerning human cultivation methods were far more detailed than the records possessed by the humans themselves. This was how the Good Fortune Saint Sun was able to recognize the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming's breakthrough of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace caused the Good Fortune Saint Sun to feel disbelief and fear at the same time. This Lin Ming was far too horrifying. By relying on his strength alone, he was able to forcibly shatter the shackles of the heavenly Tao. So you had broken into the 9 stars of the heavenly Tao. No wonder you dared to make such a heavy bet in this battle with me. Your true cultivation has in actuality already surpassed that of a half-step Holy Lord. But even so, it is impossible for you to win, the Good Fortune Saint Sun said, gritting his teeth. He originally had been thinking of completely rolling over Lin Ming. Whether it was before he had used the Good Fortune Divine Art or after he had used the Good Fortune Divine Art, he had poured all of his terrifying strength into each strike in order to immediately settle the outcome of the battle, so he could prove just how great the disparity was between him and Lin Ming. But afterwards, the Good Fortune Saint Sun discovered just how tenacious Lin Ming really was. Even though he had been suppressed again and again, He was like a tough weed in the wind, uncrushable. To completely overwhelm Lin Ming was already far too difficult. He had to lengthen the fight, seeking flaws in Lin Ming's defenses and using up his strength. I can't hurry myself to victory. I've been pouring too much strength into each move. I must calm down first. At this moment, the good fortune Saint's son had already tossed away all thoughts of underestimating his opponent. He planned to use his attack speed and amazing strength to engage in an extended battle, using his rich combat experience to finally emerge victorious. He was well aware that Lin Ming had also consumed a great deal of energy and even touched upon a wisp of his own life source. If Lin Ming wanted to receive his attacks, it wouldn't be easy for him at all. Bang! The power of good fortune began to gather within the good fortune Saint's son's hands once more. The power of good fortune mixed with his astral essence, spreading into the surrounding space. For a time, the void around the black sword's blade began to shiver with mysterious space laws. And these space laws caused the hearts of the martial artists present to tremble. There was a saying that the sharpest object in the world was not swords or sabers but space itself. The power of space could cut through all. The good fortune Saint's son's heavy sword had no sharp edge to begin with. Although it was still extremely strong, it lacked razor sharpness. But now, the good fortune Saint's son took the space laws as the edge to make up for this. Moreover, the degree of sharpness far surpassed ordinary weapons. Whoosh! The good fortune Saint's son's figure turned into a golden beam that shot forwards. His speed was like a ray of light, so fast that it was hard to discern his presence. The giant heavy sword was crazily swung about by the good fortune Saint's son. Wild astral essence and the power of good fortune stirred up a storm that swept through the world. Endless yellow sands soared into the skies, forming an all-annihilating sand rain in the air. In that instant, the good fortune Saint's son slashed out dozens of times. This sword strike speed wasn't too fast. But it couldn't be forgotten that what the good fortune Saint's son used was a true divinity spirit treasure. You want to compare speed? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Speed had never been his weakness. The power of the 9 stars continued to pour into Lin Ming, causing his form to rapidly fluctuate. He grasped the golden long spear and reduced the range of the grand mist space to the surface of his skin in order to defend against the power of good fortune, and also to resist the energy impact. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The heavy sword fiercely collided with Lin Ming's golden spear. Each time, Lin Ming's arms would violently shake. In that brutal and crazy sandstorm, after having the good fortune Saint's son's power of good fortune poured into it, it formed a tremendous pressure on Lin Ming's grand mist space. They've disappeared. They're fighting it out in the sandstorm. Because they're too fast, it's impossible to see them clearly. All I can see are blurry afterimages. Most of the people watching this battle were young elites. With their eyes, they could not follow the speed of Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint's son. They could only hear the sounds of horrifying explosions from the sandstorm, like endless billowing thunderclaps, enough to make one's mind shake with fear. In that intense collision, the amount of energy consumed in every breath of time was incomparably terrifying. Even an ordinary world king would soon be sucked dry of energy. Although that crazily spinning golden sandstorm resembled a dreamlike fantasy, the truth was that it was a sandstorm of hell. If someone with insufficient strength were to enter it, they would be grinded down until even their bones were gone. Lin Ming. Outside the golden sandstorm, Xiao Moxian held her hands together, her 10 fingers restlessly moving, her palms wet with sweat. With her cultivation, she could clearly see what was happening to Lin Ming in that golden sandstorm. Every time he fought with the good fortune Saint's son, he would withstand a tremendous pressure on his arms. Even blood would shoot out. Seeing Lin Ming receive the barrage of intense strikes, Xiao Moxian's eyes turned red and tears flowed out. Not too far away from Xiao Moxian, Empyrean Demon Dawn could see his granddaughter's reactions from the corner of his eyes. A strange and unspeakable feeling percolated in his heart. If possible, he even hoped that Lin Ming could win. But could he do this? From beginning until now, the good fortune Saint's son had occupied the winning side in this battle, continually suppressing Lin Ming. Even the fierce combat within the sandstorm was the good fortune Saint Sun going on the offensive. Lin Ming was only defending, and with the battle having reached such a heated state, even the defending side wouldn't have much strength left. Although Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of energy, the good fortune Saint Sun was the same. In every collision, although Lin Ming's arms would be wetted with fresh blood and his meridians would break, he relied on his terrifying recovery ability to slowly restore the damage to his meridians. This allowed Lin Ming to never be defeated. His tenacity exceeded the expectations of all present. Whoosh! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sword strike cut through the endless sandstorm. This sword strike seemed to sunder the pillars that supported the world, and even the heavens seemed as if they would fall down. The entire island was severed by this sword strike. An endless abyss formed, continuing for over 10,000 miles and stretching right into the sea. The sea within the world of the Black Pagoda was countless hundreds of thousands of feet deep. Underneath the terrifying pressure, the wild sea tides gushed in, filling up the abyss. Large tracts of land collapsed, turning into endless grains of sand that fell into the sea. The good fortune Saint Sun's sword strike had split apart all land for thousands of miles, the same as splitting a small planet in half. The sandstorm began to calm down, but the atmosphere entered into a state of unprecedented calm. The good fortune Saint Sun was flushed red and his breathing was rapid. As for Lin Ming, even though his breath was gathered and steady, his entire body was still stained wet with blood. The meridians in his arms were broken in innumerable places. The golden spear in his hands was also covered with numerous dense sword marks. These sword marks were shallow, but it couldn't be forgotten that this golden spear itself was an Empyrean spirit treasure, and was a weapon refined by an ancient Empyrean. Even so, it had been scarred with so many sword marks. From this one could see just how strong the good fortune Saint Sun's attacks had been. Although it seemed that the good fortune Saint Sun had the upper hand, some people watching actually discovered that this wasn't as true as they thought. The strength of Lin Ming's mortal body isn't much worse than the good fortune Saint Sun's, a human Empyrean said with shock. Originally, people thought that because Lin Ming was a human martial artist and his cultivation was low, he wouldn't be able to last long against the continued onslaught of the good fortune Saint Sun. But the truth was that by relying on the horrifying toughness of his body, he had persisted the entire time. In terms of enduring the continued consumption of strength, Lin Ming had taken the upper hand. The good fortune Saint Sun, wielding a true divinity spirit treasure from the start until now, had caused him to expend a tremendous amount of strength. As for Lin Ming, he used an Empyrean spirit treasure and he focused on defending. Even if he had to take a small wound, he would do so in order to conserve energy. Over the course of this battle, Lin Ming would spend energy at a far slower pace than the good fortune Saint Sun did. Moreover, even though Lin Ming had opened the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and affected his life source, the human Empyreans discovered that although Lin Ming was slowly burning his life source, it didn't diminish at all. "It is the gate of life," Empyrean Divine Dream eerily said. Although humanity had lost records of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, they had still maintained inheritances about the 8 inner hidden gates. The Gate of Life was an extremely important gate within the 8 inner hidden gates. It brought with it the ability to regenerate one's life source and blood essence to a certain degree and built a solid foundation for Lin Ming to desperately release the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. The tide of battle is slowly changing. If they continue to fight like this, Lin Ming will be on the winning side. Some human Empyreans came to this nearly unbelievable conclusion. This was a completely unexpected result. The decisive battle between the good fortune Saint Sun and Lin Ming was like a long-distance competition held in the mortal world. Lin Ming followed behind the good fortune Saint Sun, allowing him to be in the lead first. The good fortune Saint Sun was strong and Lin Ming was also strong. However, he only fell behind the good fortune Saint Sun by a little. But during this time, Lin Ming had been secretly conserving his strength, planning to surpass the good fortune Saint Sun in the final moment. To force the good fortune Saint Sun into this sort of situation had surpassed the imaginations of all present. "Your Highness Wu Ma, stop hesitating." At this time, The angry sound transmission of a Saint Empyrean echoed in the good fortune Saint Sun's ears. With the fight having continued until now, it had been more than enough for Lin Ming to greatly show off his glory. Even though their saint race's Saint Sun had a far higher cultivation than this human youth, he still hadn't been able to end the battle. This meant that their saint race's Saint Sun was inferior to the young elites of humanity. The good fortune Saint Sun clenched his teeth. Suddenly, his aura completely condensed within his body. He looked at Lin Ming, his eyes blazing. "You have done well. Your tactics, strength, everything you have has surpassed my imagination. I cannot help but acknowledge that you are the most terrifying opponent I have faced in my life. But even so, you will lose all the same. Originally, I didn't want to use this move." As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, a dazzling light burst out from his chest. In the next moment, a startling scene occurred. The good fortune Saint Sun thrust his hand into his chest and pulled out a bloody bead. This bead was dark and dense, emitting a thick black light. For a time, the skies were covered in chaos. All the martial artists present felt as if their hearts would be swallowed up by this chaos. "Grand Mist Spirit Bead." Some martial artists cried out in panic. Even Empyreans also felt fear and apprehension upon facing this Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sun had finally used the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sun had his pride. As the dignified Saint Sun and also possessing a Middle Holy Lord realm cultivation, he should have been able to rely on his own strength to completely roll over this human martial artist that was much younger than he was. However, he had failed again and again. The good fortune Saint Sun had then given up on rolling over Lin Ming and decided to defeat him in a high-intensity melee. But that plan also failed. With that, the good fortune Saint Sun had no choice but to bring out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. After bringing out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the good fortune Saint Sun felt wretched in his heart. As the Saint Sun, he couldn't defeat this human martial artist that had a lower cultivation, and even had to rely on the strength of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to obtain victory in the end. This was completely unreasonable. Even if he won, it would still be a great loss of face. However, winning was always better than losing. Lin Ming. On the side of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Missouri Eversnow and Mo Bright Moon both tensed up. The good fortune Saint Sun was finally willing to go all out. Would Lin Ming be able to withstand the attack of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead? Xiao Moxian's forehead dripped with sweat. Lin Ming had already been injured many times, and although the wounds weren't heavy, they had accumulated over time. Lin Ming may have possessed a formidable body, but it still wouldn't be easy for him. And now, the good fortune Saint Sun had summoned the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The battle was reaching its climax. Lin Ming quietly stared at the spinning black bead. He took a deep breath. It had finally appeared. He had been continually keeping his final cards in hand, all in order to contend with the good fortune Saint Sun's Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If he were to use all his master moves before the good fortune Saint Sun took out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, then he would have exhausted all his strength. Then, when the good fortune Saint Sun did summon the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he could only sit and die. The reason Lin Ming had such concerns was that no matter what happened, he didn't dare to use the magic cube to struggle with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The reason that the good fortune Saint Sun could freely and openly use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was because he had the entire Saint race supporting him from behind. But if Lin Ming were to use the magic cube, the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Ming possessed the magic cube. This was a secret that no one knew besides him, Xiao Moxian, and Mo Eversnow knew. It was a world creation-class divine artifact. It was enough to arouse the greed of the Saint race's true divinities, and especially the Soul race's true divinities. Just the Black Dragon Spear alone was not enough for a true divinity-level powerhouse to desperately struggle for it. But the appearance of the magic cube might even force the Spiritas and Saints to enter into a temporary ceasefire. Then they could join forces to attack humanity and steal away the magic cube. If so, the result would be him and humanity perishing together. Thus, even if Lin Ming lost to the good fortune Saint Sun in this battle, he still couldn't bring out the magic cube. If Lin Ming couldn't use the magic cube, he would have to retain all his strongest cards in order to battle the Good Fortune Saint Sun's Grand Mist Spirit Bead. So that is the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The Good Fortune Saint Sun has finally laid down his arrogant heart. Lin Ming, he is in danger. Most of the martial artists present had never seen the Grand Mist Spirit Bead before. This was because nearly all who saw the Grand Mist Spirit Bead with their own eyes had died. Still, the name of this divine tool struck like a peal of thunder in their ears. Most people didn't know of the existence of the magic cube or the purple card. To them, this Grand Mist Spirit Bead was the #1 divine tool to ever exist. What a terrifying aura! Even though I'm so far away and I'm not being targeted by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, I still feel my blood vitality tumbling in me, as if it's about to be sucked away by that bead. A human master said, panic-stricken. He had a half-step world king cultivation. Even a half-step world king was still affected by the aura of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, feeling as if the flow of blood in their body would reverse. Then, without a doubt, if the Good Fortune Saint Sun were to attack this half-step world king with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it would only take an instant for his body to collapse, turning into endless flesh and blood essence that was absorbed by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Not to mention one half-step world king. Even if many half-step world kings and even ordinary world kings were gathered together, they would still be instantly slain by the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Such a result left one drowning in despair. This was the might of a divine tool. Strong winds howled. The giant island had already been sundered apart. Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sun faced each other in the skies, and between them the black Grand Mist Spirit Bead floated, shimmering with a divine light as if it were a black sun, making one unable to look at it. Lin Ming, if you cannot win, then admit defeat. The tide flows in, but it will also flow out. Your talent surpasses that of the Good Fortune Saint Sun, and you will definitely catch up to him in the future. Do not try to put on some brave front. At this time, Empyrean Vast Universe's sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ears, filled with a nervous and worried tone. After the Good Fortune Saint Sun took out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, a heaven-shaking reversal in the battle had occurred. I thank you for your concern, Senior, but this junior knows what he is doing. Lin Ming rapidly replied. His mind was completely focused on the Good Fortune Saint Sun, staring at him with unblinking eyes. Lin Ming could feel the terrifying strength of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. As the one facing the Good Fortune Saint Sun, he had to bear the full brunt of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead's vast pressure. All of his blood vitality and essence energy seemed to be affected by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, restlessly moving within his body as if everything wanted to rush out. Lin Ming grimaced. He could faintly feel that after summoning the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had experienced a qualitative change. The Good Fortune Saint Sun's ability to utilize the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in truth surpassed Lin Ming's ability to utilize the Magic Cube. This was also within reason, because the Good Fortune Saint Sun was a body transformation martial artist, and the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was also a divine body transformation treasure. The two of them complemented each other. Moreover, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had the guidance of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Lin Ming simply couldn't compare with these advantages. Lin Ming, you have lost, because with the blood energy support of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, I can use my sovereign blood body metamorphosis. Do you know why, within the saint race that is filled with countless heroes, I alone have become the singular Good Fortune Saint Sun? That is because my bloodline is the supreme sovereign bloodline. Out of all the bloodlines of the saints, it is ranked #1. The Good Fortune Saint Sun growled. The saints were a race that possessed a variety of different bloodline variations. In this way, they were similar to the monster race. The monster race possessed the Phoenix bloodline, Hydra bloodline, Black Turtle bloodline, and so forth. Each bloodline gave one a different corresponding talent and ability. This was the same amongst the saints. The most common and visible manifestation of a saint martial artist's bloodline to aid in their combat strength was body metamorphosis. A bloodline body metamorphosis would stimulate the greatest potential of a saint martial artist's mortal body, allowing their combat strength to increase by several times. When Lin Ming fought Naki, this was also the same. The reason that the Good Fortune Saint's son hadn't used his body metamorphosis so far in the battle was not because he wanted to save his strength, but because his bloodline was simply far too formidable. Once he used his body metamorphosis, he would rapidly use up his energy and even affect his life source. In addition, the Good Fortune Saint's son's weapon was a true divinity spirit treasure. That meant that no matter how much energy the Good Fortune Saint's son poured into his weapon, the weapon would absorb all without reserve. The result of this was that the Good Fortune Saint's son would only be able to attack several times before exhausting his energy. If he couldn't defeat Lin Ming by then, the result could be imagined. But now, with the support of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, everything was different. The Good Fortune Saint's son could rely on support from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to maintain the sovereign blood-body transformation for an extended period of time and defeat Lin Ming. As he spoke, the power of good fortune within the world once more swept towards the Good Fortune Saint's son. The great desert beneath them began to expand. Even the sea was affected. Once the fish lurking in the sea were caught in the scope of the Good Fortune divine art, they all lost their strength and life and slowly floated up to the surface, dead. Then, the bodies of these fish and sea beasts disintegrated, turning into a blood fog that was absorbed by the Good Fortune Saint's son. The power of good fortune completely fused into the Good Fortune Saint's son's body. At that same time, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead also burst out with brilliant black beams of light. Within this light was a billowing blood energy. It erupted from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and poured into the body of the Good Fortune Saint's son. For a time, the Good Fortune Saint's son's entire body was covered with a flaming gold divine light. His body emitted explosive crackling sounds and his tall figure began to grow. His muscles inflated and golden scales covered his body. Strange runes were etched onto the surface of these scales, making them look like the scales of a dragon. His hair also turned pure gold. From his elbows and knees, ferocious bone spikes jutted out, looking incomparably vicious. After the Good Fortune Saint's son transformed, the power of his blood energy was like a roaring conflagration, burning into the deep blue skies. Ha ha ha! I can feel this power once more. What an intoxicating feeling! Soon, even without the help of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, I will still possess this strength. At that time, I will even be able to contend with a half-step Empyrean. The Good Fortune Saint's son's head fell back as he roared out to the skies. His joints cracked again and again. His aura was like that of an unrivaled war god, unsurpassed in the world. Seeing this scene, the human powerhouses all held their breath. Now, they were worried that Lin Ming would perish here. Although there were many human Empyreans present, the Good Fortune Saint's son after transforming was simply far too strong. Moreover, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was a spirit treasure that surpassed the boundary of true divinity. They were all afraid that Lin Ming would be directly swallowed up by it, and even an Empyrean wouldn't be quick enough to save him. The loss to humanity would be far too great. This damned Good Fortune Saint's son. His own strength wasn't enough to suppress Lin Ming, so he has to bring out this Grand Mist Spirit Bead divine tool. If Lin Ming loses here, there is no justice at all, some young human elites said as they gnashed their teeth. The inside background of humanity was far too poor. Growing up, the young human elites were far too lacking compared to the young elites of the saints when they had to compare resources, inheritances, and other aspects. But as everyone was worrying over Lin Ming, he actually took a deep breath and put the purple gold spear back into his spatial ring. He turned his hand and a black spear appeared in his hand. This spear was as heavy as a planet and its appearance alone caused the surrounding space to faintly twist. This was the Black Dragon Spear. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly take out the Black Dragon Spear, the young elites watching all felt their eyes go as round as full moons. Black Dragon Spear. Lin Ming finally took out that Black Dragon Spear. A peak true divinity spirit treasure. A young elite cried out in alarm. Wasn't it said that Lin Ming couldn't use the Black Dragon Spear? There should be some sort of limit. Otherwise Lin Ming would have used it already. In battling the Good Fortune Saint's son, Lin Ming had cut off all roads of retreat and had resolved to fight to the end. Tactics, skills, strength, he used everything at his disposal. It was impossible for him to hold back his strength. If the Black Dragon Spear appeared only now, that meant Lin Ming's control of the spear was far from enough. 3 moves. I can only use the Black Dragon Spear 3 times. Lin Ming whispered to himself as he glared at the Good Fortune Saint Sun's altered form. If he couldn't beat the Good Fortune Saint Sun in 3 moves, then all that awaited him was defeat. Haha! You want to use the Black Dragon Spear to face the Grand Mist Spirit Bead? You are far too naive. That spear is indeed a peak true divinity spirit treasure. But just how much of its strength can you use? How many spear strikes can you thrust out? You have already used up far too much of your bodily strength. When you tried to fight me with that golden spear of yours, you barely managed to hold on as it was. Now that you've brought out the Black Dragon Spear, your defeat is imminent. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun spoke, he lifted his black sword and strode forwards. After using the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had no more reservations. Since he had already lost face anyways, he might as well quickly settle this battle. The Good Fortune Saint Sun stepped forwards in space, 1 step at a time. As he did, his momentum grew stronger and stronger, his steps seeming to drum along with the hearts of those present. He is gathering his momentum, an Empyrean said. Through movements or attacks, one could gather their momentum, slowly pushing their strength to the limit and then striking out with the final fatal blow. There were many specific martial skills that could achieve this effect, and it was clear that the Good Fortune Saint Sun was doing so. If one couldn't break his gathered momentum, then they would have to face a terrifying attack. For the current Lin Ming, that meant defeat. As for Lin Ming, he actually grew more and more silent. He even closed his eyes, constraining all of his aura to his body, so he resembled an ancient bell. One that was extremely showy and one that was extremely restrained. The 2 martial artists formed a sharp contrast with each other. In that moment, the terrifying aura that the Good Fortune Saint Sun sent out completely surrounded Lin Ming. This was a completely crushing momentum. The Empyreans present all burned with anxiousness. Pressing forwards a step at a time, the Good Fortune Saint Sun's momentum had nearly reached the peak. A grin appeared on the corners of his lips. He was almost ready to attack. But in this instant, the silent Lin Ming suddenly erupted. All of the energies within his inner world, in that moment, poured into the Azura blood that was sealed in his body. An indescribably terrifying fighting intent shot out from Lin Ming's body. Piki-paka. Lin Ming's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. The boundless and vigorous Azura power rushed into Lin Ming's skin and muscles like a raging tide. In that moment, it was like a true dragon was reviving within him. For a time, the mystical power of laws dissipated into the air, surging around Lin Ming's body. His body began to grow taller and the lines of his muscles grew even more perfect. His hair turned as red as blood. Even his looks changed, becoming far more resolute, far more murderous. A limitless, furiously raging aura stormed out from his body. After this transformation, he was like an Azura that had climbed out from the depths of hell. The power of the mysterious Azura laws condensed on Lin Ming's face, turning into law-cursed seals. Black dragon scales jutted out from his skin, forming a solid layer of armor. Chi-chi-chi. Thunder and fire howled out from within his inner world, twining around the black dragon scale armor, making him seem like a war god of thunder and fire. And behind Lin Ming, law runes and mystical strengths condensed, forming a massive Azura phantom. This Azura phantom had 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm grasping a different weapon as it blocked out the skies. An incalculable and majestic fighting intent erupted from the Azura phantom. This fighting intent completely overwhelmed the momentum gathered by the Good Fortune Saint Sun, instead forming a counter-suppression. In just an instant, all of the Good Fortune Saint Sun's gathered momentum had shattered. This is, whether it was the human Empyreans or the masters of the monster and demon races, or whether it was the saints present or the young elites present, all of them stared with utter disbelief at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, he could also undergo body metamorphosis? body metamorphosis was not just a change in appearance. The main factor was that Lin Ming's strength took a tremendous leap forwards. In terms of momentum, he even suppressed the good fortune Saint's son. Seeing this scene, the monster emperor gulped, his throat twitching. He looked at Empyrean Demon Dawn with incredulous eyes and said, Why do I feel that Lin Ming's body metamorphosis is even stronger than the good fortune Saint's son's sovereign blood body metamorphosis that he relied upon the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to use? How is this possible? After galvanizing the Azura blood within him, it wasn't just Lin Ming's strength that had increased, but there was also a world-shaking change in his aura. At the start, Lin Ming's aura was incomparably swift and relentless, carrying with it an unstoppably firm will. It seemed as if no matter what stood in front of him, he could still pierce through it. But after utilizing the Azura blood, Lin Ming's aura had become as fathomless as the bloody seas of hell, carrying with it a terrifying killing intent. Even for the many masters present, even great world kings, when they faced Lin Ming, they felt their minds and bodies be invaded by that vast killing intent, nearly causing them to suffocate as they gasped for breath. Lin Ming still had such a hidden card? From the start, he had kept back this last resort in order to deal with the good fortune Saint's son's Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Many human Empyreans suddenly realized. The reason Lin Ming had been suppressed by the good fortune Saint's son since the start was not because he was weak, but because he was saving his strength and energy. The good fortune Saint's son's Grand Mist Spirit Bead had long since been factored into his plan. When he challenged the good fortune Saint's son at the Monster Emperor's longevity feast, this wasn't an impulsive decision he had made on the spot. Rather, he had come up with a thorough strategy and had been gathering his momentum all this time for this challenge. This was the only reason he dared to recklessly bet everything he had. After understanding this, everyone felt frightened and awed. This young man Lin Ming was just completely incomprehensible. Just when they thought they understood everything about him, they realized that what they knew was only the tip of the iceberg. After not seeing him for many years, he left everyone's line of sight, and when he returned he soared into the heavens once more. What a terrifying youth! If he continues to grow, it's certain he will become a true divinity, the Monster Emperor said with a heavy sigh as he placed a hand on Empyrean Demon Dawn's shoulder. Lin Ming had even been able to shatter the shackles of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace with his own strength, to create another miracle and break through the realm of true divinity. That shouldn't be difficult for Lin Ming at all. Empyrean Demon Dawn remained silent. He couldn't help but admit that Lin Ming was the most terrifying youth he had ever seen in his life. Even the good fortune Saint's son was far inferior to him. At just 100 years old, he had begun to show his towering might and potential. If it weren't for the great calamity of humanity, he would absolutely become a character like Empyrean Divine Seal from 3.6 billion years ago, perhaps even surpassing him. Thinking of this, Empyrean Demon Dawn's heart trembled. Empyrean Divine Seal. Didn't he also appear during a great calamity? Perhaps, to Lin Ming, this great calamity wasn't a disaster, but might actually be a lucky chance. As long as he could withstand the great calamity, then Lin Ming would obtain an unbelievable advantage. He would be a phoenix reborn through nirvana, soaring to unimaginable heights. Perhaps Xian'er should really be with him, Empyrean Demon Dawn quietly thought to himself. He thought that perhaps he had made the wrong choice, but no matter what, he couldn't rely on his own subjective judgment to decide these matters and gamble the future of his people. Even if Lin Ming could survive the great calamity and become a true divinity, that didn't mean that his demon race would be equally able to survive the great calamity with Lin Ming. Oftentimes, when a peerless genius arose, the influences that they grew up with would experience unprecedented catastrophes. This was because the inside background of these influences was far too lacking, and they couldn't withstand the destiny that these unrivaled geniuses brought with them. In the end, all that awaited them was doom and destruction. Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't believe that the monster and demon races possessed such a background. At this time, in the skies, the good fortune Saint's son was beginning his attack. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead hung high above his head. Countless ribbons of black light flowed out, sealing the surrounding space. Lin Ming. The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes were cruel and vicious. Facing Lin Ming, he already felt a deep sense of frustration. Originally, this should have been a battle that he easily won no matter what. However, with things having come this far, he had even taken out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead but still wasn't able to suppress Lin Ming. This caused the good fortune Saint Sun to be enraged. "I will kill you." The good fortune Saint Sun clenched his jaws. Towards this person known as Lin Ming, who completely suppressed him in terms of talent, the good fortune Saint Sun desperately wanted to destroy him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more black silk ribbons appeared. This was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead's force field. After being enveloped in this force field, Lin Ming felt the blood vitality of his body gushing out, and even the power of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace was greatly limited. Grand Mist Spirit Bead. It was truly worthy of being regarded as the highest rank divine tools in existence. Even Lin Ming, who had an extremely solid foundation of blood energy, still found this enormous pressure difficult to withstand. Then, at this time, the good fortune Saint Sun moved. His body hurtled forwards. The golden power of good fortune erupted from his body like a volcano, dyeing the endless skies a glorious morning gold. Scorching hot power swept through the blue skies. It was like a golden sun had shattered in the skies, turning into endless rays of golden light. Although this was the good fortune divine art, after using the sovereign blood body metamorphosis, the good fortune Saint Sun's utilization of the good fortune divine art was completely incomparable to before. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming also no longer held back. He opened the heretical god force to the limit. Behind him, the massive phantom of the heretical god tree appeared once more. Its vast power poured itself into the Black Dragon Spear. This Black Dragon Spear was a true divinity spirit treasure. No matter how much power Lin Ming poured into it, it would welcome all without reserve. Perhaps even stimulating 10% of the Black Dragon Spear's strength would be enough to suck Lin Ming dry of energy. At the 5th level of the final trial, Lin Ming had only used one move with the Black Dragon Spear to crush the undying polar ice. For that one move, the strength Lin Ming poured into the Black Dragon Spear was nearly equal to half his total energy. First spear. Lin Ming grasped the Black Dragon Spear. Dozens of billions of genes of strength erupted from within him. Strength rose from his waist. Blood vessels bulged on his arms. With hands as heavy as a mountain, he thrust the spear straight out. Behind Lin Ming, the giant Azura Phantom fused into his body. Azura law runes wildly danced in the air. In order to conserve as much strength as possible, Lin Ming used the power of the Azura laws to stimulate movement of the Black Dragon Spear. Radash! The Black Dragon Spear's clarion cry rang out, like a dragon roaring into the deep blue skies. The good fortune Saint Sun's black sword collided with Lin Ming's spear. An unimaginably violent force erupted, tearing the surrounding space to shreds. The mortal bodies of the two opponents were as solid as divine iron. In such a violent collision, anything that wasn't at least an Empyrean spirit treasure would be turned into ash. As for the energy waves, they blasted out onto the bodies of the two with metallic ringing sounds, forcefully withstood. Even the space storms that swept out were stiffly shouldered all the same. Kacha! With a loud explosion, the good fortune Saint Sun's black sword light was stiffly torn apart by Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. The Black Dragon Spear moved forwards with unstoppable force, pushing straight through. Lin Ming's right arm sank and dozens of spear lights shot out from the Black Dragon Spear. They were like massive mountains, locking down the heavens. The good fortune Saint Sun had immediately fallen into an encirclement of Lin Ming's spear lights. Lin Ming has the upper hand. Some human Empyreans cried out in shock. They never imagined that Lin Ming's strike would actually break through the good fortune Saint Sun's sword light, and even soon hit his body. Scales of the sovereign blood. Seeing Lin Ming's spear thrust towards him, the good fortune Saint Sun bellowed out loud. The golden scales covering his body began to emit a blinding radiance. He had actually chosen to forcefully withstand Lin Ming's spear strike. Although 80 to 90% of Lin Ming's attack power had been blocked by the black sword light, the remaining 10 to 20% was still something that would not be easy to resist. If the good fortune Saint Sun chose to withstand this strike with his body, he would absolutely be injured. In that moment, Lin Ming's strength gushed out. The true dragon blood within him began to boil over. The two Dao palaces within him erupted with an incredible strength again and again. As he struck out with the black dragon spear, he vigorously pulled back his spear and thrust out 9 times, using the skill of the 100-layered waves to superimpose the strength of these 9 spear strikes together. These 9 spear strikes had no energy poured into them and were used with Lin Ming's bodily strength alone. This was because Lin Ming had just used his first move and it was impossible for him to summon the strength for the second move too quickly. Thus, he could only use his bodily strength to stiffly stab out his spear several more times to increase the might of the attack. This was already the limit of what he could do. Kacha! The black dragon spear heavily smashed into the good fortune Saint Sun's chest. The horrifying striking power of a peak true divinity spirit treasure was hard to imagine. Even though Lin Ming's spear strike had been weakened again and again, it still cracked apart the good fortune Saint Sun's protective astral essence and shattered his golden scales, causing him to vomit a massive amount of blood. The good fortune Saint Sun has been injured. Whether it was the human guests or the martial artists from the monster and demon races, they all gasped in shock. Ever since the battle started, this was the first time that the good fortune Saint Sun had been injured. Moreover, this was not a minor wound, but a severe injury that caused the good fortune Saint Sun to vomit blood. Lin Ming with his half-step Holy Lord cultivation had actually forced the good fortune Saint Sun into such a situation. Moreover, the good fortune Saint Sun had even used his sovereign blood body metamorphosis as well as having summoned the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The body metamorphosized Lin Ming was far too terrifying. He was like an Asura of hell. Gods who blocked his way would be cut down. Buddhas who blocked his way would be slain. Pa! The blood-stained good fortune Saint Sun suddenly grabbed onto Lin Ming's spear shaft. After activating his supreme sovereign blood body metamorphosis and also using the scales of the sovereign blood, his defensive ability had reached a terrifying degree. Even though he forcefully withstood Lin Ming's attack and had been injured to the point of spitting out blood, the spear hadn't pierced through his body. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The black dragon spear was like a living true dragon in his hands, constantly breaking into the good fortune Saint Sun's protective astral essence. With both sides deadlocked, the good fortune Saint Sun lifted the black heavy sword with one hand and fiendishly grinned. Lin Ming, you're dead. The good fortune Saint Sun's voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming was suddenly startled. From behind, he could feel a thick killing intent. Lin Ming, be careful. Xiao Moxian cried out in alarm. The many human Empyreans were also tense. At that time, a sharp black light was shooting straight towards Lin Ming from behind, and the center of the black light was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If Lin Ming continued to thrust his spear, he could undoubtedly heavily wound the good fortune Saint Sun. But at the same time he would also be struck by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If Lin Ming was struck by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the injuries it would cause to his body could be imagined. Take back the spear and defend. Empyrean Vast Universe's sound transmission crackled like thunder in Lin Ming's ears. He originally thought that the good fortune Saint Sun seemed strangely weak in his collision with Lin Ming just now, but now it seemed that the reason was because he had split off a portion of his strength to control the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sun would attack Lin Ming from the front, and then use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to sneak attack him from behind, placing him in a pincer attack. In this situation, even if Lin Ming took back his spear to defend, he had just attacked and his true essence was in a mess. He would still suffer heavy losses to the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. How the fight progressed after that could be imagined. But if Lin Ming didn't take back his spear to defend, the situation would be even worse. Only the heavens would know what consequences Lin Ming would suffer after being struck by the full strength attack of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. At worst, Lin Ming could even die here. Compared to death, simply losing to the good fortune Saint Sun was much better. This was the good fortune Saint Sun's sure-kill plan. With this attack, Lin Ming would likely lose. This was a truly vicious attack. However, at this time Lin Ming seemed as if he simply didn't hear Empyrean Vast Universe's sound transmission. He continued to hold onto the black dragon spear as before, thrusting it straight towards the good fortune Saint Sun's chest, utterly disregarding the grand mist spirit bead that was hurtling towards him. Within the brutal waves of energy, Lin Ming exuded a dense killing intent. The Azura phantom behind him clawed at the air like a demonic spirit trying to rip apart the skies. Do you really want to die? The good fortune Saint Sun was shocked. He never imagined that Lin Ming would be so ruthless and would continue attacking him even at the cost of being heavily wounded by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Seeing 90% of his own protective astral essence being broken by Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sun's eyes flashed with a vicious light. He fiercely said, "Good. Then if you want to die, let me help you. Even if I have to withstand this attack, the most I will suffer is a severe wound." The good fortune Saint Sun grit his teeth, revolving the little amount of strength he had left to the limit. "The one dying is you." Lin Ming fiercely grinned. Puff! The good fortune Saint Sun spat out a mouthful of blood as the black dragon spear thrust through his chest. Then he grabbed onto the black dragon spear's shaft, looking at Lin Ming like he was looking at someone already dead. After using all his energy in this strike, Lin Ming absolutely wouldn't be able to dodge the attack from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, and his injuries would be far more severe. It was even possible that the Grand Mist Spirit Bead strike would greatly damage Lin Ming's blood vitality and leave behind hidden wounds that hindered his future achievements. These thoughts made the good fortune Saint Sun feel even better. But as the black light of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was about to strike Lin Ming's back, a figure rushed out from Lin Ming's inner world. This figure was similar to Lin Ming before he activated his body metamorphosis. The figure wore black clothes and its blood vitality soared into the heavens, billowing into the skies like a rocket. "What? This is..." In that instant, it seemed as if Lin Ming had split into two. Everyone's eyes widened. Just what was happening? Whoosh! As this black figure appeared, a black will appeared under it. This was Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. And in the hands of this black figure was the purple gold spear that Lin Ming had been using before. This black-clothed figure that suddenly appeared was Lin Ming's avatar, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone revolved its astral essence to its limits, combining it with the horrifying blood vitality that had been tempered within it for billions and billions of years. It grasped the purple gold spear and shot towards the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Kacha! The purple gold spear in the Essence Spirit Embryo's hands smashed into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. In that moment, the originally not too flexible purple gold spear tightly curved, seeming as if it would break apart at any moment. The arms of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone exploded with blood shooting into the wind. And once this blood shot out, it was all absorbed by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, making for an extremely ghostly and macabre sight. For a time, energy erupted outwards. Behind Lin Ming, a violent detonation swept out, the raging strength like tides in a storm, flushing into Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun and causing them both to tumble away. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was the Essence Energy Avatar personally refined by the Azura Roadmaster. Even if the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was a peerless divine tool, the good fortune Saint Sun could only bring out a limited amount of its strength. In the fierce collision, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had only been struck to the point of losing blood, and a part of the Avatar's essence energy had also been absorbed by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. But this wasn't a problem at all. The essence energy could be restored through the myriad demon karmic wheel by sacrificing some of the souls within it. Because the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had moved to block over 99% of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead's attack power, Lin Ming hadn't suffered from the shockwaves at all. As the young elites witnessed this, all of them were dazed. They didn't know just what words to say. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, he said with an incredulous voice, "How is this possible? How could you possibly have such a terrifying flesh and blood avatar?" The good fortune Saint Sun had clearly seen that the appearance of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was the exact same as Lin Ming's. This was undoubtedly Lin Ming's avatar. But the avatar's body contained a terrifying blood vitality, one that was even greater than the good fortune Saint Sun's by an unbelievably large margin. He simply couldn't believe this was possible. At this time, Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun had briefly exhausted themselves of energy. They lost their balance in the air and were sent flying away by the wild fluctuations of energy. The gold fortune Saint Sun tried to adjust his breathing and blood vitality, wanting to summon enough astral essence to attack Lin Ming once more. Lin Ming simply sneered. From his inner world, another figure shot out. This figure wore purple clothes and a vast soul force gushed out from its body, as if it were a fathomless abyss of soul force. It formed a sharp contrast with the previously black-clothed Lin Ming. What? The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. All of the martial artists present cried out in shock. There's another one? This purple-clothed figure was naturally the second avatar, the Soul Springs Divine Embryo. This Soul Springs Divine Embryo stood atop a purple wheel, the Myriad Essence Reincarnation Wheel. It grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and hurtled straight towards the good fortune Saint Sun. In terms of defensive power, the Soul Springs Divine Embryo was far inferior to the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. But its attacks were far more strange and cunning, nearly impossible to guard against. The good fortune Saint Sun could barely believe his own eyes. The Soul Springs Divine Embryo was aiming its spear at his chest, and the point where it aimed was where Lin Ming had wounded him before. In Lin Ming's battle against the good fortune Saint Sun, he used every method he could, taking advantage of all possibilities to add wounds upon wounds. Seeing the spear point about to pierce him, the good fortune Saint Sun's face turned as pale as paper. Because he had exhausted his strength in the last attack, he hadn't been able to summon more astral essence. In other words, he couldn't resist this attack. Puff! The Phoenix Blood Spear pierced into the good fortune Saint Sun. The good fortune Saint Sun's chest collapsed inwards. However, his mortal body had been tempered innumerable times and was fused with almost endless essence, making it as hard as divine iron. Even though the Phoenix Blood Spear penetrated into his chest, it still wasn't able to tear through his heart. That was close, but it seems this avatar isn't too strong. The good fortune Saint Sun immediately thought. But before he could rejoice, he felt an agonizing pain within his spiritual sea. The Phoenix Blood Spear contained a spiritual strike that was attacking him like a hidden viper. The Soul Springs Divine Embryo strike had contained a soul attack. Ah! The good fortune Saint Sun screamed out loud, his body shaking. The pain brought through a soul attack was several times that of a physical attack. The good fortune Saint Sun grabbed his head, fiercely struggling with himself. Die! Lin Ming had recovered his strength again in the several breaths of time he had. He grasped the Black Dragon Spear and attacked the good fortune Saint Sun once more. When his main body used the Black Dragon Spear, he could use 3 moves total. This was the second. For a time, Joyful Dragon and Phoenix Phantoms appeared behind Lin Ming. In that moment, his aura climbed to new heights. From within Lin Ming's inner world, wild true essence and astral essence erupted. A dazzling brilliance covered the skies, as if a sun was exploding within him, causing everyone to close their eyes from the brightness. Behind Lin Ming, 9 massive stars appeared once more. Their vast starlight poured down like a waterfall, converging into Lin Ming's body. Paka paka. Lin Ming's joints released crackling, explosive sounds. He bit down on his lip and spat out blood essence, brilliantly burning it. By combusting his blood essence through the gate of life, Lin Ming's strength rapidly climbed to the peak, soon approaching that of 10 dragons. The scattered wounds marring Lin Ming's body also began to rapidly regenerate. In that moment, as he grasped the Black Dragon Spear, his long hair recklessly fluttering in the wind as he stood proud in the skies, he seemed full of an invincible might. This brat! Empyrean Demon Dawn took a deep breath, a trace of fear and shock in his eyes. Lin Ming was just far too terrifying. In his battle with the good fortune Saint Sun, he had experienced a brutal, prolonged fight and had consumed a mind-boggling amount of energy, and his meridians and blood vessels had been torn in countless areas. Even so, in the final moments he was still able to erupt with such an overwhelming level of strength. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, He had been severely wounded by Lin Ming to the point of vomiting blood. This was the Saint race, a race renowned throughout the 33 heavens for their body transformation technique. Out of all the races, they possessed the number one mortal bodily strength and endurance. By relying on their mortal bodies alone, they could struggle with true dragons. Yet at the end, Lin Ming's endurance and physical strength actually surpassed that of the Saint Sun. How could Empyrean Demon Dawn not be amazed? Lin Ming, facing this spear, the good fortune Saint Sun gnashed his teeth. His current situation was far worse than Lin Ming's. His blood vitality was in a chaotic mess and his organs were damaged in many places. The astral essence around him had scattered and he could gather less than 50%. All he could do now was rely on the Grand Mist Spirit bead. The good fortune Saint Sun roared out loud. He suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue and burnt a wisp of his blood essence. Seeing this, the entire audience of martial artists was left bewildered. The good fortune Saint Sun had been forced by Lin Ming to burn his blood essence. Although the good fortune Saint Sun's supreme sovereign blood was incomparably powerful, that didn't mean he had the ability to willfully burn it as he pleased. Once he burned a little, it meant he had that much less. And the good fortune Saint Sun's bloodline was extremely special. Once he burned some of his blood essence, it would be immensely problematic to make up for. This move clearly indicated that the good fortune Saint Sun had gone all out. The Grand Mist Spirit bead fiercely spun, creating a dark red vortex. The good fortune Saint Sun spat burning blood essence into the Grand Mist Spirit bead. The Grand Mist Spirit bead then emitted an increasingly brilliant red light. I will swallow all of your flesh and blood essence energy. The good fortune Saint Sun had bet everything on this. He poured the totality of his strength into this attack. His remaining strength was clearly less than Lin Ming's. He could only use the Grand Mist Spirit bead to make up for this deficiency. The moment that the Grand Mist Spirit bead shot out, Lin Ming also attacked. The heretical god force erupted. A tyrannical and savage power of thunder and fire turbulently poured into the black dragon spear. The spear thrust out. Like a mysterious vortex, all of the light in the skies was swallowed up by this spear, immediately causing the world to darken. Everyone was shrouded in this darkness. Only the black dragon spear in Lin Ming's hands remained blindingly brilliant. The maddening aura of the Azura Great Tao condensed. The surrounding space began to shatter like glass, large tracts of space collapsing in on itself. Lin Ming's spear strike already contained the charm of the Gate of Law's Black Azura's final strike. This spear seemed as if it could pierce through the entire universe. This was the power of the Azura laws, as horrifying as the abyss of hell. Lin Ming's momentum was like a rainbow. A giant Azura phantom formed around him. With the support of this Azura phantom, Lin Ming struck out at the good fortune Saint Sun. And at the same time, two figures flew towards Lin Ming from two sides. Of these two figures, one wore purple clothes and one wore black clothes. They were Lin Ming's two avatars. They each held onto their spear, sending out their all-out attacks, completely fusing together with Lin Ming's strike. This heaven-shaking spear light smashed into the Grand Mist Spirit bead. Kacha! An earth-shattering explosion burst out. The Grand Mist Spirit bead violently trembled. The surrounding space was like glass smashed with a hammer, all of it shattering to pieces. Countless Azura Law runes flashed out from the destroyed space like stars. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Some martial artists cried out in alarm. In the face of such terrifying strength, even if they stood 100 miles away, they would still be swallowed up and annihilated. But at this time, the human and monster races both had Empyreans take action. They set up shimmering light barriers that blocked the dreadful shockwaves of energy. The energy crashed into the Empyreans' light barriers. After causing them to fiercely shake, it returned like a lowering tide. The endless sand and sea water was swept into the air, where it instantly disintegrated into the finest powder before scattering through the world. For a time, it was like a massive meteor had crashed into the island. The entire island had been hollowed out and a crazy amount of water vapor soared upwards, rapidly condensing into dark clouds in the skies before falling back down like an endless rainstorm. Endless sea water gushed in, filling up the titanic crater in the center of the island. Waves roared and ceaseless rain poured, making it seem like the end of the world. What happened? Many young elites looked at each other in dismay. They hadn't been able to clearly see the results of the final strike. Someone looked at the many surrounding Empyreans. All they saw was that there were several human Empyreans who were even shivering. Among these people were Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Traceless. The two of them had clenched their fists so hard that blue veins were visible and their knuckles had turned white. It was like space itself was breaking beneath their grasp. After their cultivation reached the Empyrean realm, there was little that could cause them to lose their composure like this. The reason they had such an intense reaction, even shaking, was because their excitement had reached the limit. In their eyes there was nothing but absolute disbelief, interwoven with a zealous joy and trepidation. Few understood the situation as well as they did. Humanity was lost in an eternal night, drowning in sorrow and misery without an end in sight. To them, this battle between the good fortune Saint Sun and Lin Ming was of monumental importance. This duel was enough to ignite humanity's flames of hope. Could it be? Seeing the response of the human Empyreans, the hearts of the young elites present trembled. They turned their heads and looked towards the Saint Empyrean. Not too far away, the Saint Empyrean floated high in the void. Even within the endless drops of falling sea water, not a single one was able to touch him. However, his complexion had become dark and gloomy enough to drip water. The response of the Saint Empyrean had confirmed their guesses. Lin Ming won. He won? As this thought flashed through all of the young human elites' minds, the heavy rain finally finished falling. In the boundless mist, there was only a single proud figure remaining. This figure grasped the black dragon spear, his long hair slicked back through the rain. This person was Lin Ming, and opposite Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sun had disappeared in the endless mist, having completely vanished from sight, as if he had sunk into the sea. Your Highness Wuma. The Saint Empyrean's complexion was ugly. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Ming. Shua! The Saint Empyrean glared at Lin Ming. The two of them were only several miles apart. To an Empyrean, this distance could be covered in less than 1,000th of a split second. This caused the human Empyreans present to tense up. Immediately, the energy fields of several human Empyreans covered Lin Ming to deter against any and all possibilities. They were afraid that this Saint Empyrean would turn mad and suddenly attack Lin Ming. Humph! The Saint Empyrean coldly coughed. He flew down, shooting into the sea like an arrow. Bang! The sea waves splashed up hundreds of feet high before gradually dying down. After several breaths of time, the sea waves exploded once more. The Saint Empyrean flew non-stop from the sea. In his left hand was the dim Grand Mist Spirit bead, and in his right hand was the good fortune Saint Sun, who no longer resembled a person at all. In that final collision with Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sun's body had been cracked apart in countless places. His right hand dangled uselessly at his side, and it was clear all his bones there were broken. There were only a few muscles and meridians still connecting it. On his body, his golden scales had cracked open and blood flowed out. This blood was also gold in color. This was the good fortune Saint Sun's source blood from his sovereign blood body metamorphosis. This sort of blood was several times heavier than mercury. As it flowed out, no sea waves or rain was able to wash it away. The good fortune Saint Sun had been defeated. Even though he had used the 5th level of the good fortune divine art, even though he had finally summoned the Grand Mist Spirit bead and released his sovereign blood body metamorphosis, even though he didn't hesitate to burn his blood essence and put forth every single one of his skills, in the end he had been defeated by Lin Ming. He had not been defeated because he had underestimated his opponent. He had poured forth the entirety of his martial arts skills. The reason he had lost was because he was weaker than Lin Ming. I can't believe this. The monster emperor stood high in the air. Facing the violent waves, his mind inexplicably shook. His speed and strength are without flaws, and his utilization of laws has reached the peak. Even his mortal body is perfect to the extreme, no worse than that of the Saint race's Saint Son. In time, when Lin Ming's cultivation reaches large success, just who will be able to stop him? The monster emperor couldn't help but think to himself. Lin Ming's age couldn't be compared to the good fortune Saint Son's at all. The difference in the levels of talent couldn't be called a minor difference, but a disparity further apart than the clouds and mud. If things continued at this rate, Lin Ming wouldn't even need 200 years before he could fight with an Empyrean. At that time, without accident, Lin Ming's cultivation wouldn't even be at the World King realm. To fight an Empyrean before even reaching the World King realm, this was a terrifying prospect. Demon Dawn. The monster emperor turned to look at Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn was also left speechless. In this world, if there could be said to be someone who could resist the invasion of a race alone, then perhaps that person would be Lin Ming. Empyrean Demon Dawn looked at Lin Ming. All the human and monster Empyreans, all of the young elites present, everyone turned to look at Lin Ming. Within their shining eyes was awe and fear, admiration and excitement, all the spectrum of emotions flashing in them. Today, Lin Ming had written his own legend. This would be an event recorded in the annals of history. If humanity still persisted for another 3.6 billion years, then after that time the ancient texts of humanity would record Lin Ming's name, possibly even describing him with more words than Empyrean Divine Seal. Perhaps even if humanity were to perish and the saints were to rewrite history with their own illustrious victories and merits, Lin Ming would be the one point they couldn't erase. The vapor in the air became increasingly light. Lin Ming was covered in a faint misty light, and around this light fluttered endless Azura law fragments. The two Azura wheels still slowly spun beneath Lin Ming's feet. At this time, Lin Ming was heavily wounded. The bones in his left arm were completely shattered and his organs and meridians were broken in many places. Fresh blood flowed out from his body, slowly washed away by the thick watery mist and rain. His true essence, astral essence, and spirit essence had been used up. Even the combat efficiency of his two avatars had reached near zero. Even so, in the end Lin Ming was the one still flying in the air and the good fortune Saint Sun had already fallen unconscious. Puff! Lin Ming's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He shivered and the Azura law runes around him flashed with a dazzling light. Big Brother Lin. Xiao Moxian's heart tightened. Not too far away, Mo Eversnow and Mo Bright Moon were gripped with fear. They found it hard to restrain themselves from rushing forwards. Although Lin Ming had defeated the good fortune Saint Sun, he had still withstood many terrifying attacks. If these attacks accumulated, who knew what their effects on Lin Ming would be? Maybe even though he was standing. The truth was that he was grievously wounded within, and he was nothing but a lamp that had run out of oil. Seeing Lin Ming's condition, the Saint Empyrean sneered. Humph! The Grand Mist Spirit Bead's attack isn't that easy to resist. Even if you block the frontal attack of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, your life source will still be affected and you will lose a tremendous amount of blood vitality. It isn't strange for there to be hidden wounds left behind. In this battle, the good fortune Saint Sun had combusted a wisp of his blood essence but still wasn't able to defeat Lin Ming. Instead, Lin Ming was the one to obtain victory and glory. The Saint Empyrean was naturally unhappy about this. But as he saw the changes in Lin Ming's situation, he finally found something to rejoice over. The Saint Empyrean's words caused the hearts of many people to skip a beat. Out of essence, energy, and divine, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was the peak divine tool that controlled essence. This included blood essence. If one was attacked by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it wouldn't be unusual for their blood essence to be lost. If this were true, then the consequences would be dreadful. Although Lin Ming won, he did so by stubbornly persisting until the end. Although the wounds caused by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead aren't enough to endanger his life, they will inevitably affect his future achievements. Lin Ming's bloodline is powerful, perhaps the highest bloodline in humanity, but at the same time that also means restoring his own blood vitality is that much more difficult. The blood vitality essence energy that was sucked up by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, How will he make up for that? The Saint Empyrean jeered again. Although Lin Ming had defeated the good fortune Saint Sun, he would still find some places to push back. If Lin Ming had some hidden wounds and it appeared that he had overdrawn upon his life to barely defeat the good fortune Saint Sun, that was a far better story of events. Big Brother Lin. The Saint Empyrean's words caused Xiao Moxian to cry out in worry. She wanted to probe Lin Ming's situation, but because her cultivation had been sealed, she couldn't fly up. As for Mo Eversnow, her figure flickered and she flew up towards Lin Ming. She took out a transcendent divine pill from his spatial ring, one that Empyrean Divine Dream had given her, and prepared to feed it to Lin Ming. But at this time, Empyrean Divine Dream actually blocked Mo Eversnow. Don't panic, Lin Ming's body is strange. It might not be as simple as an injury. There is a change occurring in his inner world. After being reminded by Empyrean Divine Dream, Mo Eversnow discovered that there were indeed massive changes occurring within Lin Ming's inner world. Because of that violent battle just now, Lin Ming's inner world had come under repeated attacks of brutal energy, actually causing a fissure to appear within. The boundaries of his inner world had started to break open. Mo Eversnow was startled. The sneering Saint Empyrean's complexion also changed as he saw this. If the boundaries of an inner world shattered, it could mean the total collapse of that inner world. The consequences of such an event were inconceivable. At the best, he would lose his cultivation, and at the worst, he would perish here. But there was also a second possibility, and that was a martial artist was making a breakthrough in their cultivation. When a martial artist was making a breakthrough, the boundaries of their inner world would tear apart and then reform. And when a divine lord broke through to a holy lord, the great world within them would transform into a small universe. This heaven-sundering upheaval was a drastic change. It was common for a martial artist to vomit blood. Could Lin Ming be? Mo Eversnow held her breath. And at this time, all around Lin Ming, the dispersed power of the Azura laws began to wildly rush towards him. The surging power of Azura drove the energy within the world along with it. The world's power of good fortune had been previously seized by the good fortune Saint Sun. But after the good fortune Saint Sun was defeated, the raging power of good fortune also dissipated, scattering through the world. But now, all of this power of good fortune followed the scattered Azura laws in the skies and swept towards Lin Ming's inner world. What? Seeing this scene, the Saint Empyrean's eyes turned wide. For the inner world to open wide and greedily suck up all the energy of the world. This meant that Lin Ming was making his breakthrough. He had just said that Lin Ming's life source had been affected by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, leaving behind hidden wounds and even possibly hindering his future achievements. This would be a normal consequence of surviving an attack from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had begun to converge the power of the world within himself to complete a breakthrough. Even the power of good fortune that the good fortune Saint Sun wrested from the world was absorbed by Lin Ming, becoming a gift to him. How is this possible? The Saint Empyrean was in a state of utter disbelief. After Lin Ming fiercely battled the good fortune Saint Sun, although he had still managed to remain standing in the end, his body was in a mess. He had an unknown number of meridians injured and had lost a great deal of blood vitality. In this situation where he hadn't even had time to heal, how could he experience a breakthrough? Lin Ming was already a half-step holy lord. Once he made a breakthrough, he would be a holy lord. In simpler words, a half-step holy lord was ultimately still a divine lord. From divine lord to holy lord, this was leaping a large boundary upwards, a whole new level for a martial artist. The inner world of a divine lord martial artist was like a continent high in the skies, and above the earth were twisting rivers and towering mountains, complete with all sorts of plants and other life forms. But a holy lord realm martial artist was different. Their inner world's continent would shatter and reform into a planet. As for their inner world, it would become a universe capable of holding this planet. This meant that a martial artist's strength would rapidly soar but also involve all sorts of risks. Many martial artists would undergo all kinds of preparations, waiting until they were in their peak state before daring to make this breakthrough. Even then, They didn't necessarily have full confidence in success, much less someone like the current Lin Ming. I will be his protector. Empyrean Vast Universe's figure flashed and he arrived in front of Lin Ming. He released an energy as great as a cosmos, rapidly surrounding Lin Ming within it. He did this to prevent the Saint Empyrean from playing some trick on Lin Ming. After all, a martial artist was weakest during their breakthroughs, and the slightest interruption could cause severe wounds. No one anticipated that Lin Ming would be making a breakthrough at this time. This was simply because at the final trial's third level, after Lin Ming fused with the Azura blood, the energy within his inner world had already reached the limit. He had been ready to break into the Holy Lord realm ever since then. But during the final trial's third level, Lin Ming had suppressed his breakthrough in order to further consolidate his cultivation. This caused his cultivation to pause at the half-step Holy Lord realm. And now, with his violent duel with the Good Fortune Saint's son, Lin Ming had displayed his greatest strength again and again, repeatedly impacting his inner world with a tyrannical level of energy. Finally, the suppressed energy within Lin Ming had erupted. His breakthrough was now an unstoppable event. Ka. Within Lin Ming's inner world, a massive continent dozens of times larger than an ordinary martial artist's began to rapidly sunder open. The ground cracked and lava came gushing out. Lin Ming paled and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. To an essence-gathering system martial artist, their inner world was their life source. Once that inner world shattered, a martial artist would definitely suffer the backlash. Lin Ming's foundation was countless times more formidable than that of others of his level. Whether it was mortal body, meridians, or capacity of his dantian, all of it could compare favorably with a great world king. But correspondingly, because Lin Ming's inner world was far too magnificent, once it began collapsing it would create a terrifying explosion. This sort of explosion was something that even a world king would find difficult to bear. And Lin Ming had already exhausted all his strength. It wouldn't be easy to persist through this. Brat, you are more than ruthless. After today, you are your own myth, Empyrean Vast Universe shouted at Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's entire body was drenched in blood, Empyrean Vast Universe wasn't worried that he would die here at all. Lin Ming had an incredible destiny upon his body. Even facing the Good Fortune Saint's son who had his own rainbow-like destiny, Lin Ming had defeated him. So how could Lin Ming possibly die here during his breakthrough to the Holy Lord realm? Show! The energy of the world howled. A crazy power of good fortune rushed forth like a wave of tsunamis, all of it swelling towards Lin Ming. Behind Lin Ming, the Azura war god Phantom appeared once more. An infinite amount of mysterious Azura laws wildly surged out, causing the land to be immersed in a world of independent laws. The energy within Lin Ming's inner world was like a snowball rolling down a hill, becoming larger as it went. Soon, it reached a critical point. It would completely erupt. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of echoing thunderclaps transmitted from Lin Ming's inner world. The continent in Lin Ming's inner world completely collapsed at this moment. Massive tracts of the continent disintegrated into fragments, mixing together with the lava, broken mountains and rivers. Everything collapsed in on itself. Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he was dripping sweat. At this moment, the minds of everyone present tightened. Even Xiao Moxian clenched her fists, burning with worry. Even though she knew that it was unlikely for Lin Ming to experience any accidents during his breakthrough, love was never rational to begin with. Her heart had already leapt into her throat. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosions within his inner world continued without end. Then, within Lin Ming's completely ruined inner world, the vast power of laws rained down, completely condensing atop the remnants of the continent. An invisible attraction force appeared. All of the fragments of the continent gathered together, condensing into another form. And at this moment, in the deep center of the continent's fragments, a small black hole appeared. This small black hole released a mighty gravitational force, causing all of the nearby continent fragments to firmly stick onto it, compressing even tighter. This was a special effect of the divine seal art. Due to the celestial body condensed through the divine seal art, a martial artist's planet would be 100 times more compact and 100 times heavier. As the planet reformed, more and more crazy auras erupted from Lin Ming's body. The surrounding origin energy in the air, the power of good fortune, all of it chaotically rushed towards this point, creating countless energy vortexes. These energy vortexes came in different sizes. Because of their appearance, the laws of the world began to stir up. Some martial artists weren't able to deal with the sudden change around them and stumbled before falling down from the skies. Ah! Someone cried out in shock. With the cultivations of the martial artists present, they wouldn't suffer any wounds even if they fell to the ground. But this sudden feeling of being unable to control the energy within the world combined with losing the ability to fly made many of these young elites with insufficient cultivations feel terrified. Luckily, they had their own masters or elders standing nearby to send out beams of true essence to grab onto these people. Even many divine Lord Realm martial artists felt unsteady. They couldn't help but summon more true essence in order to stabilize themselves. At this time, more and more energy vortexes appeared in the skies. From afar, the entire heaven was lit up with endless divine light, as if countless tiny suns had appeared on the horizon, innumerable and stretching without end. When the weaker martial artists were caught in the range of these energy vortexes, they felt an extreme pressure push down on them, making them feel nauseous. "This is..." Another young elite cried out in alarm. "This is the aura formed by a peerless powerhouse," a human Empyrean slowly said. Lin Ming had inherited the legacy of the Azura Roadmaster, and in the Azura Roadmaster's many lives he had gone on innumerable expeditions. Countless ancient kings had fallen to his hands, and many of these ancient kings had cultivations comparable to a true divinity. Through 3.3 billion years of battle, the Azura Roadmaster had killed these countless peerless powerhouses and their aura had gathered together. This was an extremely terrifying concept. Even if Lin Ming had only inherited less than 1,000th of this, it was still enough to intimidate the many young elites present. It was difficult for them to withstand this pressure. Is this the breakthrough of a holy lord? Although the momentum isn't as great as an Empyrean breakthrough, a great world king cannot hope to match up to this. On the Saint race's side, the Saint Empyrean paled. He was a peak Empyrean, but because of the breakthrough of a junior breaking into the Holy Lord realm, he had nearly lost his mind. This was because the momentum of Lin Ming breaking into the Holy Lord realm was far too vast. If he were to break into the Empyrean realm in the future, just what would happen then? Would even a great world break apart? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a sharp cutting sound, the many energy vortexes spinning between the heavens and earth began to rush into Lin Ming's inner world. The light shining out from Lin Ming's body became increasingly bright. As the massive number of energy vortexes converged within him, it made him look like an exploding sun, blinding to the eyes. In this situation, many young elites turned as white as a ghost. They found it difficult to breathe. When this momentum reached the limit, there was a resounding explosion as horrifying light waves erupted from within Lin Ming. A tremendous pressure gushed out. This sort of feeling was like numerous divine dragons roaring out together. The vast sea was pushed away and hollowed out by the air waves, creating a giant blue bowl that extended for hundreds of miles. At the edges of this bowl, the rough sea waves raged up and down. Every single wave was like a blue mountain, grand and majestic as it soared into the skies. Behind Lin Ming, a black phantom that was hundreds of feet high appeared. This black phantom had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each arm was as thick and sturdy as a pillar that supported the skies and also held different weapons. The aura of this phantom had reached the pinnacle of possibility. This was the Azura War God Phantom. If the young elites present weren't protected by their respective masters and elders, they might have already vomited blood and been grievously wounded upon facing this giant. Roar! The black phantom leaned back its head and crazily howled into the skies. Its cry broke into the dome of the world and trillions of pillars of water shot into the skies. At this time, the entire heaven-lifting black pagoda fiercely shook. In the midst of this savage howl, even common Holy Lord realm martial artists were soon unable to withstand it. After several breaths of time, there was a rustling sound as the giant black phantom rapidly shrunk before submerging into Lin Ming's body and completely disappearing from sight. In the frenzy of energy, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. His eyes sparked with arcs of lightning, as if his gaze alone could penetrate into the skies. As for the aura of his body, it was completely restrained without the least bit flowing out. This was because when Lin Ming's inner world had reformed, it had taken a black hole celestial body as its core. All of the strength within his inner world had condensed into this black hole with only a tiny amount leaking out. At this moment, Lin Ming had finally broken into the Holy Lord Realm. Holy Lord Realm. It really is the Holy Lord Realm. Not too far away, the Saint Empyrean had already long lost his previous haughty calm. At the end of Lin Ming's battle with the Good Fortune Saint Sun, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had completely exhausted himself, and it was likely this battle would affect his future cultivation. But on the other hand, not only did Lin Ming not have any permanent damage, but he had broken through his cultivation base and become a holy lord. The disparity was simply beyond description. To an entire race, a single Holy Lord Realm martial artist wasn't anything at all. Amongst the human race of the Divine Realm alone, there were several hundred Empyreans, 3,000 rulers of great worlds, the numerous great world kings of the many Empyrean heavenly palaces as well as those that were hidden, and as for ordinary world kings and Holy Lord Realm martial artists, they were simply innumerable. When an ordinary martial artist broke into the Holy Lord Realm, to someone on the level of an Empyrean, that was the same as a tiny bug breaking out of its cocoon. It simply wouldn't arouse their interest. But Lin Ming breaking into the Holy Lord Realm left all the Empyreans present shocked, speechless for a long time. The half-step Holy Lord Lin Ming had already been strong enough to suppress the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Then, just how strong would he be after becoming a Holy Lord? If the current Lin Ming were to fight with the Good Fortune Saint Sun again, just what sort of scene would that be? Not too far away, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had already awoken from his unconsciousness and swallowed a recovery pill. Today was the most frustrating day he had experienced in his life. During his battle with Lin Ming, he had even burnt a bit of his blood essence and still lost. Even so, the damage to his mortal body was nothing compared to the blow to his deepest feelings. In particular, after the battle finished, the seriously wounded Lin Ming had broken into the Holy Lord Realm and had cast him further behind by a larger margin. When this was combined with the fact that Lin Ming was younger than he was, this left him unable to summon the courage to chase after him. Your Highness Wuma, beside the Good Fortune Saint Sun, the Saint Empyrean sighed in his heart. When the saints invaded the Divine Realm, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had won a series of victories. First, he had led the grand army of the saints in an expedition through the bright luster world, obtaining countless accolades, and after that he had continuously challenged human world kings and even a great world king, beating them all one after another. For the last several dozen years, the momentum of the saints had risen to the top of the wave. At the same time, the morale of humanity had been pushed into a pit. The Good Fortune Saint Sun was originally someone with illustrious and nigh undefeated exploits, but today he had been defeated by Lin Ming, and it had been an absolute loss. The Saint Empyrean didn't know how to comfort the Good Fortune Saint Sun. He could only say, Your Highness, the day for our saint race to conquer the Divine Realm is not too far away. At that time, Lin Ming will absolutely not have had the time to grow. A dead genius is no genius at all. As the Saint Empyrean spoke, the Good Fortune Saint Sun didn't seem to hear him at all. The Good Fortune Saint Sun gripped his fists together, releasing explosive crackling sounds from his knuckles. He could not tolerate such a defeat. Even if the saints were to destroy humanity in the end, he had still lost to Lin Ming. This was an unchangeable fact as well as the ultimate disgrace of his life. Wuma, you have been defeated. According to our agreement, take out the methods for humanity to break into true divinity, as well as the 9 orifices exquisite pill, and also cancel your marriage proposal to the demon race. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and pointed it towards the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Killing intent gushed out from his body, forming a sound like rolling thunderclaps that stunned the world. At this time, because Lin Ming had just made his breakthrough, His originally damaged body and energy had been restored by over half. Thus, as he spoke, his aura was extremely powerful. The sound waves of his voice caused space to shiver, and the already severely wounded Good Fortune Saint's son found this difficult to withstand. His body shook and his complexion paled. The Saint Empyrean beside him released a wisp of astral essence and poured it into the Good Fortune Saint's son. Only then was the Good Fortune Saint's son able to relax. To the Good Fortune Saint's son, this was an unprecedented humiliation. In the past, when hadn't it been him who had used his aura to suppress and frighten others? Even when Empyreans were present, the Good Fortune Saint's son was still able to rely on the Grand Mist Spirit bead in his body to remain composed. But now, his meridians and organs were damaged and his astral essence was in utter chaos. He was completely unable to stimulate the Grand Mist Spirit bead at all. He had been entirely suppressed by Lin Ming. The Good Fortune Saint's son gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Ming with eyes that could kill. He waved his arm and 2 jade slips and a pillbox shot out like arcs of lightning. Pa! The jade slips and pillbox fell into Lin Ming's hand. The pillbox shattered, immediately revealing a Longan-sized pill. The pill was a deep green and had a fragrance that warmed the heart and mind. This was the 9 Orifices Exquisite Pill. The 9 Orifices Exquisite Pill was a pill whose grade neared the true divinity level. It had been personally refined by the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, and the materials used to refine it were extremely rare. It was a true miracle medicine for body transformation martial artists. For Lin Ming it was extremely useful. As for the 2 jade slips, they were true divinity cultivation methods that could be used by humans. One was relatively complete and one was extremely incomplete. Lin Ming cultivated the Azura Heavenly Tao, thus these jade slips weren't too useful to him. But for the Empyreans of humanity, their significance was completely different. As the many human Empyreans present looked at the 2 jade slips in Lin Ming's hand, their eyes shined. These were human cultivation methods for breaking into true divinity. In the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, the inheritances of humanity had been severed and breaking into the realm of true divinity had become a myth that was no longer possible. To the Empyreans of humanity, this had become a pain forever lodged in their hearts. Although they were clearly aware that even with these 2 sets of cultivation methods it was still incomparably unlikely for them to become true divinities, there was still a ray of hope. For those dedicated to traversing the road of martial arts, what they feared the most was not that it was dangerous or arduous, but that there was no hope to continue at all. For a time, the several human Empyreans present couldn't help but use their senses to probe the jade slips. Hope shined in their eyes without reserve. Each one of them had extraordinary levels of experience. They were naturally able to see that these jade slips weren't fakes, but real true divinity level cultivation methods. Humph! These half-dead geezers, do they really think they can break into true divinity with this? Even if I gave them the jade slips, it would still be useless. The Good Fortune Saint's son ferociously thought in his heart. Not only was becoming a true divinity nearly impossible, but even if they could, who knew when that would happen? When an Empyrean cultivated, they used millions of years or hundreds of thousands of years as the unit of time. In the Good Fortune Saint's son's eyes, humanity would have long perished by then. Even so, these 2 jade slips that Lin Ming won had an extraordinary significance for humanity. Lin Ming, you have really helped us a lot. Empyrean Vast Universe thanked from his heart. Beside him, Empyrean Divine Dream also slightly bowed. Although these 2 true divinity cultivation methods didn't have much use to Lin Ming, he had still put forth the Black Dragon Spear in a gambling bet with the Good Fortune Saint's son. And that Black Dragon Spear was definitely highly significant to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had won these 2 true divinity cultivation methods all in order to stabilize the hearts of the Empyreans of humanity, and so that the Good Fortune Saint's son couldn't use these cultivation methods to bewitch them. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't even need the saints to attack. There would inevitably be traitors in their ranks that would cause humanity to be in an even more precarious position. We all owe Lin Ming our gratitude, Empyrean Divine Dream softly said. As she looked at Lin Ming, there was a complex emotion in her eyes. The Divine Realm first martial meeting was when Divine Dream had first seen Lin Ming. At that time, Lin Ming had still been weaker than Hang Qi and Frost Dream, and his talent was slightly inferior to that of Xian Maxian. Back then, she had only paid a minor amount of attention to him, not attaching too much importance to him in her heart. She never imagined that so many years later, Lin Ming would have such legendary accomplishments. His growth could not be described with common sense. How terrifying! I fear that, in another 100 to 200 years, Lin Ming will catch up to me. Empyrean Vast Universe wryly smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. He felt nothing but heartfelt joy at seeing Lin Ming's breakthrough, but he also felt it was unbelievable. 100 to 200 years from now, Lin Ming would only be a few hundred years old. To have strength comparable to an Empyrean at this age was mind-boggling. It could only be said that Lin Ming's talent defied the will of the heavens to begin with, and with the shifting trends of the world brought about by the Great Calamity, this allowed his achievements to surpass any reasonable logic. In this grand world, heroes will pour forth from the ranks. At that time, Lin Ming will inevitably be the one leading them. As for the other young elites, they will surely shine brilliantly, but no matter how dazzling they are, they still won't outshine Lin Ming. The new was constantly replacing the old. At that moment, Empyrean Vast Universe felt the true weight of his age. Although he was an Empyrean, this great calamity was not his stage. Only Empyrean Divine Dream, Great Limitless Buddha, Emperor Sakya, Empyrean Demon Dawn, and other such peak Empyreans had the ability to stand upon the stage of the world. For them, there was even a faint ray of hope that they could take one more step forwards and break into the realm of true divinity. In the skies, Lin Ming put away the 9 orifices exquisite pill. With a wave of his arm, the 2 jade slips shot out and fell into Divine Dream's hand. Senior Divine Dream, these jade slips will be left in your care. I believe you are much more suitable for keeping them. Divine Dream could be called the leader of humanity. If the jade slips were given to her, it would give her words that much more weight. After all, Divine Dream was only the nominal leader of humanity, and many Empyreans might not be willing to listen to her. But with these 2 jade slips, she would be the one controlling power and authority. Just who would dare not listen to her? Divine Dream grasped these 2 jade slips that were still warm from Lin Ming's touch and heavily nodded. She would receive this gratitude. Although Lin Ming owed a graciousness to her, it was far inferior to how Lin Ming had just repaid the favor. Cultivate in peace then. Leave the war matters between humanity and the saints to me. Empyrean Divine Dream said with a sound transmission. Great. Lin Ming could faintly feel that the true outbreak of the Great Calamity wasn't too far away. He had to make use of this remaining time as well as he could and increase his strength as much as possible. Lin Ming clenched his fists and turned around, looking straight at Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor. Senior Demon Dawn, Senior Monster Emperor. Lin Ming's voice was filled with energy. Facing these 2 Empyreans, his aura shined brilliantly, not weakening in the least. Demon Dawn silently looked towards Lin Ming, speechless. Today, Lin Ming's actions, all of his performances, could no longer be described as those of a peerless character. Rather, he could be called the number 1 junior within the entirety of the 33 heavens. Whether it was strength, talent, character, bearing, courage, or perseverance, he was simply perfection personified. By all reasoning, such a character would have countless influences struggling to court him. Innumerable rulers and powerhouses would send out all of their most outstanding disciples, daughters, and granddaughters to Lin Ming, even as concubines. In peaceful times, even Empyrean Demon Dawn would be glad and assured to see Xiao Maxian together with Lin Ming. But now, the situation was completely different. Senior Demon Dawn Junior wishes to propose marriage. Please betroth Xianer to this junior. Lin Ming cupped his fists together, his voice ringing out clear and loud. As his voice spread through the audience, Xiao Maxian trembled. Her eyes were wet with tears. At the start, when Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint's son decided to battle, Xiao Maxian had been extremely worried for him. Later, when Lin Ming fiercely fought the good fortune Saint's son without falling back at all, she had felt a deep sense of pride. And now, after Lin Ming defeated the good fortune Saint's son, she felt endless joy. Finally, Lin Ming had broken through to the Holy Lord realm and underneath the eyes of all present. He had proposed marriage a second time. Xiao Moxian's thoughts were in upheaval, and she was finding it hard to restrain herself. The first time Lin Ming proposed marriage, he had been mocked as someone who was doing nothing but bringing shame upon himself. But the second time he proposed marriage, his words caused the expressions of the many Empyreans present to change. When Xiao Moxian had journeyed with Lin Ming in the past, she had no expectations of any happy ending for them. Although she had stated several times that she didn't have any wild hopes of them ending up together in the future, what kind of girl didn't want to end up married with someone they sincerely loved? Thus, Lin Ming had solemnly proposed twice. At this time, Xiao Moxian's emotions were in upheaval. She could no longer think clearly, but she knew that within her lifetime she would always keep this memory in her heart. Even if she were to perish in the future great calamity because she chose Lin Ming, she would have no regrets in her life. As Empyrean Demon Dawn saw the range of emotions pass over his granddaughter's face, he deeply sighed. Then, he waved his hand and took back the true essence lock he had placed within her. Immediately, strength was restored to Xiao Moxian. She felt her body lighten, and then she turned to look towards Empyrean Demon Dawn. From her angle, all she could see was his back. That back was tall and strong, a sight she had gazed upon since her birth. But at this moment, for some reason Xiao Moxian only felt an infinite sorrow from that back. "Go," Empyrean Demon Dawn gloomily said. "Henceforth you are no longer my granddaughter. The demon race also has no relations with you. Follow Lin Ming and assist him well. Make sure that his achievements are peerless. If there is even the tiniest shred of hope, perhaps he will obtain the power to turn the tide and rule the world. If so, please ask him for your sake to leave a single incense stick for the demon race." Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice reverberated in Xiao Moxian's ears. At this time, he didn't seem like the matchless ruler of the demon race, but only a poor old man whose actions had been compelled by circumstance. And in his heart, he had always felt nothing but the deepest love and concern for his granddaughter. "Grandfather." Xiao Moxian bit her lips, unsure what pained feeling was rising in her heart. "Can't you believe in Lin Ming? Believe in humanity? Do you really believe that there is no chance for humanity to survive the great calamity?" "Humanity?" Empyrean Demon Dawn shook his head. "There are some things that you do not know. 3 days from now, come and see me with Lin Ming. I will give you something and also tell you something." After Empyrean Demon Dawn finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. During the Monster Race's Grand Longevity Feast, because of the battle between Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sun, the Longevity Feast itself had become irrelevant. The Good Fortune Saint Sun also had no interest in dawdling here any longer. He immediately left the monster race and returned to the bright luster world. As for the human martial artists, most of them stayed to celebrate the Monster Emperor's birthday. As for this Longevity Feast becoming as bizarre as it did, it had completely run counter to his expectations. Originally, the human and monster races couldn't be called friends or enemies. But now they were sharing drinks around the same table. This left the young elites of the monster race feeling this was all too weird. All of this was because of Lin Ming. After the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast ended, 3 days passed. News of Lin Ming defeating the Good Fortune Saint Sun had been spread through all great influences into every intelligence network, soon reaching the entire divine realm. The Good Fortune Saint Sun had repeatedly challenged the world kings and great world kings of humanity, and had won again and again. The armies of the saints had pressed upon the territory of the human race, and the divine realm was in a precarious position, teetering on unrest. At this time, humanity desperately needed a victory. Moreover, this was a tremendous absolute victory that had been completely unexpected. Before this, people only knew that Lin Ming had a 100-year duel with the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Even if they didn't have much faith in Lin Ming to begin with, none of them imagined that after just 60 years, when there was still 40 years remaining, Lin Ming would have already defeated the Good Fortune Saint Sun. A half-step Holy Lord had battled and surpassed a middle Holy Lord. Even though the Good Fortune Saint Sun had used every possible move in his arsenal, including the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he still wasn't Lin Ming's match. And what was most terrifying was that after Lin Ming defeated the Good Fortune Saint's son, he had made use of that momentum to break into the Holy Lord realm and awe everyone present. For a time, news was spread with headlines such as Lin Ming defeated the Good Fortune Saint's son and subdued the monster and demon races afterwards, or Lin Ming broke through the Holy Lord realm with strength nearing that of a half-step Empyrean, by every large intelligence network. As the countless human martial artists of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds heard this news, all of them seemed to be shot with a cardiac stimulant. They were filled with a zealous joy and celebrated daily. In all the restaurants there would be people retelling the tale of how Lin Ming defeated the Good Fortune Saint's son. Even though these stories had numerous embellishments, the people shouted out loud for them to be repeated as they were excited to the extreme. Lin Ming's victory was the same as announcing to all of existence that the young elites rising from the ranks of humanity were not weaker than those of the saints. All of the young Lin maniacs from various influences took Lin Ming as their goal and idol, worshipping him. As for those Empyreans in their heavenly palaces and those that stayed in hidden worlds, they all praised Lin Ming's accomplishments. Many of them even rushed to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace the same day, preparing to wait for the return of Divine Dream and Lin Ming. If one had to look for a reason, it was definitely because of the 2 human true divinity cultivation methods that he had obtained. Many supreme elders that were stranded at the late Empyrean realm couldn't sit still upon hearing this news. Cultivation methods to break into true divinity, this was far too important for them. Of course, only very few people could be like these Divine Realm Empyreans and go to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to wait there for Lin Ming and Divine Dream to return. For the vast majority of martial artists, it was impossible to see Lin Ming. They could only step back and try to flatter some of the influences that were on good terms with Lin Ming. For instance, the Ancient Phoenix Clan. Because of Lin Ming, the current Ancient Phoenix Clan now had an amazing status. They were given all sorts of precious resources, and many young talents rushed to join the Ancient Phoenix Clan. These Lin maniacs dreamt of becoming disciples of the Ancient Phoenix Clan like their hero was. This also caused the Ancient Phoenix Clan to increase the threshold of disciples they accepted again and again. Young disciples were the future of a sect. To have so many outstanding disciples also meant that a sect would have wonderful prospects. And in order to allow the Ancient Phoenix Clan to rapidly develop and not delay the growth of these young disciples, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace specifically sent some World King level powerhouses to go to the Ancient Phoenix Clan as teachers. At the same time, these people also brought cultivation resources and superior inheritances. If this continued, the Ancient Phoenix Clan would soon become a World King Holy Land. Even becoming a great World King Holy Land was only a matter of time and accumulation. Because of the fierce duel between Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint's son, the Ancient Phoenix Clan had become a bustling land filled with activity. In the skies above the Ancient Phoenix Clan, countless people from innumerable large influences arrived. All sorts of spirit beast mounts, extravagant spirit ships, and majestic spirit boats filled the skies, blocking out all sight. And as for Lin Ming's first wives, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan, as well as his little sister Lin Xiaoge, they obtained the endless attention and care of others. After being in the divine realm for all these years, Lin Xiaoge sometimes went to the Ancient Phoenix Clan and sometimes went to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. And no matter where she went, she was guided with the full ability of those influences, and numerous resources were given to her. When added with her not-too-bad perception to begin with, she was now at the late Divine Lord realm. Although Lin Xiaoge had the ability to leap ranks to fight, she wasn't as heaven-defying as a true Empyrean descendant. Even so, for her to have such a cultivation at this age was more than enough to be proud of. And at this time, amongst those people visiting the Ancient Phoenix Clan, many of them were great world kings. A great world king was the ruler of a great world. To the Ancient Phoenix Clan, they had once been legendary existences, able to annihilate the Ancient Phoenix Clan with a turn of their hands. But even these people didn't have the qualifications to contact Lin Ming. Even Empyreans were politely waiting at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, so what were great world kings considered as? Thus, they could only come to the Ancient Phoenix Clan and greet Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan. A wife's status was as great as their husband's. As these extremely high-level overlords saw Mu Qianyu and Qin Shingshuan, they were extremely polite and even faintly respectful. The various precious congratulatory gifts piled up high in the cultivation chambers of Mu Qianyu, Qin Shingshuan, and Lin Xiaoge. If any one of these gifts were casually taken out, they would be enough to cause Holy Lord powerhouses to engage in a life-or-death battle for them. They were the ultimate stabilizing treasures of Holy Lord-level Holy Lands. But now, Mu Qianyu and Qin Shingshuan had enough of these treasures to fill entire rooms. They couldn't decline them even if they wanted to. And as these overlords of various influences were currying favor with those close to Lin Ming was actually together with Xiao Moxian. They were accompanied by Empyrean Divine Dream and avoided all eyes, quietly arriving at the heaven-lifting Black Pagoda to see Empyrean Demon Dawn. Just a while ago, Empyrean Demon Dawn had told Xiao Moxian that he had some words to say to them. As for Empyrean Divine Dream following them, that was in order to protect Lin Ming. After all, the monster and demon races were not the allies of humanity. Even if Divine Dream didn't believe that Empyrean Demon Dawn would use some disgraceful methods to deal with Lin Ming, she still had to plan for all possibilities. Although the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast had ended, the surrounding disciples in the Black Pagoda would still be enjoying a celebration banquet for another month. When Lin Ming, Divine Dream, and Xiao Moxian entered the Black Pagoda, they didn't alert anyone at all. As they passed through the Black Pagoda, they entered a transmission array and went straight to the top. Here there was a giant hall. This hall had no light and was incomparably dark. But with Lin Ming and the others' eyesight, they naturally weren't affected by such things. They could clearly see the back of a tall figure standing in the hall, wearing a long black cloak. This person was undoubtedly Empyrean Demon Dawn. "Grandfather!" Xiao Moxian called out softly, her voice shivering. To reunite with her grandfather in such a situation, Xiao Moxian was left in an extremely complex mood. Empyrean Demon Dawn turned and wasn't surprised to see Divine Dream slowly following behind Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. He only faintly said, "Sit." Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Divine Dream took seats around the table with Empyrean Demon Dawn sitting across from them. After a long period of silence, he took off a ring from his finger and slid it across the table towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled. He glanced at Empyrean Demon Dawn and used his sense to probe the contents of the spatial ring. Upon inspection, he was surprised. The inner space of this spatial ring was as broad as a miniature world. It was impressively an Empyrean Spirit Treasure level spatial ring. At Lin Ming's level, ordinary Empyrean Spirit Treasures weren't too precious at all. But Empyrean Spirit Treasure level spatial rings were still exceedingly rare because refining such an object was extremely difficult. An Empyrean Spirit Treasure level spatial ring possessed an extremely stable inner space and could hold extremely large objects. As Lin Ming continued investigating the inner space of the spatial ring, he discovered a medicine garden filled with all sorts of rare and precious medicinal herbs. The medicine garden exuded a thick spiritual energy and was of an extremely high quality. In particular, at the center of the medicine garden was a red spirit orchid. This spirit orchid was 3 feet tall and each leaf was as sharp as a sword that emitted a dense cold air. Lin Ming didn't doubt that if he could fold a leaf from the spirit orchid, he could use it as a sharp sword. And at the center of this spirit orchid was a fist-sized fruit. This fruit was in the shape of a phoenix and looked remarkably lifelike. Even the textures of the phoenix feathers were evident, as if it were a mini phoenix frozen in time. Even though Lin Ming was far away from the spatial ring, he could feel the terrifying fire origin energy contained within this phoenix fruit. If a fire attribute martial artist were to swallow it, the advantages they would obtain could be imagined. Moreover, Lin Ming could see that this fruit wasn't fully mature yet either. Once it matured, it would experience a qualitative leap upwards. This fruit. Lin Ming was startled. He looked towards Empyrean Demon Dawn. This is a nirvana fruit. It has already been growing for several hundred thousands of years. Later, when Sienna was born, I planned to gift this to her. This medicine garden has a great deal of precious and rare medicinal herbs, but these herbs are deliberately chosen to act as the fertilizer for the nirvana fruit. They aren't meant to be picked. but rather allowed to wither and fall so that they can become compost in the soil beneath the nirvana fruit. As Empyrean Demon Dawn spoke, Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. When a poor mortal family planted medicinal crops, they would use fertilizer to nourish them. These fertilizers, besides being made from human and animal excrement, also included the ashes of plants. Some dead plants were even directly buried into the soil so that they could rot and be used as fertilizer. When Empyrean Demon Dawn planted this nirvana fruit, he used all sorts of rare and precious medicinal herbs as the fertilizer, allowing them to ripen and then wither, falling into the soil. These rare and precious spirit herbs had absorbed the spiritual energy of the world and gathered a nearly endless amount of essence. After they fell, this essence would also fuse into the soil where it would be absorbed by the nirvana fruit. Because of this, the quality of the nirvana fruit could be imagined. Within the Empyrean Spirit Treasure level spatial ring, besides the nirvana fruit, there was also a pile of violet sun crystals on the other side of the medicine garden, as well as a good number of 9 sun jades. Finally, there was something that caught Lin Ming's attention the most. In a space within this world, there was a slowly burning black flame. This mass of flames burned peacefully as if it wasn't hot at all. But from this flame, Lin Ming could feel a terrifying, annihilating aura. Without a doubt, this was the Annihilation Flame Elemental that Empyrean Demon Dawn had agreed to give to Lin Ming. If Lin Ming wanted to open the third Dao Palace, the Extreme Polar Dao Palace, what he needed was a pair of Empyrean Grade Fire Elementals and Thunder Sources. Now he had obtained the Fire Elemental and was only missing a suitable Thunder Source. The things in this ring are for you and Xiener. I agreed to give you the Fire Elemental already, and as for the Nirvana Fruit and other objects, those can be considered Xiener's dowry. You are someone that has had countless lucky chances in their lifetime and will experience even more, so the things I can offer you are limited. Empyrean Demon Dawn slowly said to Lin Ming. Many of the lucky chances Lin Ming obtained were at the true divinity level. No matter how deep Empyrean Demon Dawn's background was, his treasures were limited to the peak Empyrean level, such as Empyrean spirit treasures and cultivation methods. Even if he took these things out, they wouldn't be of much use to Lin Ming. Thank you, Empyrean Demon Dawn. Lin Ming took the ring in both hands and respectfully accepted it. Senior, you previously requested this junior to come here in order to give me something as well as to tell me something. May I ask what that something is? Lin Ming asked. Empyrean Divine Dream also leaned towards Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn was a very serious person, and if he were to solemnly invite Lin Ming to a meeting, it was likely that what he wanted to say was no trifling matter, and perhaps even involved the situation of war between humanity and the saints. It involves this upcoming great calamity. Empyrean Demon Dawn laid down a soundproofing enchantment that shrouded everyone inside. After hearing the words great calamity, Lin Ming's heart chilled. Indeed, this was something related to the great calamity. As you know already, the saints came to my demon race and the monster race in order to form an alliance. You might think that us allying with the saints is to act against our interests, but the truth is that, because the saints wanted to hastily form the alliance, they disclosed some information to me and the Monster Emperor. As Empyrean Demon Dawn said this, Lin Ming straightened up and carefully listened with perked ears. The first is that because of some reasons, the true divinities of the saints are unable to leave for the time being. As for whether or not this is because of their war with the Spiritas or because they have some other more pressing matters to attend to, I do not know nor can I guess. The second is that the time for the saints to attack humanity is coming soon. It is not too far away at all, perhaps when those saint true divinities have finished whatever it is that is occupying them. They will launch a full-on onslaught on the divine realm. This time might be more than 100 years away or as short as several dozen years. Thus, you do not have much time remaining. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was slow and heavy. But as these words fell into the ears of Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Divine Dream, it was like all three of them had been struck by a massive weight. You said that the full-on onslaught of the saints could erupt within 100 years? Empyrean Divine Dream eyed Empyrean Demon Dawn. A rare, harried expression was in her eyes. No wonder the monster and demon races had so quickly and decisively switched sides to the saints. Even if Lin Ming proved his potential and talent, he still wouldn't have changed Emperor Demandon's original plans. This was because there was just too little time before the great calamity truly erupted. A mere 100 years. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to become as strong as a true divinity in that time span. Rather, it should be said that if Lin Ming had the ability to face a weak Emperor 100 years from now, that would already be extraordinary. But how could a Lin Ming who had the strength of a weak Emperor have any effect in a great calamity that involved the extinction of a race? Emperor Divine Dream couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming had bowed his head and was frowning. Emperor Demandon's words had covered his heart in dark clouds. If what Emperor Demandon said was true, then there really was far too little time remaining. The information he obtained originally was that the Spiritas were at war with the Saints. According to Lin Ming's estimations, the Spiritas had strength similar to the Saints, so it was impossible for them to be defeated within 100 years. That left a single possibility remaining, and that was that because of some event occurring to the Saints and the Spiritas, they had come to an agreement to reach a temporary ceasefire. If so, then that was truly bad news. In a mere 100 years, what could Lin Ming do? What I said just now came from the mouth of the good fortune Saint's son. And my feeling is that what he said wasn't a lie. Lin Ming, I hope that you all take care of yourself and put your best into it. I do not wish to see your entire race be exterminated. Emperor Demandon looked at Lin Ming. And Lin Ming, I will give Xian'er to you. Please, look after her for me. As Emperor Demandon said this, he stood up, clearly signaling the dismissal of the others. Xiao Moxian looked at Emperor Demandon, and her heart tumbled with pain and sorrow. But in the end, she didn't say anything at all, instead following Lin Ming out of the grand hall. Before she left, she looked back one final time to see that Emperor Demandon had already turned around and was departing. His tall back with his long and heavy cloak slowly faded into the endless darkness. The short meeting with Emperor Demandon caused Divine Dream and Lin Ming to both suddenly awaken from the lingering joy after defeating the good fortune Saint's son. If the full-out invasion of the Saints really erupted within 100 years, then humanity wouldn't be prepared at all, and they would be utterly defeated. And if a Saint true divinity were to personally lead the troops, it would be nearly impossible for human Empyreans to stop them. Lin Ming, for the next several years, don't go out. You have just broken into the Holy Lord realm, so consolidate your foundation at my heavenly palace. I will use everything in my possession to seek all possible lucky chances for you, so that your cultivation can increase as much as possible. I hope that within 100 years, you will have strength equal to that of the weakest of Empyreans. Less than 100 years left humanity with far too little time. Divine Dream also didn't know how to help Lin Ming. Just through going into seclusion, one's cultivation wouldn't grow too quickly. Now that Lin Ming had reached the Holy Lord realm, it would be impossible for him to immediately move up to the next step. He needed time to slowly accumulate energy. Emperor Divine Dream had already formed a well-thought-out plan. If the Saints were to truly begin their large-scale invasion within 100 years and humanity wasn't able to stop them, then their only choice was to send Lin Ming away ahead of time. As long as Lin Ming survived and broke into the true divinity realm in the future, there would always be a hope that humanity would be able to one day reestablish itself. However, after listening to Emperor Divine Dream's suggestion, Lin Ming shook his head. He said, "There is only 100 years left. This junior still has some plans where we might be able to struggle for some hope." Oh! After hearing Lin Ming's thoughts, Emperor Divine Dream looked at him with surprise in her eyes. "What do you plan on doing within the next 100 years? With Lin Ming's current boundary, no matter what he tried to do, Emperor Divine Dream feared that there wouldn't be much meaning to it. Compared to the entire Saint race, his strength alone was far too weak. Lin Ming said, "Junior wishes to go somewhere and see someone. Perhaps then there can be a change." "Oh? See someone?" Emperor Divine Dream's thoughts stirred. If Lin Ming wanted to see someone at this time, then this person naturally wasn't some common character. Moreover, Lin Ming clearly implied that this person could influence the situation between the Saints and humans. This left Emperor Divine Dream puzzled. Amongst the entirety of humanity, Empyrean Divine Dream couldn't think of a single such person. Is it someone you met in the Azura Road? Empyrean Divine Dream couldn't help but think this. If Lin Ming had met some true divinity-level character in the Azura Road, then this person might have the smallest chances of helping and indeed changing the fate of humanity. But why would a true divinity powerhouse easily involve themselves in the great calamity? In order to resist the entire saint race, a single true divinity wasn't enough, because the saints themselves likely possessed more than one true divinity in their ranks. As for what rank of true divinity the good fortune Saint Sovereign was, that was impossible to guess. Lin Ming said, "Indeed, this person is someone that Junior encountered in the Azura Road. But, in order for this Junior to find her, Junior will need the help of Senior Divine Dream." Junior once heard that Senior Divine Dream ventured into the soul world, grasping the principles there and dual cultivating essence and soul and finally establishing the Divine Dream Law, right? Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming with surprise. "Are you saying you want to go to the soul world?" She had originally thought that Lin Ming would return to the Azura Road. Lin Ming nodded. Passing through the God-lamenting wall to go to the soul world was difficult. As for passing through the Azura Road, a martial artist had to use the Azura command to do so, and the Azura command only returned a martial artist to their original universe. Lin Ming said, "Junior wishes to see Espirita's Empyrean. She is an acquaintance of mine. Big brother Lin, do you want to see Shang Mei?" Xiao Moxian suddenly asked. If Lin Ming was looking for Espirita's elder, her first thought was naturally Shang Mei. At the very least, if they found Shang Mei, they would be able to clarify some matters. They would be able to find out why the saints were entering a truce with the Spiritas. To humanity, this was an extremely important matter. "Spirita's Empyrean?" Divine Dream asked, surprised. "An Empyrean? Do you think she'll be of help if you find her?" "I'm not too sure." Lin Ming couldn't say with absolute certainty what would happen. If he found Shang Mei, even if there wasn't much she could do to help him, there were at least some hopes. Senior Divine Dream, the person that Junior wishes to see, may only be an Empyrean, but she is an extremely high-level figure within the Spiritas race. Junior wishes to find out from her just why the Saints and Spiritas would form a truce in the middle of their war, and whether or not humanity could pay some price to form an alliance with the Spiritas. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. If humanity could ally with the Spiritas, then this great calamity might not be so terrifying. Form an alliance with the Spiritas. Divine Dream's eyes lit up. If this was possible, then humanity would truly find a slim hope to survive. But forming this alliance might not be so simple. Not to mention that humanity might not be able to fulfill the conditions that the Spiritas put forth. Lin Ming wanting to find Shang Mei in the massive soul world wouldn't be easy at all. To travel an ultra-long distance across the nearly limitless space of the universes of the 33 heavens, as well as be responsible for such an important mission that concerned the life or death of an entire race. This responsibility all fell onto Lin Ming's shoulders. Divine Dream deeply sighed. "Lin Ming, in these past years you have done far too much for the human race. To think that the many Empyreans of humanity would have a junior like you bear such weight on your shoulders." Lin Ming said, "Senior Divine Dream, please don't consider me an outsider. Humanity is my roots. If humanity is exterminated, then I will become a leaf without roots. In any event, I will try my best to help humanity survive this great calamity. Concerning the question I asked Senior Divine Dream about the entrance to the soul world, may I ask whether or not it still exists?" "It is still there. It's just that..." Empyrean Divine Dream pressed her eyebrows together, pausing for a moment before continuing to say, "It is a transmission array in an ancient ruin that I once stumbled upon during my youth. It is something passed down by unknown predecessors of humanity from 3.6 billion years ago, or even 4 to 5 billion years ago. For me to have my current achievements, a great reason for that is because I discovered this ancient ruin. This ancient ruin is in an extremely mysterious space, and because of some strange reasons, there is a crack in the God-lamenting wall at this area. The walls dividing the 33 heavens were by no means perfect. For a very small number of exceptions, there were sometimes wormholes, or black holes that broke through the space barriers in extremely mysterious places. However, even if such mystical places existed, it was still nearly impossible for a martial artist to pass through. But, if there was a true divinity-level powerhouse that was willing to sacrifice a portion of their cultivation, they could transform these mystical lands and form a connection through the barriers dividing the 33 heavens. When the saints first entered the universe of humanity to kill Empyrean Primordius and steal away the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, that was all due to the good fortune Saint Sovereign personally creating a connection that passed through the God-lamenting wall. However, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't find a wormhole or other crack in the wall. Rather, he used his powerful cultivation to penetrate a hole through the God-lamenting wall. But the ancient ruin that Empyrean Divine Dream mentioned was different. This place was originally a weak point of the God-lamenting wall to begin with, and due to the efforts of the unknown ancient true divinities, these places had become something similar to a transmission array connecting two universes that could be preserved for a long time. After listening to Empyrean Divine Dream, Lin Ming was startled. To transform a weakened space and form a transmission array connecting through the God-lamenting wall, this was truly an extremely skilled method. Perhaps even an ordinary true divinity would be unable to do so, and one would need to be an outstanding existence amongst all true divinities to succeed. The history of humanity had once been grand and illustrious, with countless peerless elites rising from the ranks. But all of these people had been forgotten in the sands of time with nothing left behind. Even the ancient ruin that Empyrean Divine Dream found had been left behind by some unknown ancient human sovereign. Empyrean Divine Dream said, "Lin Ming, only I know the location of that ancient ruin. It is just that because so much time has passed, the transmission array has become too dilapidated to maintain stability. If you want to forcefully enter, then I fear it will be incredibly dangerous. The transmission array passes through the God-lamenting wall where there are unfathomably fatal space storms. My worry is that you won't be able to withstand them." "They are that strong?" Lin Ming was shocked. Empyrean Divine Dream already had a complete understanding of his strength and still had such worries. It could be seen from this just how horrifying those space storms were. Empyrean Divine Dream said, "The terrifying space storms are just one aspect. Another aspect is that the transmission array has become extremely frail over the ages, and it is now the same as a rotten plank bridge. If you use too much force on this fragile little bridge and furiously fight, you will be able to force back the space storms. But the bridge itself might not be able to withstand the damage and could break apart. If so, you won't even have bones remaining." Hearing Empyrean Divine Dream's description, Lin Ming felt a chill crawl up his spine. If he used too much strength, then the transmission array itself would collapse, meaning he still wouldn't be able to cross it. Thus, for this transmission array, he would have to find some way to display the greatest efficacy with a limited level of strength. Only then would he be able to barely pass. Perhaps in the entire divine realm there weren't even a handful of people that could fulfill such harsh requirements. Empyrean Divine Dream said, "Millions of years ago when I passed through the ancient transmission array, it was in a much better state. But that is just how things were. After I crossed, the transmission array broke down even further. If you want to cross now, I have no idea what the situation will be like." Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming, her lake-clear eyes filled with worry. Lin Ming responded, "Even if it's difficult, I must try. It is always better than waiting in the divine realm for that 100-year deadline to come and death to take us all. Moreover, when I go to the soul world, it's to look for Shang Mei but also to gain experience and temper myself. I won't find that by secluding myself in the divine realm." In the divine realm, there was no longer anyone that could contend with Lin Ming. To rule a tiny peaceful corner of the vast cosmos would be disadvantageous to Lin Ming's growth. Only journeying into the greater world and developing his field of vision, finding new and stronger opponents and struggling for more lucky chances would allow Lin Ming to grow into the person he needed to be. "Since you have already firmed your resolve, I will not try to change your mind. Lin Ming, you are humanity's hope. Don't forget that. For all of humanity, no matter what you try to do, nothing will be as important as making sure you stay alive. As long you are alive, that will be the greatest victory for us. If you can continue living for several hundred years or even millions of years, there will come a day when humanity will see the light of dawn once more." I understand." Lin Ming took a deep breath and gripped his fists. The higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the more difficult it was to go further. From a world king to an empyrean, from an empyrean to a true divinity, these two large boundaries required an unbelievably long period of accumulations. This could not be substituted with any lucky chance. Although Lin Ming might be able to compare with the weakest of empyreans 100 years from now, that was only in terms of fighting strength. In cultivation alone, it was unlikely Lin Ming would have broken into the World King realm. There was still a long road ahead of him, and the saints would not give him the time to walk down that road. This was why Empyrean Divine Dream said that as long as Lin Ming lived on, that would be the greatest victory. I wonder what level I'll reach several hundred years or even millions of years from now. At that time, will I be able to fight the good fortune Saint Sovereign? As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart filled with a heroic daring and fighting intent. This great calamity was a disaster to all of humanity, but at the same time it was also the seed for a great prosperous age to grow with countless lucky chances all around. Every young genius in the divine realm would be baptized in the fires of the great calamity. Waves struck the shore, but when the tides washed away, the real gold would emerge. For those that died, their deaths would be a loss, but for those that lived, all of them would become extraordinary individuals. Senior Divine Dream, when Junior goes this time, my future will be uncertain. This Junior would like to request that Senior Divine Dream takes care of my family, friends, and wives. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he looked at Xiao Moxian. Siener, you should also stay at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Big Brother Lin. Xiao Moxian stiffened. As she looked at Lin Ming, there was some grievance in her eyes, and a bit of unwillingness. She had just reunited with Lin Ming and was now able to follow him in the future. But Lin Ming had decided to go to the soul world and part ways for now. Of course, she felt uncomfortable about this. I understand, Xiao Moxian whispered, forcing out a smile. Big Brother Lin, I will wait in the divine realm for your return. I'm sorry. Seeing Xiao Moxian smile, Lin Ming felt even sadder. If possible, he would definitely have loved to bring Xiao Moxian with him. No matter how perilous the soul world was, he was willing to live and die with her. But Xiao Moxian was pregnant. Moreover, the child within her had an unusual level of talent. Before it took form, it was already able to absorb the power of the world. This was the reason why Xiao Moxian's combat strength had dropped so drastically. In this sort of situation, if Lin Ming brought Xiao Moxian to the soul world to adventure, he would definitely have all sorts of scruples. There would be many dangerous places he wouldn't dare to go. During this journey to the soul world, the perils were unknown, and in a sense it was the same as cutting off all paths of retreat. If he had too many worries, it would be impossible to accomplish anything important. Then in this case it would be better to leave Xiao Moxian in the divine realm and have her cultivate in peace. This would be beneficial to both Xiao Moxian and their child. 1 month later, at the divine realm's Crimson Light world, the ancient Phoenix clan with 100 million years of inheritance was celebrating an unprecedentedly grand event. The many elders of the ancient Phoenix clan, the 72 palace masters, no matter if they were deep in seclusion, refining pills, or out on a mission, all of them were notified to immediately stop and return to the headquarters of the ancient Phoenix clan to celebrate this grand event. However, even though the elders and palace masters of the ancient Phoenix clan had gathered together, none of them were able to stand within the central palace and could only wait outside. This was because there were simply far too many renowned figures at this grand event. These figures were the rulers of the divine realm that the ancient Phoenix clan would have found nearly impossible to contact in the past. But now, all of these people had raced to the ancient Phoenix clan and were exceedingly polite. Within these groups of people there were world kings, great world kings, and even legendary empyreans. For a time, countless heroes of the divine realm had converged upon the ancient Phoenix clan. This was something that disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan would never have dreamt of in the past. The ancient Phoenix clan was only a peak ordinary holy land. Who would dare to imagine that there would be a day when so many high-level figures would gather at the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters? The level of people no less than those that had gone to the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast. And, This grand event was not a clan member breaking into the World King realm or a new patriarch taking over, but was because of a junior Lin Ming was hosting his marriage here. And at the same time, this was also to celebrate Lin Ming's victory over the good fortune Saint Sun. Within the divine realm, Lin Ming could be said to be known by all. He was at the height of his fame. A half-step Holy Lord had fought the good fortune Saint Sun, defeating him to obtain the cultivation methods to break into true divinity. Then, he forced Emperor Demandon's hand to betroth Xiao Moxian to him. After accomplishing all of this, he had broken into the Holy Lord realm, overawing all present. These achievements set off tumultuous waves all throughout the divine realm. Even Empyrean powerhouses would have a slight awe in their faces and voices when they spoke of Lin Ming. Lin Ming's current strength already surpassed that of many great world kings and wasn't too far away from that of an Empyrean. Thus, Lin Ming could no longer be regarded as a junior but as someone of the older generation, a figure who would one day become a leader of humanity. Originally, Lin Ming hadn't wanted to hold a victory celebration or anything like that. With the great calamity approaching, time was far too urgent for him, so where would he have the thoughts to do such things? But according to Divine Dream, the current human race was filled with too much sorrow and suffering. They truly needed a victory celebration to propagandize the defeat of the good fortune Saint Sun and inspire the morale of humanity. Therefore, this grand event was held with great gusto and jubilation. And because Lin Ming didn't have much time remaining, he wanted to return to the ancient Phoenix clan to hold his wedding before he went to the Soul World. Thus, it was decided that he would hold his wedding and this victory celebration at the same time, and this was the reason why so many high-level figures of the Divine Realm had gathered at Crimson Light World. The current ancient Phoenix clan headquarters had long been given news in advance to prepare for the victory celebration. They established a titanic array, gathering over 1,000 floating celestial mountains that had hundreds of thousands of brilliant rainbows soaring between them. Phantasmal light filled the air, beautiful to the eyes. Between the magnificent rainbows there were also glorious jade places floating about, continuously tumbling up and down. Countless rare spirit flowers, spirit trees, and other world treasures bloomed in full beneath the support of many spells. Thick heaven and earth origin energy condensed into raindrops. Innumerable luxurious spirit ships, dazzling divine carriages, and jade-crafted spirit boats flew through the skies. A near infinite-seeming number of Saint Beast mounts flew about, bathing in the hazy and ephemeral mists of spiritual energy. Looking from afar, everything seemed like a paradise of gods. This great array that held so many Empyreans and great world kings couldn't be arranged in time by the ancient Phoenix clan alone. Because the ancient Phoenix clan had obtained news in advance, they worked together with several great influences of the Crimson Light World and many high-level array masters sent by Empyrean heavenly palaces to complete all the arrangements within a month. For these arrangements, these great influences had put forth more than enough capital. After all, this wasn't just for Lin Ming, but also to help perfectly manage the victory celebration and boost humanity's morale. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace Master, Empyrean Vast Universe. Traceless Heavenly Palace Master, Empyrean Traceless. Oh. Ruler of the true martial world, the true martial world king. Chief disciple of Dark Demon Monarch, Sage Sky Valley. Oh. The master of ceremonies presiding over this event constantly shouted out shocking names and titles without end. These people all had a shocking status, and even half-step Empyreans and the 3,000 great world kings could only be lined up in the back. As the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan heard these horrifying names, all of them were somewhat panic-stricken. Before this, it had been impossible for them to see any of these characters no matter what they tried. To ordinary martial artists, these figures were like spiritual gods, haughty and aloof. Because of this grand event, the ancient Phoenix clan could be said to be rising to fame. As the elders and patriarchs of the other 3 god-beast clans looked on at the festivities, a strange feeling percolated in their hearts. The truth was that 100 million years ago, the 4 god-beast clans explored the god-beast mystic realm together and found 4 incomplete god-beast corpses buried deep underground. That find had been the foundation that helped them develop to their current state. However, they were also limited to this scale and their background restricted them from further development. But now, because of Lin Ming's presence, the ancient Phoenix clan had leapt straight into being a top influence of the divine realm. Even Empyrean heavenly palaces had to give them several points of face. The disparity was just far too great. Haha, Lin Ming, if you continue at this rate, it won't be long until you become an Empyrean. Even stepping into the true divinity realm is just a matter of time. Hehe, what Vast Universe said is right. Moreover, when Lin Ming becomes a true divinity, he will surely be an outstanding individual amongst all true divinities. Many human Empyreans rushed to congratulate Lin Ming. Lin Ming bowed towards them one at a time like a respectful junior would. Although these Empyreans spoke to Lin Ming as if he was their peer, Lin Ming had no choice but to be respectful to them. After all, these people were his seniors and they were countless times older than he was. Like this, the victory celebrations continued for 3 days. As for news of the grand calamity arriving early, Empyrean Divine Dream didn't reveal this yet. She planned to convene a secret meeting of Empyreans after the victory celebration was over in order to prevent panic from spreading. Thus, at this grand event, many human Empyreans didn't know about the news of the great calamity. They all drank and enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. One reason was for congratulating Lin Ming and another reason was because of the true divinity cultivation methods that Lin Ming had obtained after defeating the good fortune Saint Sun. What Empyreans didn't wish to break into true divinity even in their dreams. Moreover, according to what the good fortune Saint Sun had said, these 2 true divinity cultivation methods had been obtained from the primeval realm ruins and were no trifling matter. All of them certainly wanted to see them. Oh! 5 days later, at nightfall, Lin Ming sat in a beautiful garden surrounded by lush and enchanting spirit plants. In front of Lin Ming was a stone table that had platters of fragrant spirit fruits and 100,000-year spirit wine piled atop it. If a low cultivation-based martial artist were to enjoy any of these spirit fruits or wines, their cultivation would rapidly increase, and their body and inner world would benefit. Big brother, are you planning to leave again? Sitting in front of Lin Ming were 3 women. They were Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and his little sister, Lin Xiaoge. Because of Lin Ming's reputation, these 3 women who were closely related to him had received endless attention and care over the years. Even the rulers of large influences were respectful upon seeing them. But what was most unfortunate was that even though Lin Ming was the most important man in their lives, he had been gone for a great deal of time. Lin Ming had gone to the Azura Road for 60 years, and when he finally returned he attended the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast, and soon after he would have to go to the far-off Soul World. Once Lin Ming went to the Soul World, it was unknown just when he would return. Only in the days before the victory celebration was Lin Ming able to enjoy his time with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu. For these days, Lin Ming completely laid down all thoughts of cultivation and training and spent all his free time with Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, enjoying a rare and happy time. Lin Ming sighed. I have to go, but before that I must take a trip down to the lower realms. You should all come with me too. Lower realms. Mu Qianyu was startled. Do you plan on returning to the Sky Spill continent? Yes, I have to return to the Sky Spill continent and take something. For me it is quite important. As Lin Ming spoke, both Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were shocked. In their opinion, the world of the Sky Spill continent was only a world of the lower realm and there shouldn't be anything there that was too valuable to the current Lin Ming. There was only the eternal demon abyss, an ancient ruin left behind by Empyrean Primordius. However, Lin Ming had already gone there. Sky Spill continent, deep in the 8,000-mile black swamp, the clouds were dark and gloomy like ink. The only light here was the flashes of lightning occasionally shimmering in the layers of clouds. In the endless depths of lightning, it sounded as if infinite rumbling chariots were passing by. Bolts of lightning as thick as giant pythons tore through the skies like ferocious beasts, making it clear that this was an absolute life-forbidden zone of the Sky Spill continent, the Sea of Miracles. In the Sky Spill continent there were many so-called life-forbidden zones, but most of these life-forbidden zones were not guaranteed death traps. For instance, If a peerless powerhouse were to enter, they could still rely on their dreadful cultivation to safely enter and leave. However, no matter what martial artist entered the Sea of Miracles, all of them perished here. Even in the past, when Yang Yun began his grand plan to drag in all the heroes of the world and subjugate them, he had done so by taking advantage of the moment when the Temple of Marvels that floated above the Sea of Miracles had fluttered to the edge of the area. Only then did he begin his plans. Otherwise, if Yang Yun were to pierce deep into the Sea of Miracles, he would have died all the same. On this day, the Thunder Dominion that was formed high above the 8,000 miles black swamp was bustling with activity. Golden battle chariots galloped through the endless clouds to arrive here. They broke into the furthest edges of the Thunder Dominion, using flying flood dragons to rush into the surrounding area. Standing on the largest golden chariot was a heroic and vigorous-looking young man and woman. The young man was handsome and dashing, with a face as soft as jade. The woman was a peerless beauty of her time, her looks completely glamorous. These two people were royalty from the nearby Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. They were both proud children of heaven. In the last 100 years, the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom had grown much stronger. Currently, they had expanded enough to consider the outermost edge of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp as a tempering field for the disciples of the royal family. However, the depths of the Black Swamp, where the Thunder Dominion shined high in the skies, was still a restricted area that no one dared to step into. This is the Thunder Dominion. Our goal here is to stay at the edge for several days. If we can catch a few Earthstep Thunder Souls, then our Father Sovereign will definitely hold us in much higher regard. The handsome young man said, his face filled with excitement. He looked sufficiently confident as he stared into the depths of the glittering Thunder Dominion. Although the Thunder Dominion held numerous risks and perils, this was also a land of great lucky chances. If one could travel through the Thunder Dominion, they could surely train their martial arts and temper themselves to a new level. In particular, it was said that there were incredible divine treasure troves hidden within this land. These types of rumors lit the heart on fire. Big brother, we must be careful. Last time, 13th brother and 7th brother had divine sea realm protectors, but they were still severely wounded by the rolling thunder. If we recklessly enter, then we might suffer the same dangers they did. The beautiful young woman said, not too optimistic. There were some vague worries in her tone. What the princess says is true. The Thunder Dominion is extremely perilous, and all of us must be at full alert upon entering. Even if the Divine Sovereign personally came, he still wouldn't dare to venture in too deeply. The depths of the Thunder Dominion is a true absolute life forbidden zone that no one care enter. A loud voice echoed out from behind the golden chariot. The one speaking was a middle-aged half-step divine sea master. The young prince thought otherwise upon hearing this. He certainly knew that the Thunder Dominion was risky, but if he didn't take these risks to try for better rewards, how could he establish a foothold amongst the many princes of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom? Just as he was lost in thought, the prince suddenly saw that deep in the Thunder Dominion, where mist filled the air, arcs of blue thunder fell down, seeming as large as a mountain. As the thunder passed through the heavens and earth, it was like the galaxy was falling into the world. Massive star-like runes glittered in the air, bringing with them an unstoppable momentum as they blasted into the Thunder Dominion. Staring into the middle of this dazzling thunder, the young princess suddenly covered her mouth. She raised a shaking arm, pointing towards the direction of the thunder as she shakily said, "There, that, in the middle of the thunder, there are some people." The half-step divine sea protector quickly looked towards where the princess was pointing, with vision that was sharper than a hawk's. He could see that in the endless arcs of electricity, there were several vague shadows. What is happening? That is already dozens of miles deep into the Thunder Dominion. Could a middle or late divine sea master have arrived? Several dozen miles deep into the Thunder Dominion contained an annihilating thunder that could strike outsiders with a ruinous power. Of the powerhouses of the Skill-Spill continent, only middle and late divine sea martial artists dared to intrude so arrogantly. At this time, where the mountain-like thunder fell, it was like a giant rock had crashed into a calm lake surface. With a loud eruption, the originally much calmer Thunder Dominion suddenly began violently rioting. The layers of black clouds floating high above the Thunder Dominion suddenly appeared far more ferocious and sinister. Waves of thunder rose up, piercing into the heavens. Arcs of golden red thunder as thick as pythons shot out from the depths of the Thunder Dominion. These arcs of thunder were accompanied with a horrifying destructive aura that swept out with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever this golden red thunder went, the void would tear apart and the black fog would be annihilated. This is bad. That half-step divine sea protector was panic-stricken. The thunder at the edge of the Thunder Dominion was already terrifying enough. But this golden red thunder should originate from dozens or hundreds of miles deep into the Thunder Dominion and was far more powerful. Without thinking much further, the protector slapped his hands atop the golden chariot. The runes decorating the chariot shined with a golden light that created a golden barrier around it. Bang! The moment after the barrier activated, the golden chariot was submerged in an endless sea of golden red thunder that savagely and continuously attacked the golden shield. A massive human phantom appeared behind the half-step divine sea protector that helped support the barrier. At the same time, in the pupils of the protector, he was able to see deep into the Thunder Dominion and clearly make out the figure of the person who had accompanied that mountain-like thunder. The moment he saw the facial features of the black-haired youth who was illuminated in the Thunder Dominion, the protector was horrified. A name resounded in his heart, that of a supreme youth who had once mastered the entire Sky Spill continent. In the past, the protector was a six-stage life-destruction martial artist that had attended a martial arts meeting for the younger generation. At that time, he had watched with his own eyes as many divine sea supreme elders, those figures that were considered heaven-shaking existences of the Sky Spill continent, had surrounded this youth with reverence and awe in their eyes. This was a scene he could never forget. How is this? That person returned. The half-step protector shivered and froze where he was. The young prince and princess beside him had rarely seen their protector lose his composure like this. They couldn't help but think, who is that person the protector spoke of? And at this time, that person's lightning-illuminated figure had already disappeared. It was only after a long daze that the protector was able to gather his composure. Flustered, he quickly took out a symbol talisman from his spatial ring and ignited it, then throwing it into the air. Such a major event was absolutely something he had to report to the Nine-Furnace Divine Sovereign. Lin Ming calmly looked at the raging Thunder Dominion in front of him. He allowed the golden red thunder to crash upon his body as it pleased, all while a golden thunder source crackled and swirled in the palm of his hand. This scene left him sighing with emotion. The events of the past rose up in his mind like a rising tide. This was his home world. Long ago, he had been chased by his enemies into this area, and through a stroke of fate managed to obtain a great lucky chance. With his back against the wall, he had been forced into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp by the Azura Divine Kingdom and had to risk his life several times. Afterwards, he returned here for the Temple of Marvels where he fought Yang Yun and nearly died. These scenes that flashed through his mind seemed to have occurred just yesterday. Xiao Moxian was floating nearby. On her beautiful face was a little bit of curiosity. Big Brother Lin, this is the Sky Spill continent you were born at? Even though this is just a tiny corner of the lower realms, it actually has such a strange and marvelous land. I can feel that deep in this Thunder Dominion there exists some powerful spiritual treasure. The Thunder Dominion seemed to be disturbed by the sudden arrival of the group. Massive bolts of thunder fell down without end. Flashing within the middle of every volley of thunder were faint thunder runes. It was a strange sight, but as this thunder fell onto Xiao Moxian, it also had no effect at all. Instead, the arcs of thunder were caught by the black nirvanic flames that shrouded Xiao Moxian and were constantly swallowed up. Big Sister Xian'er senses are truly sharp. It's incredible. Lin Xiaoge laughed from beside Xiao Moxian. After the victory celebrations were finished, Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xiaoge had become familiar with each other. At the very start, when Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu met Xiao Moxian, all of them were a bit cautious of the other side. Xiao Moxian had a special and unique status, and as the latecomer it was natural for it to be a little awkward. But afterwards, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan learned what Xiao Maxian and Lin Ming had gone through and experienced in tragic Death Valley, and also that they were later forced into a dead-end inn by Qi's tomb by Tian Mingzi. Without any way out of that disaster, Xiao Maxian had given herself to Lin Ming. At the intersection of all sorts of coincidences lining up, she had helped Lin Ming break into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace to launch his counterattack and finally strike down Tian Mingzi. After learning of all this, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan felt nothing but the deepest gratitude towards Xiao Maxian. If it weren't for Xiao Maxian, Lin Ming really might have died to Tian Mingzi. As a result, the relationship between the 3 women had become much closer. For this trip to the lower realms, Xiao Maxian had come with them. Originally, there was an enchantment that surrounded the Sky Spill planet that had been laid down by a peak Empyrean. Powerhouses that didn't originate from the Sky Spill planet were unable to enter this world. However, Xiao Maxian had hidden herself in the magic cube, and within the magic cube that was unrestricted by the laws, they were able to bypass Empyrean Primordius enchantment and smoothly enter the planet. Lin Ming said, "The Sky Spill planet has a massive hollow that pierces through the entire world. One end of this hollow is the Eternal Demon Abyss and the other end is the Sea of Miracles. The Eternal Demon Abyss was left behind by Empyrean Primordius in the past, and if I'm not wrong, this land is where Empyrean Thunder Punishment left behind his own inheritance and ancient ruin. When Empyrean Primordius struck out and pierced all the way through the Sky Spill planet, Empyrean Thunder Punishment was struck all the way through to here, and before he died he conveniently left behind his inheritance, which was the reason why the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and the Thunder Dominion was formed. There are some strange thunder aura fluctuations in this Thunder Dominion. In the end, it is still an Empyrean ruin. Since you are all here, you must be extra careful." Lin Ming nodded towards the others, carefully warning them. Xiao Maxian said, "What could thunder of this level do to me? Big brother Lin, hurry and go. Me and the 2 big sisters will stay here with Xiaoga to await your good news. The power of thunder here is also quite unique and the heaven and earth origin energy is rich. I want to study it a little." Xiao Maxian lightly rubbed her stomach, feeling the little life forming within her. After coming here, she actually felt her child stir up a little. Perhaps because this child was Lin Ming's flesh and blood, the little life had an inexplicably incredible affinity to the power of thunder. Now, it was actually slowly swallowing up the surrounding thunder as if it were breathing. As for the black nirvanic flames that surged around Xiao Maxian, the reason they appeared was because the little life within her had triggered them. Sounds good." Lin Ming nodded. In the past, Empyrean Thunder Punishment was also a superior Empyrean if not a peak Empyrean. Any place of inheritance he established would not be easy to enter. Xiao Maxian was pregnant, and as for Lin Xiaoga, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan, they were far from his strength. He didn't want them to recklessly experience any dangers by entering deep into the Thunder Dominion. "Go early and come back early." The women looked at Lin Ming, a soft color in their eyes. Lin Ming lightly nodded. Then, his gaze shifted to deep into the Thunder Dominion. With a wave of his sleeves, he broke into the storm like a bolt of lightning. Time didn't wait for anyone, and with the full Saint Race invasion coming faster than thought, he needed to go to the Soul World as soon as possible. Before going to the Soul World, Lin Ming needed to make another breakthrough and increase his strength. And the fastest way to make that breakthrough was to open the 3rd Dao Palace, the Extreme Polar Dao Palace. According to the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the Extreme Polar Dao Palace required 2 different types of energy to direct and catalyze the breakthrough. Lin Ming chose thunder and fire, and in order to refine the pill required for the Extreme Polar Dao Palace, he needed an Empyrean-level thunder source and fire elemental. Lin Ming had already obtained the Annihilation Fire Elemental from Empyrean Demon Dawn but now lacked a thunder source. With this, he naturally thought back to Empyrean Thunder Punishment. It was certain that, in the past, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had possessed a top-grade thunder source. Otherwise, after he died, there wouldn't be such a massive thunder dominion that appeared above the Sea of Miracles and the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Now, Lin Ming only wanted to obtain the thunder source as soon as possible and combine it with the Annihilation Flame Elemental to make his breakthrough. Bang! Arcs of thunder lashed at Lin Ming like endless whips. But, They all vanished upon touching him without causing any damage at all. After breaking over 40 miles deep into the Thunder Dominion, the power of thunder became increasingly strong. This was different from the last time that Lin Ming had entered the Thunder Dominion. Now, the true meaning of thunder within Lin Ming had already reached the 7th level boundary. Facing this rumbling thunder, all of it turned into endless thunder runes and source thunder laws within Lin Ming's eyes. The thunder and fire above the heretical god tree within his body began to resonate with this thunder, helping him unconsciously clarify the true meaning of thunder and gladdening his heart. Flying further in, the thunder light began to turn a deep purple. Thunder roared through the world, turning into purple pythons and winding about. A power of thunder 100 times greater than before smashed into Lin Ming. As a result, all of this power of thunder was swallowed up by Lin Ming, intermingling with the thunder and fire that hovered atop the boughs of the heretical god tree. As Lin Ming broke further and further in, the deep purple thunder light turned a destructive black, and then back to gold. Zizizi! Arcs of multicolored thunder twined around Lin Ming, finally condensing into traces of dense thunder runes that percolated in his muscles, as if he was a god of thunder being reborn. After delving further into the Thunder Dominion, Lin Ming's understanding and experience in the thunder laws became even deeper. When Lin Ming reached 90 miles into the Thunder Dominion, the thunder turned from golden red to an ephemeral purple gold. Not too far in front was the 90-mile edge of the Thunder Dominion. A purple-white dreamy light suddenly appeared like a sea amongst parting clouds, seemingly endless. This mystic light was like the glow of a sunset. It illuminated the world, captivating the heart with a breathtaking beauty. Lin Ming could feel that even though this purple-white light appeared as calm as a placid sea, there was actually a wild and strange strength contained within it. "We're finally here," Lin Ming whispered. His deep eyes looked through the dreamy mystic light in front of him and sighed. The last time he entered the Thunder Dominion, he was able to sense that the most dangerous place was this 90-mile Thunder Dominion. In his eyes, the dreamy mystic light before him became massive thunder runes that floated up and down like chains of islands. Within these runes was the existence of the true meaning of thunder, making his heart itch. Lin Ming was well aware that this place was the true edge of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's inheritance. As he continued forwards, the dreamy thunder continued washing over his body. The heretical god tree within Lin Ming's inner world rose. Endless thunder dragons hovered above the branches. As more and more power of thunder intruded here, it turned into thunder runes that stayed within him. In the past, this illusionary thunder would have horrified him. But now it wasn't able to harm him at all. In a single breath, he pierced 100 miles deep into the Thunder Dominion. It was like his entire body was covered in a silver-white layer of armor, an extremely ghostly sight. On Lin Ming's normally expressionless face, a rare solemn look appeared. At the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, the thunder here was absolutely still. Thunder balls quietly floated in the air, seeming peaceful. As for Lin Ming, with his current divine sense, he was able to clearly see that the distortions around the thunderballs were shattered space. This space formed a cage around each thunderball, sealing the thunderball at its central point. Deeper past these thunderballs, there were islands that floated up and down, emitting a strong aura of vitality. And even further in there were increasingly intense fluctuations of life. Deeper in there were continuous mountain ranges and snaking rivers, all of them exuding the blood vitality of powerful life forms. Lin Ming had seen these sights before, but as he saw it now, he was even more shocked. In his vision, trillions of runes tumbled about like grains of sand, condensing into thunder balls. And from the rules in which the thunder balls were arranged, he could make out clear lines. These thunder balls were a continuous wall, each thunder ball as large as a brick. Within the walls of thunderballs were mountain ranges, rivers, and so forth. Every thunderball contained an inexplicably mystical force, each one resonating and constantly shifting along with the others. With the way these billions upon billions of transformations constantly changed, this should be a heaven-shockingly grand array. Lin Ming didn't doubt that if he tried to forcefully enter past the thunderballs and triggered them, it would set off a chain reaction of explosions. This sort of explosion would be enough to crack apart a planet. Although he wouldn't die, he would be severely wounded. And the initiation of the chain reaction might automatically activate other mechanisms that Empyrean Thunder Punishment had left within, causing all the inheritances to be lost. The gains just weren't worth the cost. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He calmed his mind and deeply pondered how to deal with this situation. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's inheritance had been carefully hidden in the deepest depths of these thunder balls. If he wanted to enter, he would need to unravel this thunderball array formation. Lin Ming currently had a ridiculous accumulation of knowledge. The Azura blood had contained a part of the Azura Roadmaster's infinite memories, and he had also swallowed up the memories of the Dark Divine Runic Grandmaster Shadow Overflow and several others. In terms of understanding array formations and the structure of runes, he had a vast breadth of expertise. His pupils shined with a brilliant light. Within his gaze, every fluctuation and change of energy in the Thunderball array formation was clearly reflected. He sat cross-legged in space and began to rapidly deduce the formulaic structures in his mind. Gradually, an abstract of the entire Thunderball array formation appeared in his mind like a divine runic symbol structural diagram. Through the endless deductions, the innumerable changes were peeled away like threads of a cocoon. Suddenly, a sharp light burst out from within Lin Ming's eyes like bolts of lightning. He stood up and thrust out the Phoenix Blood Spear. As the spear thrust out, a cold red light drew a strange path through the air that conformed to the heavenly Tao laws and instantly arrived in the middle of the thunderballs. The extremely fierce spear light rumbled into a central point of the sealed space. Within the originally perfectly fitted wall of thunderballs, an area began to shake and tear open like a slit in fabric. A sparkling mystical power of thunder gushed out like starlight from the slit. This strange mystic power of thunder was completely different from anything Lin Ming had experienced in the Thunder Dominion so far. It carried with it a vast and ancient aura, as if it had flowed out from the rivers of time, filled with a life of its own. As some thunderballs bumped into the star-like power of thunder, they actually began to form lush branches and leaves that were overflowing with vitality. It was a strange sight to witness. Whoosh! 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 As this small hole appeared, Lin Ming instantly shot out a million spear strikes, alternatingly hitting areas all over the Thunderball array formation and making the hole even larger. The Thunderball array formation began to shake. Finally, an opening the size of a person was exposed with an endless power of thunder wildly surging out of it. It was like a door of light had been opened. Behind this door was still the gruesome roars of ancient beasts that seemed as if they could shake the world. There was also the outlines of massive mountain ranges that stretched out to the horizon, floating up and down within the thunder barrier. Lin Ming's heart chilled. He knew that he couldn't miss this chance and quickly rushed in. After entering the depths of the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, he could feel the atmosphere of boundless years past. Beneath his feet was ground completely formed by condensed thunder crystals. In the far-off distance he could make out innumerable islands that floated in the void. And above these islands were giant trees that exuded an immense mystic power of thunder. Every tree had countless condensed thunder dragons that circled around the trunk. The trees were around the height of 2 people. They were surrounded by verdant green grass that shimmered with the power of thunder, making it an extremely strange sight. Lin Ming could see that in the far-off distance, there was a massive mountain range blocking the way that towered into the skies where it was hidden by thunder clouds. At the summit of this mountain range was an inexhaustible mass of thunder clouds that converged into an endless vortex, seeming timeless and magnificent. One could even faintly make out that, on the peak of the highest mountain, there was a giant palace. This palace was so high that it was impossible to see the end. All one could see was that the mountain-sized golden gates emitted an endless mystic power of thunder. It was like a giant sun was burning without end at the top. The land of inheritance. Feeling the aura emanating from the palace, the heretical god tree within Lin Ming, and the many thunder dragons that wound about it began to cry out in excitement. Lin Ming could clearly the 7th level true meaning of thunder. It actually emitted an incredibly desirable aura, as if it had a spiritual wisdom of its own. like there was something within the Golden Palace that was calling out to him. Lin Ming was heated with excitement. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard a loud sound. It was the roar of a beast that seemed to echo through the heavens and earth. Lin Ming was startled. After all, this was a land of inheritance formed after Empyrean Thunder Punishment died. Although it was inferior to Empyrean Primordius inheritance, it was still extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Ming had stepped into the Holy Lord realm, he still remained vigilant upon entering here and didn't dare to lower his guard. The roar that shook the world had come from within the Golden Palace. Lin Ming's mind went on alert. His footsteps crossed the void and he soon reached the summit of the mountain peak, right in front of the Grand Golden Palace. The palace of dark purple thunder crystals stretched into the skies. A gate of 2 massive carved doors blocked Lin Ming like twin towers. As soon as he approached the doors of this palace, Lin Ming could feel a suffocating and unfathomably deep aura, one as vast as the sea that was emitted from every inch of the structure. Just as Lin Ming was about to open the doors of the palace, his heart suddenly chilled. Roar! A deafening cry spread out from the Golden Gate. On this Golden Gate, the originally lifelike carving of a 1,000-foot thunder dragon came to life. It broke free from the Golden Gate and clawed at the air. Its body carried an incredibly vast electric current that crackled space. As the thunder dragon hovered in front of the door, a terrifying thunder aura gushed out from its eyes as it regarded Lin Ming as an invader. I am the guardian spirit beast of an Empyrean holy land. For those that dare tread foot upon this sacred ground and defile this land, all that awaits is death. The dragon's head dropped down and its lantern-like eyes filled with purple electricity tightly stared at Lin Ming. Its voice was deep and bass, like a roiling thundercloud obliterating everything before it, as if it wanted to suppress the will of everyone it encountered. Lin Ming only faintly frowned, not flinching in the least. Towards Empyrean Thunder Punishment, he held a little bit of vigilance in his heart. As for things like awe and reverence, he didn't feel any of that. That fellow had once been Empyrean Primordius' sworn brother in the past, but he actually secretly colluded with the saints to betray him. In the end, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had been struck down and killed by Empyrean Primordius, and the place where he fell became Thunder Punishment's land of inheritance. Towards an Empyrean who had such a filthy character, Lin Ming didn't have the tiniest bit of goodwill. The only reason he came here was to take away something he needed. If anything dared to stop him, he would cut it down and continue on. After defeating the Good Fortune Saint's son and stepping into the Holy Lord realm, Lin Ming's combat strength had reached an unprecedented level. So why would he be afraid of some mere guardian spirit that had been deeply slumbering for 100,000 years? The Phoenix Blood Spear released a resonant cry. A crimson flame phoenix flew out, swirling around the Phoenix Blood Spear with an intense fighting spirit. A red light shot out of Lin Ming's flesh and blood, following and joining with his spear strike as it cut a beautiful path through the air that followed the heavenly Tao. Like a rainbow, the spear tore through the void, curling up endless blood-red waves of air. With a loud blast, the spear cut directly into the purple thunder dragon's reverse scale. In an instant, a purple electric light collided with the radiant spear light, causing waves of energy to spread out. In the high heavens, all thunder clouds for 100 miles were washed away by the terrifying waves of energy. This purple dragon that seemed unbearably arrogant issued a mournful scream. A massive number of dragon scales the size of a boulder were instantly shattered into several pieces by the Phoenix Blood Spear. Every dragon scale that fell off turned into pure thunder energy that tore through space before eventually dissipating. Still hasn't died? It truly is worthy of being a thunder spirit condensed through the years by Empyrean Thunder Punishment's land of inheritance. Its strength is about that of a great world king. With a single spear strike, Lin Ming was able to accurately judge the strength of this guardian spirit beast. After all, his spear strike contained over 800 million genes of strength. If this thunder dragon was able to survive his spear strike, it must be considerably strong. Although Empyrean Thunder Punishment was someone that lacked any sense of morals, in the end he had still been a superior Empyrean with an immeasurably deep level of strength in the past. The thunder dragon was enraged. For the last 100,000 years, it had guarded this Empyrean land of inheritance. On the Sky Spill planet, there was not a single being that dared to offend its draconic majesty. But now there was someone that had caused it pain. The Thunder Dragon even perceived a threat to its existence. As a guardian spirit, its instinctual desire was to eliminate this threat. In its sparkling purple pupils, stars began to shine. Thunder balls the size of comets began to appear in the skies, blocking out the heavens. Each thunder ball contained a dreadful annihilation aura. Thunder clouds accompanied them, all of them restlessly stirring up. In an instant, these countless thunderballs fell towards Lin Ming like a meteor shower. Lin Ming frowned. The heretical god tree appeared behind him and began to rise, growing taller and towering upwards. In an instant it became a lofty tree over 10,000 feet high, its crown reaching into the skies. On one side of this tree was a carpet of purple leaves. These purple leaves emitted a terrifying aura and resembled thunder dragons, emitting a true meaning of thunder that couldn't be resisted. On the other side of the tree, fire phoenixes perched on the branches. Heavenly tribulation flames burned, even burning holes in space. The thunder dragons sent out a dreadful dragon majesty as they soared upwards. As the thunder balls came crashing down, the thunder dragons seethed with excitement. They opened their jaws wide in anticipation and began swallowing up the thunder balls. Every time these thunder dragons swallowed up a thunder ball, arcs of purple electricity would spark over their bodies and they would roar in comfort. They would even grow larger. It was clear they benefited greatly from this. As the purple thunder dragon in the skies saw all of this, its heart shook. These thunder balls were a manifestation of its life spirit, and the explosion of a single one was enough to severely wound a Holy Lord realm martial artist. But that strange large tree had appeared, and it was even occupied by countless thunder dragons that could gobble up the thunder balls. This caused the massive purple thunder dragon to be even more enraged. A dragon's roar came bellowing out from its throat. Its massive figure rose up into the air, breaking through the clouds of thunder. Its massive body turned into a bolt of lightning as it hurtled towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes exploded with a sharp light. Ripples of condensed essence energy appeared around his body as his blood vitality began wildly raging like a flooded river. The surrounding void began to tremble with his every gesture. With a single step, the ground split apart, causing a massive gully several hundred miles long to appear. Like an arrow, he shot up into the skies. Without avoiding or evading, he directly collided with that purple thunder dragon. Amongst the human race, the toughness of Lin Ming's mortal body was unparalleled. After opening the 8 inner hidden gates and also breaking into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, Lin Ming had been able to use his mortal body to completely roll over the good fortune Saint's son. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his moving body was comparable to a moving planet. Even if he only opened a single Dao Palace right now, he would still be completely fearless of this purple thunder dragon that was formed from countless arcs of thunder. Bang! Lin Ming's momentum was like a planet as he smashed into the purple thunder dragon. In an instant, endless arcs of thunder swirled up from the giant dragon's claw and bombarded Lin Ming's body. Zizizi! Zizizi! As this endless thunder fell onto Lin Ming's body, all it could do was leave behind the faintest black marks on the surface of his skin. Seeing such a tough body, the purple thunder dragon couldn't help but feel fear. Lin Ming's blood vitality surged. His spear strikes struck out like infinite waves. In an instant, innumerable spear shadows appeared in space as their strengths superimposed upon each other. Finally, the entire phoenix blood spear began to hum and cry. Thunder and fire wove together atop the spear point, like thousands of purple and red solar flares were occurring at once. Massive tracts of space collapsed and endless space storms howled out from the holes, increasing the potential behind the spear strike even further. The spear directly nailed into the purple thunder dragon's head. Ka-ka-ka. With a deafening cracking sound, the purple thunder dragon screeched in pain. A slit had appeared in its extremely hard head. After all, This purple thunder dragon had only been formed by a tiny bit of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's essence energy and blood vitality before he died. It was because it had been tempered for 100,000 years that it had been able to substantialize its own body. But even with such a body, how could it resist Lin Ming's heaven-shaking strike? The entire purple thunder dragon was finally torn apart through the slit by the phoenix blood spear. Bang! A world-shattering explosion erupted. Endless thunder essence energy spewed out into the world before quietly dissipating. At the same time, the golden gates with the purple thunder dragon carving also dimmed down. Then, in the moments after that, the golden gates began to loudly swing open. As the gates opened, the mysterious sound of the great Tao constantly echoed out from within, accompanied by words that shook the world. Every word inspired the soul and awakened the mind to truth. Every word absorbed the mystical power in the void and emitted a faint trace of thunder energy. All of this floated in space. This is someone explaining the source great Tao of the power of thunder. As Lin Ming listened to these sounds, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He had already grasped onto the 7th level of the true meaning of thunder. In terms of the thunder laws, he possessed a profound understanding. After listening for just a little bit, he immediately understood just what this strange language was trying to say. These were all things he had never heard of before. They were an understanding of the essence of the great Tao of thunder that was far deeper than what he knew. This is the great Tao of thunder left behind by Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. After intruding into the Thunder Dominion, it was extremely important for him to obtain the thunder source left behind here. But, if he could temper his own thunder laws and obtain a deeper understanding that Empyrean Thunder Punishment once possessed, that would also be a lifelong benefit. As he stepped into the grand hall of the palace, Lin Ming felt a great and powerful aura, like a mountain pressing down on his heart. He was startled and looked towards the direction where this aura came from. In that direction, he could see a faint tall figure standing in the center of the hall. This figure wore a purple-black robe that exuded an aura of thunder. Its entire body surged with the mystic power of thunder, and even the ground beneath its feet became hazy, as if it had transformed into thunder essence energy. Just by glancing at this figure, Lin Ming's heart shook. This person was simply a god of thunder. Even the true meaning of thunder in the heretical god tree was galvanized by this person's shadow. A strange flow of the Tao beat in tandem around this figure, scattering in all directions without end. However, in the center of this person's chest was a fist-sized hole. In the center of this hole was the aura of chaos. It gathered there, unable to be dispersed as it also released a powerful pressure. The strength of this pressure surpassed that of almost every other Empyrean Lin Ming had encountered so far. Even so, it was incredibly familiar. This pressure belonged to an ancient Empyrean Primordius. That chaos energy was also the most source essence energy of the universe, Grand Mist energy. That hole is the fist wound left behind by Empyrean Primordius? Could this be Empyrean Thunder Punishment's corpse? Lin Ming gulped in shock. Well done. After so many years, someone was finally able to enter here. At this time, a voice filled with grandeur and majesty resounded in the grand hall. This sudden voice filled with Lin Ming with surprise. He focused his eyes, staring at the figure in front of him and finally making out his dragon-like beard and deeply contoured features. In the darkened hall, the figure in front of Lin Ming that he originally thought was a corpse suddenly rose up, its eyes flashing open. For a time 2 green lights lit up the hall. Those sharp eyes pierced through the darkness like twin bolts of lightning. Lin Ming was aghast. He took a sudden step back. To encounter such a situation here would leave anyone creeped out. Thunder Punishment hasn't died? This thought raced through Lin Ming's mind, causing a cold chill to crawl up his back. Lin Ming had originally suspected that Empyrean Primordius hadn't died. If that were true, then it wouldn't be strange for Empyrean Thunder Punishment to have not perished either, but instead be severely wounded like Empyrean Divine Mist and have sealed himself away to maintain his life. If so, then this situation wasn't good at all. Facing this person who had once been sworn brothers with Empyrean Primordius and whose strength reached the upper levels of Empyrean powerhouses, Lin Ming didn't dare to take any rash actions before understanding the situation more. After so many years, someone was finally able to enter here. What a rare sight. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's voice constantly fluctuated, but the tone remained slow and deep. Lin Ming silently looked out at Empyrean Thunder Punishment as he rapidly assessed his strength. He could faintly feel that Empyrean Thunder Punishment was currently in a very poor state. Is he a remnant soul? Lin Ming wondered. If only a remnant soul remained that had attached onto Empyrean Thunder Punishment's corpse. Then to the current him, this wouldn't be too terrifying at all. Is Senior the one who created the Thunder Dominion? Could this place be the land of inheritance that Senior left behind? Lin Ming falsely asked. Indeed. This Thunder Dominion was created by me 100,000 years ago. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's heavy voice droned on. For you to arrive here is your good fortune. As Thunder Punishment spoke these words, his eyes blazed at Lin Ming, wanting to completely see through Lin Ming's inner world. Feeling the probing of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's divine sense, Lin Ming's thoughts chilled. He hurriedly hid away things that shouldn't be seen by Empyrean Thunder Punishment, like the Black Dragon Egg, Primordius Martial Intent Energy, and other things. Even the overly powerful Azura laws and the black hole created by the Divine Seal art were covered up. This was because if Empyrean Thunder Punishment were to find such things, it would naturally arouse suspicion. It was impossible for a normal martial artist of the Divine Realm to possess such things. After hiding these away, Lin Ming's inner world became far more ordinary. Even so, his more ordinary inner world left Empyrean Thunder Punishment shaken just as it was. He looked at Lin Ming with amazement in his heart. He originally assumed that Lin Ming might be some interstellar wanderer who had accidentally stumbled onto the Sky Spill planet and who also possessed ordinary talent. Even so, Empyrean Thunder Punishment still had to leave his inheritance with Lin Ming, because asking for a top talent to come to some remote place like the Sky Spill planet was just impossible. If Empyrean Thunder Punishment could hand down his inheritance, he would be more than content. But he never imagined Lin Ming's talent would be so extraordinary. Your talent is much better than expected. Empyrean Thunder Punishment felt this was unbelievable. In truth, his ability to sense talent was limited, and because he was only a leftover remnant soul, the force behind this divine sense was also ordinary. If Empyrean Thunder Punishment were to know what Lin Ming's true battle strength was, he might have been shocked unconscious. Senior's praise is too much. This junior's talent is mediocre. It's only through some lucky chances that I found some heavenly materials to consolidate the foundation of my blood vitality and obtain my current achievements. Lin Ming casually explained. Heavenly materials? Empyrean Thunder Punishment repeated, startled. He immediately nodded. Yes, your blood vitality billows into the sky, and it even seems to contain the aura of a god beast. Without many heavenly materials to support you, it would indeed be impossible for you to reach such heights. This proves that both your destiny and foundation are outstanding, and that you are sufficient to become my descendant. Empyrean Thunder Punishment leaned forwards a little, his gaze focusing on Lin Ming's face, as if waiting for an elated expression to show up on it. However, Lin Ming's face remained stiff, without any response at all. This left Empyrean Thunder Punishment frowning a little. But thinking about it further, perhaps this youth simply didn't know who he was, so he wouldn't be aware of what the significance behind his inheritance was. Thus, Empyrean Thunder Punishment lightly coughed and said, You probably don't know my identity. In the Divine Realm's 3,000 great worlds, I am the Empyrean of Thunderlight World, Empyrean Thunder Punishment. In the past, I freely roamed the Divine Realm, and my strength was also amazing even amongst Empyreans. The Thunder Punishment Heavenly Palace that I established was a peak Empyrean influence of the Divine Realm that had gathered countless outstanding geniuses. My Heavenly Palace even approached the number 1 Empyrean influence of the Divine Realm, Mount Padala. If I choose you as my descendant, then that is completely different from taking you as a disciple. A disciple is someone to be taught my inheritance, but as a descendant not only would I teach you my complete inheritance, but you would also possess all my treasures and take on my legacy. That is the same as inheriting the entirety of an Empyrean. Since you have already cultivated to such a boundary, you should understand the meaning behind my words, right? As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, he looked at Lin Ming expectantly. Lin Ming stiffly nodded. Understood. Empyrean Thunder Punishment dragged on his word, seeming a bit reluctant to continue. For you to not panic in the face of such a lucky chance proves that your disposition is quite good. It's no wonder you've achieved such achievements at such a young age. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, his figure suddenly rose up. He stepped through the void, 1 foot at a time, until he arrived right in front of Lin Ming. That old and solemn face stopped just a foot away from Lin Ming's own. From this distance, Lin Ming could feel a massive pressure slowly press down on him, as if a god of thunder had traversed the river of time, walking through 100,000 years to meet him. Although Empyrean Thunder Punishment only had a wisp of his remnant soul remaining and not much strength left, this was the pressure of an Empyrean. Lin Ming raised his guard. He could feel that the remnant soul in front of him contained the source of thunder. Although it was just a remnant soul, he couldn't underestimate it. Are you willing to inherit the whole of my legacy? Empyrean Thunder Punishment slowly spoke, his words drilling into Lin Ming's ears. Although Empyrean Thunder Punishment was secretly unwilling, he had still once been a supreme martial artist. He didn't want his lifetime of knowledge to be lost to the world, vanishing without a single successor. Lin Ming's thoughts raced. He asked, inheriting senior's inheritance shouldn't be so simple, right? May I ask what conditions there are? Ha! Smart young boy. Empyrean Thunder Punishment laughed out loud. The pupils that he stared at Lin Ming with emitted a strange light, becoming increasingly hazy like a dream. If you want to inherit my legacy, you must make an oath. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, his pupils became increasingly profound and tinged with a deep hatred. I want you to vow that after you inherit my legacy, in your lifetime you must seek out all the roots and branches of that old dog Primordius and kill them all off. If you cannot complete this task, then you will be punished by the heavens and your divine soul will be annihilated. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, he couldn't hide the strong killing intent behind his words. A strange color filled Lin Ming's complexion. In truth, he already expected this kind of oath. Kill off all the roots and branches of Empyrean Primordius? Isn't that just wanting me to commit suicide? I am the only one who inherited Empyrean Primordius' legacy after all. As Lin Ming was thinking, Empyrean Thunder Punishment continued to say, in addition to that, in the future you must gather soul-restoring heavenly materials for me. I only have a wisp of remnant soul remaining, and although my body has been preserved for 100,000 years using a secret technique, it has already reached the point of decay and cannot be further used. You must help me in my rebirth. I have a secret skill that can use the power of thunder to refine a living soul and suck out their soul essence to make up for my own lacking soul force. You must gather souls for me, the more powerful the better. Those souls that possess talent that can fight past their levels, those have the best effects. The power of thunder was originally the nemesis of souls. If a powerful soul was struck by thunder, it would be turned into soul force essence. As for spirit marks and so forth, all of that would be turned to nothingness and there wouldn't be any side effects to absorbing the leftovers. And Empyrean Thunder Punishment was a master of thunder arts. This sort of demonic soul-restoring devil arts could be said to perfectly suit him. If I am to understand it, then after inheriting Senior's inheritance, I must endlessly kill people to help restore Senior's soul? Lin Ming asked. That's right. The road of martial arts is a path of murder and destruction to begin with. Not only must you help restore my remnant soul, but after doing so you must find me a suitable body so that I can seize it and be truly reborn. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment finished speaking, Lin Ming coldly sneered in his heart. So, it seemed that this land of inheritance that Empyrean Thunder Punishment left behind was not just because he wanted not only to pass on his legacy, but to have his wisp of remnant soul be reborn. And to use this thunder-type cultivation to refine the essence of souls to nourish his soul force, this was something that required one to reap an incalculable number of lives. However, what Empyrean Thunder Punishment said was not wrong. The road of martial arts was one filled with murder and destruction. As long as one was a martial artist, it was inevitable that their road would be paved with the lives of others. Lin Ming, Primordius, Xiao Moxian, all of them were the same in this regard. Lin Ming himself cultivated the myriad demon karmic wheel, a soul-refining cultivation method similar to what Empyrean Thunder Punishment suggested. However, up until now, there was a single line that Lin Ming had never crossed. He had never deliberately gone to take innocent lives. What, you aren't interested? Heh, if this were 100,000 years ago and I were to release news that I was receiving a descendant, who knows who many people would stampede over each other to kneel at my feet, hoping that I would accept them. Yet here you are, still hesitating. Empyrean Thunder Punishment frowned, extremely annoyed. Lin Ming lightly said, Junior is naturally interested, and what Senior says is also correct. For great accomplishments, killing some people isn't much at all. Moreover, up until now I have also slaughtered innumerable people. However, this Empyrean Primordius, though, Lin Ming quietly raised this point. He wanted to understand some of the events from 100,000 years ago. However, Lin Ming's question seemed to poke at Empyrean Thunder Punishment's sore point. Empyrean Thunder Punishment coldly said, Humph! That old dog Primordius was originally my sworn brother, but because of a mere treasure he turned against me and finally attacked me. He thrust me through this planet, destroying my body and tearing apart my soul. What a cruel and vicious man. My millions of years of cultivation were instantly destroyed, and now all that's left over is this wisp of remnant soul. My only choice was to seal myself away here and linger about, waiting for my chance to come. If I cannot destroy his legacy, how could I possibly rest? Empyrean Thunder Punishment's tone was sharp and filled with malice. Lin Ming quietly listened. It seemed that Empyrean Thunder Punishment's explanation of events was completely different from what the Black Dragon had said. Lin Ming wouldn't blindly believe any side. However, according to Divine Dream's third-party view of events, in addition to the invasion of the saints, the tomb of Heavenly Empress Shenqing, and other references, Lin Ming could judge that what Empyrean Thunder Punishment said wasn't too true. The so-called treasure that caused Empyrean Primordius to turn against him was undoubtedly the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. As for why they had become enemies, there were many possibilities. Perhaps Empyrean Thunder Punishment thought that he was owed a part of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, or perhaps Empyrean Thunder Punishment wanted to borrow the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to practice his devil arts. But Primordius hadn't allowed this, and eventually their conflicts and contradictions had accumulated and finally erupted. It was far too normal for such a valuable treasure to arouse the greed of others. Lin Ming maintained his composure. After a period of silence, he said, So that's what happened. Then, the two requests that Senior spoke of are well within reason. Haha. Great. Empyrean Thunder Punishment nodded. Since that's the case, then accept my inheritance. The moment you accept my inheritance, my remnant soul will also temporarily reside in your body. I will plant a curse seal in your spiritual sea, so don't think of violating the oath you made. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, his remnant soul suddenly surged upwards. A mass of pale green soul force began to rise up from his body, forming into runes. These runes seemed to swim around like fish. Wrapped in Thunder Punishment's remnant soul, they appeared in the skies of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. After some time, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul slightly dimmed. At the same time, a cruel and chaotic soul force appeared. Hoo hoo hoo. Ghostly cries swept through the air. Above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, rows of grisly green curse seals appeared. These curse seals were formed by soul force. Empyrean Thunder Punishment had divided a portion of his remnant soul's strength to carve curse seals into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. A martial artist's spiritual sea was an extremely fragile and delicate place. Once someone else intruded upon this area, there were all sorts of dangers that could happen. Empyrean Thunder Punishment believed that, by taking the initiative to come here, he could control the situation. With his own soul force submerged into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, this would make it so that Lin Ming wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Now you can be considered my descendant. From this point on, my remnant soul will reside in the middle of your soul. If you violate your oath, then I will energize the curse seals in your spiritual sea and destroy your mind and soul. The phantom of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul slowly said. At this time, Lin Ming possessed an extremely powerful soul force. He could clearly detect that these pale green curse seals were in fact a part of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul. In order to completely control him, Empyrean Thunder Punishment didn't hesitate in further splitting apart his extremely incomplete remnant soul. Now I shall pass my inheritance to you. After planting his curse seals in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Empyrean Thunder Punishment didn't worry about Lin Ming anymore. It was clear he was highly confident in his remnant soul curse seals. My inheritance is contained within a spirit treasure called the Thunder Punishment Sword. In the past, this sword cut down countless powerhouses and has become incomparably formidable. I placed a spell on it so it recognizes only my aura. If anyone else were to approach that sword and try to use outside force to influence it, it would self-implode. The entire Thunder Dominion would also no longer exist. Empyrean Thunder Punishment spookily said. After listening to this, Lin Ming felt a chill shoot up his back. Luckily, he hadn't recklessly acted just now. If he had truly extinguished Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul first, then the consequences would have been inconceivably dire. At this moment, information in the form of memories passed out from Thunder Punishment's remnant soul. In an instant, Lin Ming knew the location of the Thunder Punishment Sword. Moreover, he discovered something even more important. The foundation of the Thunder Dominion was the top-grade thunder source he was searching for. It was also sealed beneath the Thunder Punishment Sword. Lin Ming followed the routes in his mind and flew through the Thunder Dominion for half an incense stick of time until he reached a broad open hall. This hall had countless murals of Empyrean Thunder Punishment in the past, images of him leading armies and expeditions to slaughter in all directions. It was an incredibly majestic sight. It was clear that this was a palace that Empyrean Thunder Punishment had personally built in the past. Here, mountains of thunderstone shine down onto the hall like suns. The most primal aura of the Source Thunder laws filled every nook and cranny of this hall. And the richest aura of Source Thunder laws originated from the grand throne in the center of the hall. 9 dragons circled above this throne, emitting an inexhaustibly frenzied power, inspiring awe and fear. Lin Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning. He tore through space and instantly arrived in front of that 9-dragon throne. He had been acknowledged by Empyrean Thunder Punishment, and Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul also existed in his spiritual sea. Thus, the strange thunder aura of Empyrean Thunder Punishment also exuded from his body. Those 9 dragons wildly roared as Lin Ming approached. But almost immediately they sensed that Lin Ming was emitting the aura of Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Like obedient little dogs, they drilled back into the throne. The entire throne seemed high and lofty, a dignity and honor that rose above mortals. But Lin Ming actually knew that this was only a representation of the Thunder Punishment Sword. The truth was that this throne was formed by the melted dragon bone hilt of the Thunder Punishment Sword. 2 arms climbed up the giant throne. Then, Lin Ming focused strength into his dantian and endless blood vitality swelled up his arms. The 9-dragon throne had been firmly planted into the hall of carved thunder crystals. But with strength approaching 100 billion genes, Lin Ming forcefully ripped it up. The mountain-like hall violently shivered. Finally, a dazzling sword blade showed itself. An incomparably great and distant aura emanated from the great sword. Shrill hisses filled the air. Several hair-thin dragons dissipated from the sword blade and into space, immediately piercing holes into the void. Just by drawing up a little of the blade, the Thunder Punishment Sword showed just how powerful it was. It was absolutely a top Empyrean spirit treasure. Lin Ming's body surged with more and more blood vitality. A bit at a time, he constantly pulled out the giant Thunder Punishment Sword. The entire hall wildly shook, quaking without end as the walls and ground groaned. It seemed that the entire structure could collapse at any moment. Bang! With a final pull, the 1,000-foot-long Thunder Punishment Sword was completely drawn out from the ground by Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming felt as if he were holding onto a raging thunder dragon. one that desperately wanted to escape. But immediately, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul sent out traces of his aura. As this remnant soul aura brushed against the Thunder Punishment sword, the sword seemed to fear it and began rapidly shrinking, its atmosphere of resistance also weakening. Lin Ming couldn't lose this chance. He spread out the power of the heretical god tree, letting it trickle out of him like streams of water. Ka-ka-ka. Along the way, thunder dragons roared and fire phoenixes burned. Lin Ming constantly fused as much strength as he could into the Thunder Punishment sword, wanting to leave as much of his mark in the sword as possible. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's main body had long perished, and in a sense, this sword no longer has a master. The only problem had been that Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul had left a bit of his will inside the Thunder Punishment sword, but beneath his own initiative, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had taken back this will himself. With this, before long, this sword had completely become Lin Ming's treasure. After the Thunder Punishment sword was pulled out by Lin Ming, the entire hall seemed to come to life. Pata-pata. The beating sound like that of a heartbeat began to originate from beneath the Thunder Punishment sword. With every beat, every inch of the hall seemed to resonate with it. Thunder Source. This is the top-grade Thunder Source that Empyrean Thunder Punishment used to use. Seeing the object beneath the Thunder Punishment sword, Lin Ming took a deep breath. To him, this Thunder Source was far more important than the Thunder Punishment sword. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's Thunder Source was like a little thunder dragon. It burrowed deep within the hall, glowing with a scintillating silver-white luster. Its little form moved up and down. With every fluctuation, a destructive source power of thunder seemed to gush out from its body, piercing through the void and escaping into space. All around the Thunder Source were also countless thin thunder plants, all of them brimming with life. Life and destruction were two sides of the same coin. This was why the power of thunder was so terrifying and strong. It was clear that the existence of this thunder source was why the Thunder Dominion had existed without end for 100,000 years. This is it. Lin Ming carefully stretched out his hand. Before he touched the thunder source, he could feel threads of silver-white lightning jump up and shoot onto his arm. Even though Lin Ming had a mortal body more formidable than some god beasts, this silver-white lightning still caused a needle-like ache to spread through his arm. Feeling this pain, Lin Ming was instead overjoyed. The more powerful the thunder source was, the more satisfied he was with it. Leaning down, the blood of a true dragon surged within Lin Ming. Layers of dragon scales appeared, wrapping around Lin Ming's arm. He directly grasped the small thunder source. With true dragon scales protecting his arm, the powerful arcs of lightning that leapt out from the thunder source only smoothly slid over the scales instead, leaving nothing but the shallowest of marks. After taking hold of the thunder source, Lin Ming discovered that wanting to lift it up was the same as wanting to pull up a tiny star. The energy within this thunder source could be imagined. Soon after, the thunder source turned into a massive thunder vortex that began resonating with the massive amount of power of thunder around it. Whirl, whirl, whirl. Inside the Golden Hall, from within every piece of thunder crystal, faint traces of the power of thunder continuously leaked out. The source of thunder contained in the surrounding murals released a dazzling light. Then, from outside the Golden Hall, from the endless depths of the Thunder Dominion, thunder began to restlessly stir. Purple gold, golden red, silver white. The color of all sorts of thunder began surging towards the Golden Hall. The endless power of thunder completely poured itself into the thunder source. Seeing this turbulent flow continue for over an incense stick of time, Lin Ming could sense that the thunder source was becoming increasingly heavy and increasingly pure. The little traces of lightning that dissipated from the thunder source began to directly tear open the void and cause terrifying space storms to run out. Who dash? Only when the thunder source finally fell still did Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. As for the grand Golden Hall that was releasing a magnificent glow of heavenly thunder, it now resembled a sickly patient that had all of their essence energy and blood vitality sucked out and had lost all its previous shine. The entire hall had dimmed down. The thunder crystals still glowed with a faint light, The surrounding murals that depicted Empyrean thunder punishment's previous exploits and accomplishments no longer seemed like fierce demons in the dimmed light, but like mortals instead. Even outside the Thunder Dominion, the infinitely rolling thunder that filled the world began to rapidly fade away. Lin Ming knew what was happening. All of this had been created by the Thunder Source. The Thunder Source could be called the origin of all the strength within the Thunder Dominion. Now that he had pulled out the origin, all of that previously scattered strength was also returning to the Thunder Source. The thunder phenomena outside naturally weakened by a tremendous amount. My lifetime of inheritance is contained within the Thunder Punishment Sword. Since you have now obtained the Thunder Source, do not delay any further and begin inheriting my legacy. Hold that sword and stab it into the Nine-Dragon Throne, and allow all the strength within your body to resonate with it. As long as you can become one with it and commune with it, then you have succeeded. The Thunder Punishment Sword is also the mystic key to take control of the Gold Thunder Temple. You will inherit my everything, of course, at that time. The curse seals I placed into your spiritual sea will completely activate, and the mark will enter your soul. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's ghostly voice echoed out from behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The Thunder Punishment Sword and also the texts within it that were related to the source of thunder were all marvelous treasures, inferior only to Empyrean Primordius inheritance. However, the curse that Empyrean Thunder Punishment placed within him was extremely problematic. After all, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had once been a superior Empyrean with an incredible level of strength. Even though all that existed of him now was a wisp of his remnant soul, this was still a terrifying existence to deal with. Focusing his thoughts, Lin Ming finally firmed his decision on what to do. He seized the Thunder Punishment Sword and then inserted it into the Nine-Dragon Throne he had just pulled it out of. Bang! Strength began pouring out from every inch of Lin Ming's body, rumbling as it entered the Thunder Punishment Sword. The Thunder Punishment Sword began to release a brilliance as bright as a sun. A milky white radiance completely wrapped around Lin Ming and the Thunder Punishment Sword. At the same time, a strange sensation spread up from the Thunder Punishment Sword and into his body. It was like the Thunder Punishment Sword had become a part of his flesh and blood. Soon after, every piece of material in the hall began to merge with his flesh and blood, becoming a part of his body. Boka, Boka, Boka. Lin Ming could feel that his heartbeat was following the energy fluctuations of the entire Gold Thunder Temple. As these fluctuations became increasingly intense, the energy shooting out began to latch onto the Gold Thunder Temple and aggressively fuse with it. Shou! The heretical god tree appeared behind Lin Ming. It broke into the skies, emitting mystic strength that sparkled as if began fusing with the hall. The color of the entire Gold Thunder Temple began to resemble that of the heretical god tree, becoming deeper and darker in color. A true dragon winded out from Lin Ming's body, soaring into the heavens. The power of an azure-colored god beast began filling up the surrounding space. All of these strengths were drawn out by this strange resonance, bringing about slight changes to the Gold Thunder Temple. Gold Thunder Temple. So it was this all along. The moment Lin Ming's thoughts completely fused with the Gold Thunder Temple, he was able to make out the entire internal structure and image within the Gold Thunder Temple. With this, he was able to confirm one thing. This Gold Thunder Temple was in truth the Temple of Marvels that floated above the Sea of Miracles. In the past, when Lin Ming still ventured through the Sky Spill planet, he had killed Shen Wuji and had gone to the central 4 divine kingdoms of the Sky Spill continent. There, he had received an invitation from the 9 Furnace Crown Prince, Yang Yun, to attend the feast upon 9 Flower Lake. This 9 Flower Lake was where Lin Ming first heard about the Temple of Marvels. From the rumors, the Temple of Marvels was a living mirage, vague and phantasmal, incomparably mysterious. Even a divine Sea Supreme Elder couldn't hope to approach it. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, the Temple of Marvels floated out from the Sea of Miracles. Yang Yun took the chance of exploring the Temple of Marvels as bait and lured all the heroes of the world to enter the Temple of Marvels where he could capture them in his net. To the Lin Ming of that time, the Temple of Marvels could be said to be filled with rare treasures, but it was also steeped in perils at every step. Lin Ming never thought that there would be a day when he would receive the entire Temple of Marvels into his own inner world. As Lin Ming was about to receive the Temple of Marvels, suddenly, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the curse seals that Empyrean punishment placed within him began to sink down. According to the terms of the curse contract set by Empyrean Thunder Punishment, the moment Lin Ming received the inheritance was when the curse would activate. The instant Lin Ming felt the curse about to rush into his spiritual sea, he focused his thoughts towards his inner world. He no longer concealed the energy of his inner world but allowed all of it to gush out like a raging sea. And amongst this turbulent strength, the most eye-catching was a grayish-black cube. This was the magic cube. The magic cube was the divine tool of the soul and was the object most able to restrain soul force in the universe. The curse seals formed by Empyrean Thunder Punishment just happened to be created using a part of his remnant soul. No matter how powerful Empyrean Thunder Punishment had been in the past, it was impossible for a fraction of a remnant soul to resist the magic cube. Kacha! With a loud explosive sound, the curse seals that Empyrean Thunder Punishment placed in Lin Ming's spiritual sea were all destroyed. At the same time, from the depths of Lin Ming's soul, all of the strength contained within erupted outwards. This was an aura that seemed to resemble the origins of the universe. It spread out with an unstoppable momentum, rolling over everything in its way. What? Empyrean Thunder Punishment cried out in alarm. This sudden change left him panic-stricken. He originally thought that he would use the curse seals to immediately control Lin Ming, but he never imagined Lin Ming would use some unknown methods to burst out with an incredible strength that directly destroyed his curse seals. The curse seals were connected to Empyrean Thunder Punishment, and their destruction caused a backlash against the remains of his remnant soul. His figure violently shivered as it became blurry. You! Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul violently shivered. He looked at Lin Ming, burning with rage. You deliberately hid your strength to fool me? At the same time Empyrean Thunder Punishment was furious, he was also panic-stricken. He was now just a remnant soul. Compared to his previous magnificence from 100,000 years ago when he had been a superior Empyrean that stood above all others, his strength had dropped precipitously. Even so, his insight was not something that an ordinary martial artist could hope to compare with, so how had he been played around with by a Holy Lord Realm Jr.? This boy, just what methods had he used? As Empyrean Thunder Punishment was surprised, he felt an extremely familiar aura erupt from within Lin Ming's inner world. Besides being familiar, this was also an aura that he loathed to no end. For a time, his entire body seemed to light up with arcs of electricity as lightning burst out from his eyes. His originally phantasmal figure began to rapidly rise as his momentum grew. An inexplicable killing intent leapt out, wrapping around Lin Ming. Grand Mist Energy. You actually have Grand Mist Energy within you. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's voice rang like layers of thunderclouds, echoing in the hall as it was filled with disbelief and wrath. Lin Ming remained silent. The light of the Thunder Punishment sword in his hand slowly faded away. With a thought, the entire Gold Thunder Temple began to rapidly shrink, sending out endless runes that carried the true meaning of thunder within them. Finally, the temple turned into a palm-sized version in his hands that was easily held in his grasp. Without fully extinguishing Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to use the Thunder Punishment Sword and Gold Thunder Temple without worries. When you betrayed Empyrean Primordius in the past, did you ever think there would come a day when it happened to you? Lin Ming lightly said. The light around him began to distort, becoming chaotic as it formed a strange field around him. Primordius martial intent. Good. Very good. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's pupils shrank. His form couldn't help but shiver, even as a hateful light burst out of his eyes and locked onto Lin Ming. So you had already inherited the legacy of that old thief Primordius before coming here, and then you hid your aura to deceive me. Empyrean Thunder Punishment gnashed his teeth. This brat was actually the descendant of Empyrean Primordius. He had waited for 100,000 years in this Thunder Dominion, existing in the state of a remnant soul. Yet, The only one who came to visit him after all this time was a descendant of his blood enemy. And what left Empyrean Thunder Punishment most perplexed was that he hadn't been able to see through the illusions created by this junior, and as a result he had submissively given away his inheritance. "Brat, you are seeking death." A sharp light burst out from Empyrean Thunder Punishment's pupils. A powerful ghostly force thrust out from his eyes, mixed in with rumbling thunder as it rushed into Lin Ming's body. Facing the enraged Empyrean Thunder Punishment, Lin Ming simply thrust out his hand. Then, an icy cold aura gushed out from his body, an aura that contained the screams of 10,000 demons and countless ghosts. Pitch-black soul force condensed into a massive wheel, with Azura phantoms pushing it from above. This was the myriad demon karmic wheel. Just as the overlapping layers of ghostly thunder were about to explode, all of it was diverted to the myriad demon karmic wheel and then slowly grinded away. As this thunder was slowly grinded away, soul force dissipated from it before completely vanishing. Seeing this, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's complexion darkened. This was not a technique that a junior could possess. "Who are you? It is impossible for you to be a Holy Lord Realm martial artist." In Empyrean Thunder Punishment's opinion, it was utterly impossible for any Holy Lord Realm martial artist to fight with him. At the start, he had carefully verified that Lin Ming was indeed just a Holy Lord martial artist, and this was the reason he believed that Lin Ming could never escape his control. Lin Ming simply didn't bother with Empyrean Thunder Punishment's nonsense. The myriad demon karmic will slowly revolved, floating beneath his feet. "Humph! Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" With Empyrean Thunder Punishment's cold cough, a strange sound emitted from his body. All around him, runes that contained the world laws began to continuously appear. These runes formed thunder dragons in the sky. As they soared into the wind, it seemed as if the entire world had become one of thunder. In an instant, these infinite thunder dragons opened their bell-like eyes, dark and gloomy and emitting bursts of thunder light. At the same time, meteor-sized thunderballs appeared in space, all of them exuding a strange mystic power. Countless invisible hands seemed to appear in the air. Suddenly, Lin Ming felt as if he couldn't control his body. "This is a force field? With just a wisp of a remnant soul you can spur the power of the laws as well as form this thunder force field." Lin Ming was surprised. Empyrean Thunder Punishment was indeed far too powerful. His mortal body had been destroyed and his inner world no longer existed. Yet, by just relying on his remnant soul, he was able to form such a formidable thunder force field. Although Empyrean Thunder Punishment put on a brave front, the truth was that he was in a critical situation. He no longer possessed the power of his past, and this strange young man in front of him simply had far too many strange secrets. Thunder Punishment thrust his hands out into the void. The power of thunder drawn out by this soul force began to wildly rage about. 10,000 thunder dragons howled. The void began to shake and contract upon Lin Ming as if it wanted to thoroughly swallow him up. Lin Ming remained unworried. Without expression, he calmly stretched out a hand. Motes of black light condensed in his palm, sparkling. Then, these motes of light gathered together on Lin Ming's palm, turning into a black cube that exuded an ancient and vast aura. As the magic cube appeared, the surrounding space fell into a deathly silence. Although the magic cube was currently just the size of a hand, it gave off an extremely offsetting feeling. It was like a black universe, encompassing all, terrifying and dense. Every mode of black light was like an endless black vortex that emitted endless mystic strength. Any soul force-condensed thunder dragons that approached were mercilessly pulled in by an invisible hand and swallowed up, completely disappearing. After they disappeared, their connection with Empyrean Thunder Punishment's soul force was severed. Seeing this black cube appear, Empyrean Thunder Punishment began to shiver and his complexion completely changed. His current form was nothing more than a remnant soul, making his existence sensitive to the magic cube. As a remnant soul, he felt an instinctual fear towards this divine tool. Just by looking at this black cube, it felt as if the last dregs of his soul would be sucked up. What is that? Empyrean Thunder Punishment didn't recognize the magic cube. Although he knew about the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he had no knowledge of the magic cube. From the middle of the magic cube, an all-annihilating black light suddenly erupted outwards. As this black light expanded in all directions, it swept through the world. The thunder force field that had been suppressing Lin Ming collided with the black light. Then, the thunder force field began to rapidly break down and be destroyed. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's spirit mark within it was also wiped away. It was all swept up by the black light and then swallowed. Seeing this, Empyrean Thunder Punishment began to show visible panic. His soul force was so incredibly fragile in the face of the black light that it would collapse on the first strike. Finally, he could feel the terrifying strength contained within that black light, one that seemed as vast and deep as the endless seas. If you were a ruined body, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Too bad for you, you are nothing but a remnant soul, and this thunder force field is also formed by you using your soul force to move the laws. After all, you don't have an inner world, so the amount of heaven and earth origin energy you can use is limited, thus of no threat to me at all. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent. He directly summoned the magic cube. For a time, a horrifyingly great energy vortex appeared in the skies. Black light swept out. Empyrean Thunder Punishment felt a terrifying strength cover his body. This was a power of laws that no one could resist. He wildly shouted out, but the black light had completely covered him. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The magic cube began to expand. Empyrean Thunder Punishment roared out, "What is that? Just who are you?" Empyrean Thunder Punishment was terrified. Although he hadn't seen the magic cube before, he had seen the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He had a faint feeling that this cube was in no way inferior to the Grand Mist Spirit Bead divine tool. Everything that occurred today had completely surpassed his imagination. He had inexplicably encountered this terrifying youth who had come out of nowhere. Not just that, but this youth was in possession of an incredible divine tool that perfectly suppressed him, one which possessed a power he could not fathom. This didn't make any sense at all. Just die as a confused ghost, Lin Ming coolly said. He poured more strength into the magic cube. From the black vortex, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's pitiful wails could be heard. He maliciously cursed out all the hatred in his heart, unwilling to die here. His ending was just far too miserable. His inheritance had been stolen away by the descendant of his blood enemy, and now even his remnant soul was being eliminated. How could he not hate this? However, no matter how much he cursed or struggled, a mere wisp of a remnant soul wasn't able to cause a ruckus in front of the magic cube. Time marched on. After an incense stick of time, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's words slowly died down. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry at all. He leisurely activated the magic cube to continue refining for a quarter hour before ordering it to stop. At this moment, the spirit mark within Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul had been completely erased by the magic cube. He was indeed worthy of being called a top Empyrean. His wisp of remnant soul didn't even possess a tenth his original soul force intensity, and had even been weakened over 100,000 years. Yet I still had to summon the magic cube to subdue him. Otherwise, I fear that just relying on the myriad demon karmic will alone wouldn't have been enough to kill him, Lin Ming tranquilly stated as he slowly took back the magic cube. He knew that the moment he finished fusing his energies with the Thunder Punishment Sword and the Gold Thunder Temple, Empyrean Thunder Punishment would begin integrating the curse into his soul. At this time, Lin Ming would have no choice but to reveal his strength and also his status as Empyrean Primordius successor. Thus, Lin Ming had already kept the magic cube prepared. After starting the battle with Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul, he summoned the magic cube. The magic cube was a divine tool that was the ultimate nemesis of all masters that used soul force. Even the remnant soul of a top Empyrean wasn't its match. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul was destroyed, the entire Gold Thunder Temple and Thunder Punishment Sword were carefully put away by Lin Ming. By the time Lin Ming finished all of this, several hundred miles from the center of the Thunder Dominion, the terrifying and billowing thunderclouds had mostly vanished. As the thunderclouds disappeared in massive tracks, large swathes of a black swamp were revealed beneath Lin Ming. In the midst of the darkness, Lin Ming grasped the glittering thunder source. The thunder source emitted wave after wave of shimmering arcs of electricity, as if it were a thunder emperor being reborn. I've obtained the thunder source, with the annihilation flame elemental and some top-grade twin-life thunder crystals. I've fulfilled the conditions to refine the extreme polar pill. After I do that, I can break through the extreme polar Dao Palace. Lin Ming pondered. After he broke through the third Dao Palace, his strength would rise even further. With that, he could go to the Soul World and seek out Shang Mei. Looking up at the high skies, the stars shined brightly. In the distant periphery of the Thunder Dominion, a group of people from the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom arrived, riding up in a golden chariot. They didn't dare enter the depths of the Thunder Dominion itself. The uproar coming from the Thunder Dominion was far too great, causing everyone to be alarmed. They could see that in the deepest depths of the Thunder Dominion, dazzling bolts of thunder came rumbling down, as if the entire Thunder Dominion was about to be blasted open. It seemed as if some people were engaged in a fierce battle, but with their strength it was impossible for them to see clearly. Suddenly, everyone saw a blinding eruption occur from the depths of the Thunder Dominion. The light was incredibly harsh and blinding. Just a single glance at the sight caused tears to fall. Afterwards, massive swathes of the power of thunder began rapidly rushing back to the center of that brilliant light like a receding tide. In just half an incense stick of time, the originally perilous Thunder Dominion was extinguished of all light. All that remained in the skies were some scattered thunder clouds. One couldn't feel any power of thunder anymore. This is what's happening? The people from the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom were dumbfounded. From the most ancient of historical records, the Thunder Dominion that existed above the Sea of Miracles, a place where even divine Sea Supreme Elders would die if they entered, had suddenly vanished. This was simply incredible. At the same time, at a place 30 miles deep in the Thunder Dominion, Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xiaoge were watching this occur with happy expressions. Out of the group, Xiao Moxian was the strongest. With her vision, everything that occurred hundreds of miles away was reflected in her pupils. Big Brother Lin has received the Thunder Source. Xiao Moxian could see a dark place in the center of the Thunder Dominion. Lin Ming sat in the midst of the void, his hands each holding onto the Annihilation Flame Elemental, as well as the top-grade Thunder Source. From afar, it seemed he was holding a black sun and a purple sun in his hands. A strange and mystical power of fire, heavenly tribulation emitted from the pores of his body, carrying with it a rhythm like a beating lotus flower. Every time this flame flickered, space would be burnt away like paper and massive space storms would howl out. One could see from this just how hot these flames were. Lin Ming's hands were wrapped in electricity as he started to draw in the void. Runes appeared, each of them carrying the true meaning of the Tao as they locked in this part of the world and struck against the strange heavenly tribulation fire. In a moment, the surrounding space distorted as the form of a furnace appeared in front of him. After that, he tossed all sorts of heavenly materials, the twin-life thunder crystals, top-grade thunder source, and annihilation fire elemental into the furnace. With this, he began refining. The entire refining process didn't take too long. But in Xiao Moxian's eyes, this sight was more than enough to stir the soul. As Lin Ming reached the end of the refining process, true fire spewed out from every inch of his skin, rumbling into the furnace. 7 days later, a massive explosive sound blasted out. A 100,000-foot thunder dragon and fire phoenix tore through the world, flying in tandem. Even the gray barrier that guarded the entire sky spill planet was struck, the impact almost enough to shatter planets. The momentum of the sound was titanic and without end. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, a fist-sized pill appeared, one that resembled yin and yang fish swimming together. One side was blue thunder and the other side was red fire, both of them emitting a terrifying energy. Lin Ming swallowed this pill in a single motion. A booming explosion began sounding out in his body like thunderclaps. After some time, his forehead, eyes, nose, Everything began to erupt with a blinding brilliance that impacted into the horizons and scattered away the dark clouds. From the originally gloomy skies, it was like some faint summons was being sent out as starlight began to fall down. 9 vast and shining stars appeared high above the endless starry skies, arranged in a strange manner that was filled with profound meaning. Their light tore through the infinite dark, shining down and creating a separate world. One of these stars in particular shined like a sun at noon. Its radiance was dazzling, seemingly carrying with it an incredible mystic strength. This star was named Cherished Kismet and was one of the 9 stars. As it bloomed with a brilliant divine light, the starlight fell down like a silver waterfall that contained a dreadful strength. Even Xiao Moxian felt goosebumps rise on her arms. From the void, lines of the great Tao appeared, condensing into a strange pattern that blocked out the dazzling stars above. The true meaning of 2 peak strengths filled the space around the Tao diagram, like a dragon and a phoenix protecting it together. This was the heavenly Tao array diagram that hindered humanity from breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This Tao diagram was filled with an inexplicable charm, as if it were alive. Extreme Polar Tao Palace. Big Brother Lin is finally starting his breakthrough. Seeing this occur, Xiao Moxian was both nervous and happy. In her eyes, Lin Ming suddenly erupted with an incredible strength that was accompanied by the thick smell of blood. Loud explosions occurred non-stop within his body like endless thunderclaps, as if a true dragon were awakening within him. His figure rose and pitch-black scales emerged from his body, forming armor around him. His aura climbed, becoming increasingly wild and swift, fierce with a brutal savageness. Behind him, a massive 6-armed and 3-headed Azura Phantom appeared. This Azura Phantom seemed to have crawled out from a blood pond of hell. Its 2 pupils burned like twin suns, releasing a dreadful light. Lin Ming looked up towards the most brilliant star in the sky. Then, at this time, a towering tree began to rise behind him, as grand as a mountain. This tree stabbed into the skies. Countless thunder dragons flew around it and innumerable fire phoenixes twined around its branches. The momentum it released was astonishing. A pitch-black spear appeared, like an ancient vicious dragon tearing through time to arrive here. The power of the world and all the surrounding laws twisted around this black spear and were torn apart. As this spear appeared, the numerous thunder dragons and fire phoenixes around the tree flew down to twine around it. Waves of blood vitality also began gathering at the spear point. Then, this black spear began to roar like a demon god. A blinding light erupted from the spear point, like thousands of supernovas occurring together. Bang! Lin Ming shot up from the ground, his feet stepping on space. Beneath the tremendous impact of his strength, the space under his feet shattered like glass. Man and spear shot upwards, becoming one. All that was seen was the black spear in Lin Ming's hands. Like a black dragon, it endlessly attacked the Tao diagram in the starry skies. Bang! 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 Every strike of the black spear caused all the power of the world within 100 miles to be drawn towards it. It swallowed all of this power, every strike impacting the Tao diagram with the force of a burning star. The entire Tao diagram began to ripple. Waves of dazzling grand Tao lines fell down with starlight. As they struck Lin Ming's body, the impact was as heavy as a planet. Time passed quarter hour after quarter hour. During this time, parts of the Tao diagram would shatter and starlight would fall down. There were also times when Lin Ming approached exhaustion. He would open the Purple Temple Tao Palace to stimulate his potential and begin rushing upwards once more. Shockwaves tore through the void, causing the black starry skies to collapse like glass. Lin Ming's figure was completely covered with starlight and blood. As he collided with the Tao diagram again and again, everything seemed to blend together as one. Just as Lin Ming's strength reached its limits, there was an explosion and a heaven-shaking noise that echoed through the world. The Tao diagram above Lin Ming loudly shattered and the lines of the great Tao dissipated like clouds of smoke. From the void, the glittering Cherished Kismet star shined, its starlight flowing into Lin Ming's body. His broken bones and torn flesh began to visibly mend. Extreme Polar Tao Palace. I broke through. Lin Ming took a deep breath. After breaking past 2 Dao palaces before, breaking into the extreme polar Dao palace was much simpler. One reason was that he had made sufficient preparations. Whether it was the Annihilation Fire Elemental that Empyrean Demon Dawn gave him or Empyrean Thunder Punishment's Thunder Source, both were top powers of thunder and fire. Another reason was that Lin Ming was stronger than before, and he had also broken past the shackles of the Heavenly Dao. In breaking into the 3rd Dao Palace, it was far more familiar. The 3rd Dao Palace, the Extreme Polar Dao Palace, corresponded with the cherished Kismet Star. This palace was located in Lin Ming's inner world. After opening the Extreme Polar Dao Palace, Lin Ming could guide the power of the 9 stars to enter his inner world and fuse with the energy within. And the energy within Lin Ming's inner world was mainly thunder and fire. This was the equivalent of adding the power of a star into the power of thunder and fire. With this, Lin Ming's thunder and fire origin energy would rise to another level. As Lin Ming examined his own inner world, he found that at the central point of his inner world's planet, the giant heretical god tree was bathing in the endless mercurial starlight, beautiful to the extreme. Because he had broken into the extreme polar Dao Palace, the heretical god tree had benefited from this and had become even more verdant and hardy. Thus, Lin Ming's strength rose again. For him to enter the soul world alone, this provided him with more confidence. There wasn't much time left before the great calamity truly began. 3 days later, Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming's actions at the Thunder Dominion were far too gargantuan. It was impossible for him to not arouse the attention of the 4 great divine kingdoms. In addition, some people had already notified the high-level figures of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. Thus, when Lin Ming finished breaking through the 3rd Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and left the 8,000 miles Black Swamp, a group of divine sea powerhouses was already waiting for him. Lin Ming returning to the Sky Spill continent once more was a momentous event. No one wanted to miss it. However, none of these divine sea powerhouses ever imagined that after arriving at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp they would witness such a ridiculous scene occur. The entire Thunder Dominion along with the Temple of Marvels had been taken in by Lin Ming. This was an absolute life-forbidden zone of the Sky Spill planet that had existed for 100,000 years. And now, because of Lin Ming's return, it had completely vanished in a single night. The Sea of Miracles, also known as the Ocean of Endless Storms, had turned into a normal sea. This sort of strange phenomenon caused many divine sea powerhouses to be dazed for a long time, as if they were living in some sort of dream. Lin Ming didn't bother much with these dazed high-level figures of the Sky Spill planet. He simply politely greeted them and then brought Mu Chenyu, Lin Xiaoge, Qin Xingxuan, and Xiao Maxian to fly straight towards the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was one of the 4 divine kingdoms of the Sky Spill continent. With Lin Ming's current cultivation, his sense could already easily cover the entire divine kingdom. He flew as fast as a bolt of lightning. In less than a quarter hour of time, he arrived above a grandiose jade palace. This was the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's imperial palace. Lin Ming's sense covered the entire imperial palace. Right after, his figure flashed as he fell straight down, followed by the others. He landed in a courtyard. The courtyard was quiet and tastefully decorated. Several species of spirit bamboo were planted, their fragrance warming the heart and mind. In this courtyard, there was a middle-aged man sitting down at a stone table, brewing some tea in the shade. Lin Ming's sudden arrival caused the man to be startled for a moment. Right after, a woman also heard the commotion and came outside. As she saw Lin Ming, she was inexplicably surprised. Seeing this middle-aged man and woman, Lin Ming's heart filled with emotion. "Father, mother, your son has returned to visit you." Since the last time Lin Ming returned, 70 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, Lin Ming once had the thought of bringing his parents up to the divine realm. However, as he realized that the great calamity would soon erupt in the divine realm and the fate of humanity was also unknown, he decided it was better to have them stay in the lower realms where it would be relatively safer. Lin Ming's parents had already missed their chance to cultivate. He also didn't have any desire to have his parents cultivate martial arts. Instead, what he could do was use a variety of heavenly materials to lengthen their lifespans to several thousands of years. Thus, as Lin Ming saw his parents now, the two of them still looked like a husband and wife in their mid-30s. Even the wrinkles on his mother's face had vanished beneath the revitalization of so many heavenly materials. After Lin Xiaoge ascended to the divine realm, Lin Ming's parents also had another baby boy. This boy was Lin Ming and Lin Xiaoge's little brother. For these highly traditional parents, if they didn't have their children and grandchildren around them, then even if they lived for several thousand years, they would still feel lonely and empty within. Even after 70 years passed, the Lin family didn't have many descendants. Even so, they were undoubtedly the #1 family of the entire Sky Spill planet. Whether it was Lin Ming's parents of the descendants of their family, all of them had extraordinary statuses. Currently, the Lin family had developed to 7 or 8 people. At this speed, the Lin family would soon grow into a flourishing family tree. As for Lin Ming's parents, this was the happiest scene for them. In particular, after the two parents met Xiao Moxian and learned she was carrying Lin Ming's flesh and blood, they were even happier than before. As for Xiao Moxian, she was a bit wary. She never imagined the scene would unfold this way when she met Lin Ming's parents. Xiao Moxian's sense was extremely keen. She could clearly feel the abundant love and care coming from the gentle eyes of these two elders. Then she thought back to her grandfather. No matter when it was, Empyrean Demon Dawn had always maintained his dignity and grandeur. Although it was true that he loved Xiao Moxian, his love was deep and heavy, sometimes to the point of leaving her gasping for breath. Such a contrast naturally had Xiao Moxian feel a heartfelt closeness towards Lin Ming's parents. As Lin Ming saw the smiles of his parents, his increasingly prosperous family, and also the respect and fear of the juniors, he felt comforted. He increasingly realized just how great the burden on his shoulders was. Humanity had to cross the great calamity and survive no matter what. Only then could such a peaceful happiness be sustained. Otherwise, if the divine realm perished, it would only be a matter of time before disaster reached the lower realms. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming enjoyed a rare time of leisure and joy. Besides only doing the necessary meditation every day, he would accompany his mother to discuss cooking recipes and play chess and brew tea with his father. These days continued for a full month. Then, Lin Ming bid his farewells to his parents and embarked on his journey once again. The day that Lin Ming returned to the divine realm, all of the Lin family members and nearly all the divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent, including many high-level figures of all 4 divine kingdoms, gathered to see him off. The scene was grand and even festive. After all, in the eyes of many, the divine realm was a land filled with lucky chances everywhere. But no one knew that as Lin Ming left this time, he was in truth shouldering a life-or-death mission for humanity. His journey was one that was doomed to be filled with incomparable perils. It's time. Lin Ming looked towards Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and also Lin Xiaoge, who was still crying in her mother's arms. He took out Primordius Heavenly Palace and all of them flew inside. Right after, they broke through the void and flew straight to the divine realm. Oh! After Lin Ming returned to the divine realm, he flew towards Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Empyrean Divine Dream was already waiting for him. You've finished your matters? Empyrean Divine Dream looked towards Lin Ming and her thoughts stirred. She could faintly feel that after leaving for just over a month, Lin Ming's aura had become even more intense than before. I've finished. Then, let us go. After Empyrean Divine Dream finished speaking, a beam of light covered Lin Ming. Without using a spirit ship, the two of them simply stepped through space. If they didn't use a spirit ship, that also meant the entrance to the soul world wasn't too far away from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this. The entrance to the soul world was far too important, and it was natural that Empyrean Divine Dream would want to protect it. When she was choosing the area to establish Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, she likely considered the entrance to the soul world first. Take this. Empyrean Divine Dream gave Lin Ming an ancient transmission symbol. Strange runes were engraved atop it, and Lin Ming was in fact quite familiar with these runes. They were Azura Law runes. This is the transmission symbol I obtained from the Azura Road in the past. It will protect you in the transmission. I understand. Lin Ming probed the transmission symbol with his sense and soon understood how to use it. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream had brought Lin Ming to a place where space was completely twisted. In this space, she continually used arcane space techniques, seemingly shuttling through the complex space labyrinth. This space route was incredibly puzzling. If there wasn't someone leading the way, then even for Lin Ming it would take an immense amount of time to find the way out. He also had no idea how Divine Dream had arrived here in the past. Perhaps she had some sort of jade slip map. As Lin Ming was thinking, he discovered that along the way he could make out some ancient array formation ruins and even the skeletons of the dead. Lin Ming didn't know who these skeletons had once been. If they were truly characters from billions of years ago, that was truly shocking. These skeletons had managed to be preserved here for billions of years without turning into dust. From this alone, one could imagine the cultivations they possessed when they were alive. But these powerful existences had all perished here. Just what was the reason for that? Here it is. Empyrean Divine Dream stopped. In front of her and Lin Ming was an ancient altar. This altar was covered with mottled lines. After so many years passed, no matter how powerful an array formation was, it would still slowly weaken until it completely faded. This transmission array before him clearly wouldn't last for much longer. Lin Ming stood before the altar, feeling its vast and ancient aura. The dust here had fallen into a thick layer. As he stepped into it, the dust covered his foot. Lin Ming slowly approached the altar, mounting the steps one at a time. When he reached the top of the altar and saw what was there, he was shocked. It turned out that the middle of the altar was hollow. As he looked down into the altar, all he could see was a fathomless abyss, an abyss that had no light and no bottom. It was unknown just what was inside. Lin Ming tried to probe it with his sense but discovered that as he sent his sense inside, it was difficult to take back. His heart chilled. He finally realized that this abyss was not some ordinary pit, but a place that was constantly flooded with a fierce and violent power of space. This meant that the abyss itself led to a different space. And the abyss itself was the space channel. In other words, this was the entrance to the soul world. This was also the so-called weak point of the God-lamenting wall that Empyrean Divine Dream had mentioned. An ancient true divinity had forcefully established a connection between the two universes and turned that connection into a transmission array. Even so, for what reason had the ancient true divinity created this transmission array? Lin Ming, is this really what you have decided? At the other end of this abyss is the soul world, but the runes of the transmission array have become incredibly frail, on the verge of collapse. I have no idea how much more energy it can withstand, and the transmission array itself hasn't been used for tens of millions of years. If you wish to go to the soul world, it will be far more perilous than when I used this transmission array in the past. Moreover, even if you go to the soul world, it is unknown what you can accomplish. It's also unknown whether you can find Shang Mei, or even form an alliance with her. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head. Although she hoped that humanity could form an alliance with the Spiritas, probability and common sense didn't favor them. What could Lin Ming offer that would tempt the heart of Shang Mei? If humanity was compared to the Spiritas, then humanity was just far too weak. Lin Ming stood before the abyss for a long time, silently probing the transmission array. Using his own knowledge of array formations, he constantly calculated the risks involved. Then, Lin Ming slowly drifted upwards. He looked towards Empyrean Divine Dream and said, I humbly request Senior Divine Dream to please take care of my family. I must go to the Spiritas no matter what, regardless of what the result will be. As Lin Ming spoke these words, he turned towards the black fathomless abyss and leapt down. Cardinal Sky World was one of the larger great worlds within Dream Soul Heaven's 3600 great worlds. The main continent of Cardinal Sky World was an incredibly vast area, but most of the land here was covered by snow and ice at all times, similar to the snowfall world within the Divine Realm. Because of the snow that covered the entire world, many martial artists of Cardinal Sky World cultivated the power of ice. Of course, they were different from humans, Spiritas lived here and they communed with the ice laws through soul force. Moreover, their ice laws were used to supplement the effects of their soul attacks, making them strange and nearly impossible to defend against. In Cardinal Sky World existed a large influence called Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace didn't have many disciples, but they had produced extraordinary individuals since time immemorial and were a highly reputed sect. At this time, at the outside edges of Zenith Palace, wind and snow drifted about, making the entire landscape misty. A group of Zenith Palace disciples were exploring an ice field. There were over 20 disciples. Half of them were women and half were men. The one in the lead was a white-browed old man. Beside him followed a peerless woman. She wore white clothes and her face was hooded by a veil. Her temperament was ethereal, like a blooming ice lotus. "Hi, Master. I don't know if the previous intelligence was accurate. We've searched for several days already but haven't found any traces of the hornless ice dragon." The bloodline of a hornless ice dragon was inferior to that of a true dragon, but it was still a peerless spirit beast. A hornless ice dragon was an absolutely important creature. If an influence could obtain it and raise it into their guardian god beast, the advantages could be imagined. The old man shook his head. "We've only been speculating. Several days ago, north of Zenith Palace, the power of space suddenly turned chaotic and the cold energy there increased, even affecting the land for 10,000 miles. The palace master has an extremely sharp sense. According to what we know, an existence that can stir the space and ice laws as well as possess such momentum should likely be a hornless ice dragon." Seeing the woman still frowning with doubts, as if this explanation didn't seem too likely, the old man smiled and said, "This sort of lucky chance can only be found through a stroke of fate. Even if we do find the hornless ice dragon, it's not necessarily true that we can subdue it. This sort of spirit beast might not be willing to surrender itself to our sect, and if it doesn't, then that will be extremely troublesome." As the old man spoke, a disciple suddenly spoke up. "If we can't subdue, then we can kill it and use it for alchemy. The medicines produced from a spirit beast like a hornless ice dragon must surely be the most precious kinds." However, the disciple's opinion caused the old man to maliciously glare at him. "You damned bastard idiot. Do you know how much good fortune of the world has to gather and for destiny to accumulate over time for such a divine being to be bred? How could you dare think of killing it for alchemy? That will only draw disaster upon our sect." As the old man reprimanded, the disciple shrunk back, not saying a word. Many martial artists possessed an incredible strength that could shake the heavens and earth, but they also held onto a firm faith of destiny, karma, and samsara. Many of these martial artists wouldn't want to do something that could harm their own destiny. "Look, the glacier in front of us has been destroyed again." The old man pointed at a glacier not too far away. This glacier had originally been massive, but it had been sheared in half by something. The top had completely vanished. This situation couldn't be considered too amazing. The old man from Zenith Palace could easily accomplish this, but to encounter this same situation again and again for the entire surrounding 10,000 miles was out of the ordinary. Just where would there be such a strong person that was so bored they would shear off the tops of 1,000,000 glaciers for 10,000 miles just for fun? That would just be a great joke. The veiled woman nodded. This didn't resemble the actions of a martial artist, but a vicious beast experiencing heavenly tribulation, nirvana, or some other similar phenomena, and then leaving behind these traces during their furious struggle for survival. As she was thinking this, not too far away a disciple cried out in alarm. Did you discover the trail of the hornless ice dragon?" The sect elder's heart stirred. If the hornless ice dragon was present, there would surely be some more movement than this. If they could just find a scale of the hornless ice dragon, that would be wonderful progress. Everyone hurried over. All they saw was a female disciple that looked around 17 to 18 years old, staring and pointing at a bulge in the snow. She said, "There's someone buried there." "Person." The old man was disappointed upon hearing this. He shook his head with the peerless woman beside him. In the great desolate glacier, it was common to find the corpses of those who died here. It might be a mortal who had perished from the cold or starvation, or even a martial artist who fell here. Every year countless lives were lost within the great desolate glacier, and many of them were forever buried beneath the snow, sealed for eternity. It's just a dead person. There's no need to make such a fuss about it. Someone admonished the young girl who cried out in alarm. The female disciple looked a bit aggrieved. She said, "I thought it was a corpse without any life force, but then I saw his finger move. He's still living?" The old man was amazed. The veiled woman was also startled. She said, "Rescue him from there." Several disciples hastily dug out the snow, revealing a pale young man. "It's a young man. He looks around 20 years old and he really is alive." The veiled woman was astonished. The youth wasn't breathing, but his blood vitality was still running through him, and it didn't seem weak either. However, he seemed to have been injured by something, so his state was a bit messy. It was impossible to see what his cultivation was. Bring him back to the spirit ship and give him some medicines. Whether or not he can continue living will depend on his good fortune, the veiled woman ordered. Then, she continued with the others to search for the hornless ice dragon. Several days ago, the massive space storm that swept out for 10,000 miles had even changed the surrounding climate. In the eyes of Zenith Palace, even if it wasn't a hornless ice dragon, there should be some rare treasure being born. Since they came here with such fanfare, they might as well return with some harvests. Oh! Several maids brought the freezing youth to a room. They acted according to the orders of the veiled woman and fed him medicines, attending to him with the utmost care. Miss and the 12th elder are too kind to rescue this unknown person. Who knows if he is a good or bad person? Maybe he did something extremely evil and was only reaping the consequences of his actions. That might be true, but why would our Zenith Palace fear any evil people? In the entire Cardinal Sky world, there isn't a single influence that dares to move against us. The two maids spoke. They were certainly annoyed at having to care for an unknown youth. Zenith Palace, Cardinal Sky world. This should be the Soul world, Lin Ming thought to himself. The youth that Zenith Palace rescued was the recently arrived Lin Ming. The truth was that for these last several days he had been lying in the snow and wind. Although it seemed as if he was in a coma, he knew what was happening around him with absolute clarity. He also saw the scene of the old man and veiled woman rescuing him. In fact, without these people rescuing him, he would have recovered in a few days anyways. As Lin Ming recalled the space storms he encountered when traveling from the divine realm to the soul world, he still felt a lingering sense of fear. That had been an utterly terrifying journey, one that had far surpassed anything Empyrean Divine Dream had estimated possible. Otherwise, Empyrean Divine Dream would never have allowed Lin Ming to take such a risk. Not even Lin Ming had thought such dangers were possible. Initially, Lin Ming was able to use his own strength to deal with the space storms. This wasn't too difficult. Lin Ming's cultivation of laws was extraordinarily profound. He had already practiced using the least amount of energy possible to display the maximum effect. However, the transmission array had decayed for far too long. It was already weakened to the point of ruin. When Lin Ming was halfway through the transmission journey, the fallout of energy shockwaves had just happened to strike upon a weak point in the space channel. Although these energy shockwaves weren't too strong, them hitting a weak point caused a crack to appear in the space channel. As this crack appeared, it was like the widening maw of a death god, leaving Lin Ming in a cold sweat. With that, the space storms became even more crazy and fierce. This was the annihilation storm that existed in the gap between two universes. Once one was struck by it, flesh and blood would melt away and all things would be destroyed without even dust remaining. Lin Ming had struggled with everything he had and was forced to use more and more strength. This caused the already cracked space channel to repeatedly expand. Lin Ming hastened his speed. He had to rush out of the exit before the entire space channel collapsed. But in the end, he hadn't been able to make it in time. Just as Lin Ming was close to the exit, the entire space channel began to cave in on itself. This caused Lin Ming to take desperate action. He summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace. The summoning of Primordius Heavenly Palace meant the appearance of an Empyrean-level strength. This caused the space channel to collapse even quicker. Although Lin Ming entered Primordius' heavenly palace, the power of that horrifying space storm still gushed out from the space channel like a mighty torrent, wildly attacking the shields of Primordius' heavenly palace and rapidly consuming its energy. In the end, even the energy of the shields had been completely exhausted. Although Lin Ming was hidden within Primordius' heavenly palace, he had to face the direct baptism of the space storm. No matter how high Lin Ming's cultivation was, having to withstand the strong astral winds that existed in the gap between two universes was impossible for him. He was swept out, receiving severe wounds that caused him to vomit blood, and his meridians were also torn apart. In the final moments, Lin Ming received the extremely damaged Primordius Heavenly Palace and then summoned Empyrean Thunder Punishment's Temple of Marvels. Only with the Temple of Marvels' final bastion of support was Lin Ming just barely able to make it out of the exit. But at the end, even the Temple of Marvels had been depleted of energy, and it also lost a great deal of its spirituality. It was clear from this just how terrifying the space storms that existed in the gap between two universes were. This was a power that not even an Empyrean could contend with. Only a true divinity could sacrifice a part of their cultivation and break through the barriers of the God-lamenting wall. When the energy of the Temple of Marvels was depleted, Lin Ming was heavily wounded yet again. He grit his teeth and broke into the Soul World. But when he entered the Soul World, a space storm spread out for 10,000 miles, causing destruction everywhere. 1,000,000 glaciers had been blown apart and instantly evaporated. Luckily, no one had been in this part of the Great Desolate Glacier, otherwise countless lives would have been lost. In one trip, the energy of 2 Empyrean spirit treasures had been used up. Without a long period of allowing them to repair and also supplying them with energy, these 2 Empyrean spirit treasures wouldn't be able to be used for some time. But this wasn't a problem at all. These spirit treasures could be slowly nourished back to their original state. The crux of the problem here was that Lin Ming had received heavy wounds. This left Lin Ming feeling bitter. His adventure to the Soul World hadn't gotten off to a good start. You're awake. As Lin Ming sat up on his bed, thinking about what his next step should be in the Soul World, a young girl pushed open the door. She carried a basin of hot water with a white towel hanging from it. This young girl only looked to be around 15 to 16 years old. Her small face was flushed red and her skin was smooth and vibrant. Her large eyes shined brightly, looking quite lovable. However, as Lin Ming saw this young girl, he was actually quite shocked. He rubbed his chin, a strange expression on his face. As Lin Ming stared at this young girl, his behavior caused her to blush. She wasn't sure just what to do. "Sir, you?" For a young girl who had no experience between the sexes to be stared at by a man in such a manner was considered impolite. However, due to her young age and low status as a maid, she wasn't sure just what to say. Luckily, Lin Ming had already withdrawn his gaze. He asked her, a bit puzzled, "You are a human?" Just a moment ago he had been looking at the young girl's stomach and had clearly seen the existence of a dantian. Only a human cultivation method would form a dantian. This was the basis of the essence gathering system. However, there was something strange here. For human martial artists of the divine realm, even if they solely cultivated the essence gathering system, they would still start with the first 6 stages of body transformation. It would begin with strength training, then flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, and finally pulse condensation. All of this was to form a foundation for the future Hotian, Xiantian, and later phases. But this young maid in front of him clearly cultivated a dantian, and yet her bodily strength hadn't been trained at all. She was a weak normal woman, and this left Lin Ming feeling a bit strange. Was the Soul World's essence gathering system cultivation method different? Moreover, to see a human maid in the Soul World, what about it? The young girl's dark eyes were wide open, shining as she looked at Lin Ming. From her expression, she was confused about what he had said. "Oh?" Lin Ming didn't ask any further, instead falling deep into thought. This small discovery brought Lin Ming a great deal of information. As he organized this information, Lin Ming felt as if he had encountered a considerably bad situation. During this trip to the Soul World, wanting to see Xiang Mei would be more difficult than he anticipated. He looked at the young maid and asked, "Are there many humans here? What % of the population are they?" The young maid looked at Lin Ming with surprise, not sure why he would ask such a bizarre question. "There are many humans, but I'm not sure what % they make up. It is likely less than the Spiritas, and especially true on the Cardinal Sky World. This is the central region and most people were our Spiritas." The maid's reply confirmed Lin Ming's speculations. However, to confirm he continued to ask, "Have the humans here formed any large influences? For instance, World King-level influences?" The young maid thought for a moment and shook her head, a bit lost. "Humans aren't good at cultivating. We cannot compare with the Spiritas. For a World King powerhouse to appear in our people is far too difficult." "Sir, are you a Xiantian or revolving core martial artist?" "Unfortunately, it will be extremely difficult for you to cross 7 or 8 stages of life destruction, and if you can reach the Divine Sea realm in the future, every step after that will be far more difficult than the last." The young maid mumbled, secretly blaming Lin Ming for having her talk about her vulnerable points. These sorts of things were common knowledge, so why did she have to explain them? However, this was strange. This young man looked as if he had a decent level of cultivation, so how come he didn't know anything at all? Had he just popped out of a mountain somewhere? Perhaps he was really the hand-taught disciple of a hidden master who had just recently come out of the wilds, but it was far too rare to see a powerful hidden human master. As the young maid thought this, she laid down the basin and began wringing out the towel. As for Lin Ming, he was lost in his thoughts. From what the young maid had said, Lin Ming could confirm many things. First of all, this was indeed the soul world, but not the core universe of the soul world. Lin Ming recalled the words that Empyrean Divine Dream had once said to him. Billions of years ago, humanity had truly been one of the 3 peak races of the 33 heavens, unlike now when they were one of the 3 great races in name only and had long since been in decline. When humanity was at their peak, they had occupied several of the 33 heavens. It had been more than the divine realm. But afterwards, as the God-lamenting wall vanished again and again, and great wars with the saints and Spiritas broke out repeatedly, the human universes were slowly eaten away. Finally, all that was left to the humans was a single divine realm. The other universes were all conquered by the Spiritas and saints. Without a doubt, this universe that Lin Ming came to was one of the human universes that the Spiritas had seized billions of years ago. This world had once been part of humanity's territory. After it was captured by the Spiritas, they established their influences here, began developing the resources, and grew in population. However, the Spiritas weren't cruel or merciless. They allowed the indigenous human race to continue living on. However, as massive numbers of Spiritas migrated here and then multiplied over 3.6 billion years, they slowly took full control of this universe. In terms of population size, they even surpassed the humans. And the key point was that the Spiritas had seized control of all main sources of resources in this universe. Humanity had devolved into mostly common mortals that held on to remote lands. And amongst the humans, very few masters were born. Although many humans entered sex, they were all reduced to the role of a servant like this maid. If one had to put it in pleasant terms, they were simply janitor disciples. Because too much time had passed, humans themselves thought that they were weak, inferior to the Spiritas. As the young maid had said, humans believed they weren't suited to cultivating and could never compare to the Spiritas. If their strength couldn't compare to others, then they were on a lower level than the Spiritas. For their core resources to be taken was also normal in this situation. No one would revolt and no one would think to revolt. Moreover, from the tone of the young maid, it was also extremely difficult for human martial artists to cross life destruction. This made Lin Ming feel as if he had returned to the Sky Spill planet. Only on a lower realms world like the Sky Spill planet would human powerhouses worry about crossing life destruction. And the reason for all of this was undoubtedly because the humans of the soul world lacked the very core of a race's prosperity: inheritances. Lack of inheritances and cultivation methods would make it increasingly difficult for humans to cultivate. This was because humans possessed a dantian and their spiritual sea was relatively weak. To have them cultivate the Spiritas cultivation methods was simply a waste of effort. Lin Ming didn't need to ask to know that billions of years ago when the Spiritas seized this universe, they also severed humanity's inheritances here. Then, they seized all the core resources and established great influences all over. In the subsequent generations of humanity when they lacked resources and inheritances, just what could they do? It was even possible that all their history was lost. In the mortal worlds, it was already unclear what happened several thousands of years or even hundreds of years ago, much less something that occurred billions of years ago. Without those sects with incomparably glorious inheritances, it was impossible to maintain historical records that stretched back millions and billions of years. Perhaps amongst the humans of the soul world there still existed some vague legends about how humanity had once been glorious beyond compare, with kings appearing amongst their ranks. But if these stories were still spoken of then, they were likely considered nothing but fantastical myths and bedtime stories. After several billion more years, perhaps the human race in the soul world would further degenerate until there was nothing left but a few sparse pockets, and finally even they would vanish. Thinking of this, Lin Ming wasn't sure just what taste was in his mouth. This was the sorrow of a race being captured by others. Would the divine realm also follow in the footsteps of this world and turn to dust? In fact, the saints might take an even more drastic method. After seizing the divine realm, they might recklessly start slaughtering all humans upon sight, causing the process to be even shorter. Lin Ming gripped his fists. He did not want to see this occur. The divine realm was already humanity's last bastion of hope. And as he thought of his mission here, to see Xiang Mei, Lin Ming also worried about this. According to his speculations, this was not the Spiritas core universe, but was a universe that the Spiritas had wrested away from the humans billions of years ago. If so, then Xiang Mei might not even be in this universe. Of the 33 heavens, it wouldn't be strange if the Spiritas controlled 6 or 7 or 8 of them. Although he had entered the soul world, the chances that he had entered the same universe that Xiang Mei was in was extremely low, and such a character like Xiang Mei likely kept her whereabouts a mystery to begin with. To search for her in such a massive possible area, wasn't that easier said than done? Moreover, Lin Ming also didn't know how difficult it was to pass between the several universes of the soul world. Hopefully it wasn't as ridiculous as crossing from the divine realm to here. As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, the young maid had already cleaned the towel and was about to wipe Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming took the towel and looked at the naive and innocent girl in front of him. He softly said, "I'll do it myself." The young girl was embarrassed and let go of the towel. Her large watery eyes looked at Lin Ming with curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, "I hear that Sir was buried in the snowlands for a long time. Did you happen to run into your enemy there?" "No, I met a storm," Lin Ming casually explained, not wanting to deceive this naive young girl. "Oh, could it be that space storm that enveloped a 10,000-mile area several days ago? That was scary." At the time, someone who was standing far away said they saw a deep purple dragon pierce through the skies. I really mean it when they say it pierced through the skies. It descended from the highest heavens like some spiritual god, causing all glaciers for 10,000 miles to break in half. The elders of Zenith Palace say that it was the sign of a hornless ice dragon being born. That's likely some ferocious saint beast. The reason that Zenith Palace sent an elder out here is to subdue this hornless ice dragon. Hearing the girl say these words, Lin Ming held onto the towel in a daze, not able to say anything. When he forcefully broke through space barrier to arrive here, his entire body had been wrapped in the Temple of Marvel's power of thunder as he pierced through the void. He never imagined that others would see this as a giant dragon and cause such big stir that they also mistook his arrival as the birth of a hornless ice dragon. Really, he had no idea whether to laugh or to cry. No wonder the people from Zenith Palace had come wandering around where he fell and even found him. They never would have dreamt that he was the hornless ice dragon they were looking for. Zenith Palace is searching for the hornless ice dragon to subdue it and make it their guardian beast? Lin Ming thoughtlessly asked, not expecting the young maid to know anything. The young maid nodded and said, "Yes, But the most important reason is because they wish to have the Hornless Ice Dragon fight in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Akashic Dream battlefield? Lin Ming was startled. He never imagined this young maid would know such information. Just what sort of place was this Akashic Dream battlefield? Could it be the Spiritas battlefield against the Saints? Lin Ming earnestly wanted to know just what the current situation was between the Saints and the Spiritas. As he was thinking about it, the young maid asked with some envy in her voice, "Sir, if you can survive that terrifying storm, your cultivation should be quite fierce. Could you be a life-destruction martial artist?" The young girl originally wanted to say revolving core, but she thought this young man should be a little better, and thus she asked him if he was at life destruction. In her eyes, if Lin Ming could reach life destruction at such a young age, then that was already extraordinary. In the future there would be high hopes that he could break into the Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, or even Divine Lord Realm. To humanity, this was a rare level of talent. As she spoke, she peeked at Lin Ming's expression and discovered that he didn't seem to be denying it at all. To her, this immediately confirmed her speculations. This youth was indeed a fierce young man. Looking at the girl's expression, Lin Ming felt a bit sad. He thought back to how humanity was said to have once been one of the 3 great races of the 33 heavens and was incomparably glorious. Billions of years ago, there appeared many unrivaled heroes like Empyrean Divine Seal. Even in present times, with their inheritances severed and the hopes of reaching true divinity nearly suffocated to death, there were still peerless masters that appeared like Emperor Sakya, Empyrean Primordius, and Empyrean Divine Dream. These characters were all just a single step away from stepping into the realm of true divinity. But now, in the soul world, they had fallen to such depths. This was because humans here lacked confidence in themselves. Once a race lost all belief in their own strength, then there was only a single fate left for them, to be slaves. However, Lin Ming couldn't blame this on the humans of the soul world, because this was an environment created for them that they were born in. Lin Ming lightly sighed. Looking at the young maid before him, he could see that her road of martial arts would be long and rough. He took pity on her and took out a pill bottle from his spatial ring. The pills in this bottle were those used by low-level martial artists. To the current Lin Ming, they were of no use, and there was no reason for him to hold on to them. He kept these pills in his ring because he planned to give them to his juniors as a greeting gift during the times he returned to the Sky Spill continent. However, even though these were pills for junior martial artists, with Lin Ming's current level of vision, they were still priceless medicines that these low-level martial artists could only obtain through a stroke of fate. "This is for you." Lin Ming passed over the pill bottle. "This is." The young maid took the pill bottle in a daze and blankly opened it. A heartwarming fragrance spread out. Without a doubt, these were all top-quality pills that Lin Ming had given her. "This is too precious." The young maid was at a loss. But at this time, the door opened and 2 young girls walked in. The young maid was shocked. She quickly put away the pill bottle in fear that it would be seen. You're awake?" the 2 maids casually said as they looked at Lin Ming. These 2 maids were both Spiritas, and their cultivations were equal to a human Xiantian realm martial artist. Compared to the young human maid, they were considerably stronger. It was obvious they also had a high status amongst the maids. The human maid appeared meek and cautious in front of them. Lin Ming remembered the voices of these 2 Spiritas maids. They had been the ones complaining about being ordered to take care of him. "Since you've awoken, follow us. Miss wishes to see you." "Oh." Lin Ming nodded. Since he had just arrived at the soul world, there were many things he didn't understand. How to find Shang Mei, what the situation was between the Spiritas and the Saints. He was completely in the dark about all of this. Not just that, but he was even wounded at the moment. His best route would be to find a considerably large influence to stay at for a little while and unravel his current conundrums before leaving again. Thus, Lin Ming didn't refuse the summons of this miss at all. After he rose, he spread out his sense like a web. He discovered that he was within an ice spirit ship. When everyone in the ship, including the maids, was counted, there were just several hundred people. It seemed that this was a team that Zenith Palace had temporarily sent out to look for the Hornless Ice Dragon. On the spirit ship, the strongest ones were the old man and the veiled woman. The woman had an elegant temperament and was a beauty. Her skin was fair and her 2 eyes were icy blue, seeming to be as smooth as crystal jade. And sitting beside her was a 50 to 60-year-old looking white-robed old man. He had a benign appearance and his aura was restrained. At this time, these 2 people were talking about something. They didn't lay down any sound-insulating enchantments, thus the content of their conversation all fell into Lin Ming's ears. Although Lin Ming was injured, his soul and the intensity of his divine sense hadn't been affected. He could easily spy upon these 2 people talking without any worries of being discovered. Elder White, it doesn't seem that we can find this hornless ice dragon. Perhaps we were mistaken, or perhaps the hornless ice dragon has already dug through the glacier and escaped. Either way, it will be increasingly difficult for us in the sect wars a month from now. Currently, our sect is accumulating battle merit points at a worryingly slow rate. If this continues, our situation will be troublesome. A year ago, our Zenith Palace was nearly completely annihilated in the Akashic Dream universe. Besides you and Jade Hall, the other disciples did horribly. On average, they all received less than 10 merit points. Even amongst influences of the same rank, this is too embarrassing. I fear that if this continues, we won't be assigned many resources from Cardinal Sky World. As Elder White and the Veiled Woman spoke, Lin Ming had a strange complexion on his face. Zenith Palace was nearly annihilated in the Akashic Dream universe? Then could the people searching for the hornless ice dragon be ghosts or something? Naturally, none of this made sense. But slowly, the more Lin Ming listened, the more guesses he had. These guesses caused his heart to leap into his throat. He anxiously wanted to confirm them. Hey, make sure you don't let your eyes just wander about. The one you're about to see is the direct disciple of our Zenith Palace Master, Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River, someone who possesses a postnatal spiritual ice body. Although Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River currently has the status of a disciple, she is already treated on the same level as an elder. In the future, she might even become the next Zenith Palace Master. Do you have any idea just what kind of concept the Zenith Palace Master is? The young maid looked at Lin Ming's listless expression. With his stupid appearance, she was afraid he would randomly cause a ruckus with the high-level figures of Zenith Palace. Thus, she gave him a warning. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered arguing with this kind of maid. His eyebrows arched up and he asked, "Is Zenith Palace a World King influence?" After investigating that Elder White's cultivation just now, he should be a half-step World King. If so, then he could infer from this that the Zenith Palace Master was most likely a World King. Moreover, it was possible that Zenith Palace had more than one World King. On a great world, such an influence was considered not too shabby. That's right. The young maid looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She didn't expect this fellow to know that much. "Miss, I've brought the human here." Another maid notified the veiled woman. This veiled woman's thoughts stirred. She paused the conversation she was having with the old man. "You've already rescued this human, but instead of having him leave, you summoned him here? Are you hoping to learn news of the hornless ice dragon from him?" Elder White shook his head, clearly not thinking Lin Ming would have any valuable information. "Not only that, I just think that this person has a formidable blood vitality and his inner world is also extraordinary. It's a bit strange to me. Perhaps he is some amazing character." As the veiled woman said this, the old man was about to respond but eventually didn't and shook his head instead. By now, Lin Ming had already walked into the room. The room wasn't too large, but the decor was extremely unique and wonderful. There were ice crystal objects everywhere and abundant spiritual energy filled the room. The chairs that the veiled woman and Elder White sat on were crafted from ice jade. A faint mist dissipated from them. It was clear they weren't ordinary treasures. As Lin Ming entered the room, the veiled woman bid the maid pour Lin Ming a cup of spirit tea and then waved for him to take a seat. "Sir, may I know your name?" "My name is Lin Mook." Lin Ming casually made up a name. "Ah, then it is Sir Lin." "Sir Lin, for what reason did you come to the Great Desolate Glacier? And why were you injured?" As the veiled woman asked this question, her eyes stared at Lin Ming, as if she wanted to completely understand his cultivation. With Lin Ming's severely wounded state, his cultivation seemed to be between the Divine Sea and Divine Lord Realm. Lin Ming said, "I will answer all of Mrs. questions. But before that, I have some questions of my own that I hope Miss can cast light on." "Oh? What questions does Sir Lin have?" Lin Ming said, "I am someone from the wilds. I've been training with my master since I was a child and just recently left his protection, so I know nothing of the outside world. As I was adventuring through the world, I heard someone mention the Akashic Dream battlefield and that sects of the soul world would be engaging in sect wars within this place. May I ask what this Akashic Dream battlefield is?" Lin Ming guessed, and rightfully so, that his question sounded extremely stupid and might even rouse the suspicions of this Mississippi. After all, if this was something that even a young maid knew, then it should be common knowledge. However, he couldn't care about this much. After all, in a mere world king influence like this, there was no need to have too many scruples. With his regenerative abilities, although his current wounds were serious, they wouldn't take too long to recover from. And indeed, that veiled woman looked at Lin Ming with surprise. "You haven't heard of the Akashic Dream universe?" Lin Ming shook his head. "Your master actually never told you about this." The veiled woman thought this was bizarre. Although Lin Ming had said he was someone who lived in the wild mountains and had never left before, still, his master should have taught him such common knowledge. The Akashic Dream universe is a dreamland universe shared by all people of the soul world. There, everyone exists in the form of soul energy. This universe is broad and boundless and covers all 7 heavens that make up the soul world. From any place within the soul world's 7 universes, one can use their own spiritual sea to connect to the Akashic Dream universe. In the Akashic Dream universe, a martial artist's cultivation, strength, laws, everything will be copied over exactly as in reality, and this even includes weapons and pills. If 2 martial artists fight in the Akashic Dream universe, that is no different from them fighting in the outside world. As the veiled woman explained this, Lin Ming's heart shook. In truth, he had already faintly guessed what was happening. This Akashic Dream universe was in truth similar to the Divine Dream world that Empyrean Divine Dream had arranged for use in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. But the Akashic Dream universe was countless times larger than the Divine Dream world. The number of martial artists that the Akashic Dream universe could hold was trillions and quadrillions times more than the Divine Dream world. The Spiritas actually had such a place. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He was well aware of just how significant it was for an entire race to possess this sort of universe. After understanding what the Akashic Dream universe was, there was no need to ask about the Akashic Dream battlefield. Lin Ming had originally thought that the Akashic Dream battlefield was a place where the saints and Spiritas fought each other, but now it seemed that it was clearly a specified area within the Akashic Dream universe where sects fought against other sects in massive wars. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, one could freely slaughter at will. Like the Divine Dream world, even if a martial artist were killed on the Akashic Dream battlefield, they wouldn't die in reality. At most, they would suffer some damage to their soul force that might take days or weeks to recover from. However, the significance behind all of this was beyond the ordinary. To a martial artist, the fastest method of growth was to fight endlessly. In an intense battle, their cultivation would be tempered and their foundation would become more solid than before. And to a sect, holding a war that involved nearly all of its disciples would have the disciples of their sect be even more united with each other, as well as enhancing their collective combat strength and teamwork abilities. It was impossible for such a chance to train the members of an entire sect to appear within the Divine Realm. Once a sect war broke out in the Divine Realm, that was a true life or death slaughterfest where oftentimes entire lineages were exterminated. As for depending on the Divine Dream world, that wasn't a realistic option. This was because every time Empyrean Divine Dream opened the Divine Dream world, she had to pay a heavy price to do so. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting had the support of a nearly infinite audience as well as profits from ticket sales and other such item sales. And other than that, Empyrean Divine Dream herself was ridiculously rich. Even so, it was impossible for her to frequently open the Divine Dream world. But with the support of the Akashic Dream universe, the various great influences of the Spiritas could often engage in mass war exercises. Their combined combat strength could be imagined. And from what the Veiled Woman had said before when she was speaking to Elder White, it seemed that this Akashic Dream battlefield also had some sort of battle merit point system. The more merit points one accumulated, the richer the rewards they could obtain. Even a sect's resources were dependent on the distribution of merit points. Because of this, the disciples of the sects were even more enthused to go to the Akashic Dream universe. No wonder the Spiritas were so aggressive and imperious and had managed to gradually become a peak race over the billions of years. The Akashic Dream universe must have played a large role in this. Lin Ming felt that as humanity slowly declined, it wouldn't be strange for them to eventually lose to the Spiritas. How was the Akashic Dream universe formed? Lin Ming asked again. It was impossible for such a mystical universe to have been formed by a Spiritas Empyrean or true divinity, or even groups of them. They simply didn't possess the required amount of energy to do so. The Veiled Woman said, I fear the Akashic Dream universe has already existed for 10 billion years by now. As for how it was formed, there are several different theories. A common one is that 10 billion years ago, the first ancestor of all Spiritas was a being that surpassed the realm of true divinity. He established the Akashic Dream universe and evolved it into a spiritual world with its own set of independent laws, allowing it to be passed down through the generations of his people. The Veiled Woman's words caused Lin Ming's heart to skip a beat. An existence that surpassed a true divinity. Lin Ming would never forget that in the Azura Road's final trial, on the third level at the planet-sized Immortal Palace, he had borne witness to the Azura Road Master fighting against a mysterious opponent. Could the Akashic Dream universe have been founded by this person? Lin Ming felt that the chances of this were considerably high. To form a separate spiritual universe that lasted for at least 10 billion years, for it possessed its own heavenly Tao rules and to operate independently without any need for external energy. Such skilled methods were truly mind-boggling. Even the Divine Dream world that Empyrean Divine Dream established much later had likely taken inspiration from the Soul World's Akashic Dream universe. Assuming that Empyrean Divine Dream would one day surpass the realm of true divinity, her Divine Dream world had a chance of evolving into a miracle just like the Akashic Dream universe. Miss Jade River, I also have one more question I would like to ask. Lin Ming had already learned the Veiled Woman's name from the maid who brought him here. Please ask, Jade River indifferently said. Since I left the Wild Mountains, I heard that the Saints and Spiritas were engaged in a great war. Is there a truce at the moment? Lin Ming never imagined that this question would have Jade River shaking her head. I don't know the specifics of this. That would be a game between the high-level figures of the Spiritas and Saints. For characters like me, that is something that goes far beyond what we would ever know about. Jade River's words left Lin Ming faintly frowning. The high-level figures of the Saints and Spiritas? If so, then the Saints not widening the flames of war was probably something limited to Empyrean influences and true divinity influences. This also meant that there was no truly irreconcilable difference between the Saints and Spiritas. As a result, it would be even more difficult for the Spiritas to make an alliance with humanity. Even if I cannot persuade Shang Mei to help form an alliance, since I've come to the Soul World, I must see her anyways. And most importantly of all, I have to gain experience here. Only with strength will I be able to play a greater role in the Great Calamity. At the very least, I should be able to survive. A great portion of the reason that Lin Ming came to the universe of the Spiritas was to adventure. In the divine realm, it was already almost impossible to find an opponent. I've answered your questions. Now, it's time for you to answer mine. Jade River faintly smiled as she looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Jade River's questions mostly involved Lin Ming's inheritance, cultivation methods, master, and so forth. He simply didn't understand why she asked such questions. What is she getting at? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask himself. He used the standard of the ancient Phoenix clan's Phoenix Cry Palace to answer Jade River. He concocted a background where he used the inheritances of the ancient Phoenix clan and where his master was Fairy Foam. Lin Ming answered in accordance to what a life destruction or divine sea martial artist should know of. Not just that, but he naturally downplayed his talent, making his story seem seamless. Then Jade River asked about the Hornless Ice Dragon. Lin Ming stuck to his original story. He stated that he had never seen the hornless ice dragon and that he had landed in his current predicament because of the terrifying space storm that appeared out of nowhere. Lin Ming's answers left Jade River frowning a little. She originally believed that if Lin Ming was able to survive the space storm, there was likely something special about him. And even after trying to ask some trick questions, she still hadn't been able to dig anything out of him. It appeared that Lin Ming was just an ordinary human youth with talent. She looked at Lin Ming after some time and asked, "Do you have any interest in staying at Zenith Palace?" Lin Ming was surprised. Zenith Palace recruits human disciples? Occasionally. Lin Ming thought for some time. Thinking about the words of the young human maid, it was true that Zenith Palace had some human disciples. This left Lin Ming puzzled. Didn't the core inheritances of Zenith Palace only suit Spiritas? What was the reason for bringing in humans? After all, it was impossible for humans to study the inheritances of Zenith Palace. Jade River smiled. If you join Zenith Palace, then Zenith Palace will provide you with resources. I believe that it will be far better than you cultivating by yourself. I'm positive these resources will tempt you. Hearing Jade River's words, Lin Ming felt even more doubtful. Humans shouldn't be welcomed anywhere in the soul world. As they were considered an inferior race here, it was normal for them to be discriminated against. Humans that were janitors and servants likely made up a great deal of the population. So why would Zenith Palace actually help bring in humans instead? Jade River could see Lin Ming's thoughts. She chuckled. I know you think this is strange. Good. Then let me be honest with you. The Zenith Palace Master has created a dual soul and energy cultivation method. By implanting a virtual dantian into the body of a Spiritas martial artist, they can use this virtual dantian to cultivate the essence gathering system. I've also practiced this sort of cultivation method. Now, what we need are some human geniuses so that we can reference the way energy revolves in your dantian to perfect our virtual dantian. Jade River's explanation caused Lin Ming to frown. So this was actually dual soul and energy cultivation. Although humanity's ancient inheritances had been severed by the Spiritas, they should have kept the most outstanding of the inheritances. The large Spiritas' influences didn't completely destroy these inheritances but rather retained them for future use. If certain heaven-shocking rare geniuses were to appear amongst the Spiritas that could dual cultivate soul and energy, then they could use these inheritances to their advantage. Lin Ming himself was the greatest beneficiary of the dual cultivating system. After taking the best inheritances of humanity, the Spiritas then caged in the geniuses of humanity to observe their dantians. This was treating them no differently than animals to be experimented upon. After being inspired to create their virtual dantian method, they were then able to cultivate the essence gathering system. This was a well-thought-out plan. Even so, this sort of situation was something that many human martial artists wished for in their dreams. Jade River had already stated that the resources of Zenith Palace were precious beyond compare. Okay, then I will join you. Lin Ming agreed. His original idea was to enter a small human sect, recovering from his wounds while looking for a chance to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield was the only place where Lin Ming thought he could find Xiang Mei. As long as he caused a great enough commotion in the Akashic Dream battlefield, this would bring the attention of the high-level Spiritas figures upon him. Now Zenith Palace was trying to win him over. With this, Lin Ming could skip a step and use his status as a disciple of Zenith Palace to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. This was likely the easiest route. As for observing Lin Ming's dantian, if they wanted to discover anything useful about it, then they could continue dreaming on. Great! Seeing Lin Ming agree, Jade River was in a good mood. The more talented a human disciple was, the more value there was in referencing their dantian. As for the humans of the soul world, their cultivations and strengths were each worse than the last. Amongst the humans with their weak foundations and low levels of talent, wanting to find good seedlings was far too difficult. Although Lin Ming's talent wasn't too extreme, it was still much better than that of the previous human disciples they had found. Then, on the same day, the disciples of Zenith Palace started their journey of returning to base. Lin Ming also calmly trained in his own chamber, rapidly restoring his body. As Lin Ming was quietly cultivating, he noticed that a divine sense had locked onto him and was continuously monitoring him. Soul Lord Realm Martial Artist. Lin Ming could look at the intensity of this divine sense to judge that the person spying on him was no more than a tiny minion, someone no stronger than a human divine lord. Lin Ming lightly laughed, not caring much at all. He was a stranger that had suddenly joined in on this spirit ship. It was normal for someone to monitor him in this situation. Rather, he would feel disturbed if that didn't happen. Then, Lin Ming sent out his divine sense. He observed the changes all around him as if he were avoiding someone trying to take advantage of him. In the end, he was on the spirit ship of an alien race. He couldn't help but remain guarded. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot open and he frowned. Just now, the divine sense that Lin Ming had cast out had witnessed an extremely uncomfortable scene. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before standing up and walking through the door. The divine sense monitoring Lin Ming also continued following him. "Hand it over, otherwise we'll mess you up," a cold girl's voice sounded out. Her words had a bullying tone to them. At this time, in the maidservant's room, 3 beautiful young girls were holding their arms against their waists as they surrounded a small and weak 15 to 16-year-old looking girl. This young girl was pale and her fists were tightly clenched together. She subconsciously guarded her chest, clearly indicating just how much fear she was feeling right now. "You lowly slut. Delay any further and we'll kill you. Hurry up and hand it over. When we entered the room we saw you panic and hide the pill bottle and we even smelled the medicinal fragrance. Don't try to deny it." These 3 beautiful young girls were all Spirita's maids. The young human girl they were bullying was the maid that Lin Ming had given a bottle of pills to. To Lin Ming, these pills didn't have any use at all. But to these young maids who were still struggling at the Hotian or Xiantian realm, these medicines were incomparably precious treasures. When these maids had entered Lin Ming's room, they had smelled the light medicinal fragrance and were able to discern just how precious these pills were. They were definitely pills that could nourish one's energy and soul. Whether it was for a human or a Spiritas, they were highly beneficial. Thus, they began to form thoughts of stealing them. However, they naturally couldn't reveal these thoughts in front of Lin Ming. After all, even though Lin Ming was only a mere human, he seemed to be a martial artist at the life destruction realm or above, and they were not his match. But now that these pills had fallen into the hands of this young girl, the situation was different. One couldn't only look at the demeanor that these Spiritas maids adopted in front of their superiors. Normally, they arrogantly rampaged around. The human maids were instead the ones forced to wash their clothes and do other tasks. "Hurry up. Those pills aren't something that a low-class human like you should have." The maid with the highest status amongst the 3, and also the leader of the maids, grabbed onto the young girl's collar and slapped her face repeatedly. Her tone was threatening as she said, "So you want to do this the hard way, right? Be careful or I might rip your face off." The head maid began to pinch the young girl's cheeks and slowly twisted the skin into a circle. Even as the head maid smiled, the young girl's face was already twisted red. The young girl held back her tears. She forcefully opened her eyes, not allowing any tears to fall or showing any pain. She clenched her fists and grit her teeth, saying, "This is something that the young sir gave me. It is not yours. Ha ha! You little slut, you must have formed a crush on that human and thought that he would take you in as his concubine, right? Just who do you think you are? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You're nothing but an inferior human maid. Even if you died, no one would care. If you died, we would simply toss you off the side of the ship like we would a dead dog. Let alone you. Even that, sir, you speak of is only some human that was found frozen outside. Although he might be considered a master amongst us, in Zenith Palace amongst the elders, protectors, and core disciples, he is just a dog." The maid shoved the young girl over. The young girl wobbled and fell to the floor. Her head hit the wall behind her with a thick thumping sound. The young maid had started cultivating the essence gathering system before training in the 6 stages of body transformation. Because of that, this strike caused her sight to blur. Even so, she grasped her fists and didn't say a single word. In this universe where Spiritas ruled, It was common for humans to be discriminated against and bullied. This young girl was clearly aware that strength was everything. Because she was weak, she could only allow herself to be pushed around like this. For a young human girl to be killed by others and have her treasure stolen, that was a commonplace scene. But now, she had managed to seize an opportunity with these medicines that the young sir had gifted to her. This allowed her to see the light of hope for making a breakthrough. How could she give up this chance and resign herself to her fate? Perhaps in her entire life, this would be the only chance for her to crawl onto her feet and walk as a proud human. Ho! What a stubborn bitch. I can take it from you whether you want to or not. But if I do, then your fate will be miserable. The head maid sneered as she spoke. And at this time another young maid said, "There's nothing in her ring." As the maid spoke, she grabbed an extremely low-quality spatial ring from the young girl's finger and crumbled it. From inside fell out a pile of clothes, ordinary weapons, and some medicinal herbs. These were the entirety of the young human girl's possessions. The head maid crushed these inferior medicinal herbs beneath her feet, jeering as she said, "Then she must be hiding them on her body. It's impossible for her to have the time to refine such high-quality pills or to swallow them all in one go. Tear apart her clothes until she's naked. We'll slowly look for what we're searching for." "Okay." As the other two maids spoke, she rushed forwards and began to pull the young girl's clothes. With a ripping sound, part of her clothes tore apart, revealing her belly band. "Ah!" The young girl screamed out loud. But the two maids' actions became even more fervent. "I found it!" A young maid raised a pill bottle. After opening it, several jade-green, bean-sized pills rolled out. "What great pills! Are these blue miracle pills or something else? It seems that almost frozen humans' wealth isn't too poor." The maids laughed and looked towards that young girl. "Finish her up. Tear off all her clothes and lash her." As the head maid spoke, she felt a sudden chill rush over her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly leapt backwards and turned around in midair. "Who?" The three maids were immediately vigilant. They discovered that a man had appeared behind them. This man's face was dark and was emitting a thick killing intent. "It's you." The maids naturally recognized Lin Ming. However, they weren't afraid of him. In this spirit ship there wasn't anything that Lin Ming could do to them. "Sir." At this time, the young girl cried out as she saw Lin Ming appear. Sadness, injustice, grief. All sorts of feelings rushed up in her chest before they came out as scalding tears in her eyes. Her knees seemed to give out as she tumbled over like a broken kite. Her pills were taken and her clothes were torn. There was nothing in her heart but shame. "You're fine," Lin Ming suddenly said. He didn't know what he was feeling in his heart. He had only crossed paths with this young girl once and didn't even know her name. But right now, because of her bitter and painful experiences, he felt nothing but anger for her. The reason might be because they were both from the human race. From this young girl's bitter experiences, he was able to see the future of the divine realm. This was the sorrow of a race that had their lands fall into enemy hands. "You want to save this little slut? I never imagined you would be interested in such trash. Fine, to show you some face, we won't press this issue anymore." As the head maid spoke, she received the pills. The maids simply didn't fear Lin Ming's threats at all. Even if Lin Ming was strong, he was nothing but a mere human. This was a Spirita's spirit ship. Just what could he do here? "You are courting death." Just as Lin Ming said these words, he took great strides forwards and punched out, smashing the head maid in the face. Pong! With a dull thump, the maid screamed out loud as she hurtled backwards and smashed into a wall, vomiting a great mouthful of blood. You hit me," the head maid said as she spat out blood. Her teeth had been knocked out and her face was filled with disbelief. The other two maids were stunned. They never imagined that Lin Ming would be so reckless to attack them on the spirit ship. "As well as you too." Lin Ming unfolded his arms like an eagle opening its wings. The two young maids were unable to put up even the slightest bit of resistance as they were smashed backwards. They screamed out loud and vomited mouthfuls of blood. This was the first time that Lin Ming had struck women who weren't able to fight back at all. and where he also didn't show them mercy. With the premise that he didn't take their lives, he tore apart their meridians. With a low-level martial artist's restorative abilities, it would take at least a month of recuperation before they healed from this. Pa! Lin Ming flicked his finger and the head-made spatial ring exploded. He took back the pill bottle he had originally given the young girl. These pills didn't have any value to Lin Ming to begin with, but he would rather feed them to dogs than give them to these three Spiritas maids. Insolence! How dare you! At this time, a man's icy voice resounded in the air. Lin Ming frowned. He knew that someone had been monitoring him the entire time. Now that he wounded someone, the people from Zenith Palace would immediately know of this. He calmly untied his outer robe and draped it over the ragged young human girl. The young girl grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand, alarmed. With that shout of insolence, she immediately understood that a high-level Spiritas had arrived. It was likely Lin Ming would be sucked into a mess because of her actions. Sir! The young girl's eyes were filled with guilt. In this situation, Lin Ming would definitely suffer a loss. Put on some clothes first, Lin Ming calmly said. Then he slowly turned around. Behind him, a youth with red eyebrows walked in. This youth was thin and had freezing cold eyes. His temperament seemed as if his entire being was carved by an ice saber, and his cultivation was at the late Soul Lord realm. As the red eyebrow youth appeared, the three Spiritas maids perked up as if they saw their savior. They all cried and crawled over to him. Lord E, find justice for us. The several maids sobbed, their tears overflowing. That senior apprentice brother E looked over the injuries of the three Spiritas maids. Then his expression became increasingly cold. You ride my ship and yet strike my people. Just who gave you the courage to do this? You want to fight? Lin Ming frostily said, not wanting to drag things on. It was true that he was injured, but a skinny camel was still larger than a horse. To deal with this unimportant figure in front of him wouldn't take any effort at all. It was just that, if he were to fight with this senior apprentice brother E, there was no way he could continue to stay at Zenith Palace. Currently, Lin Ming still wasn't able to contend with the peak masters of Zenith Palace. His wounds left him unable to fully call upon the energy in his inner world. Ha ha ha! Did I hear correctly? Senior apprentice brother E loudly laughed. You actually asked if I want to fight? You aren't my match. You can't even see through my boundary. All I would need is my little finger to crush you to death. Senior apprentice brother E coldly sneered, readying himself to attack. But at this time, from not too far away, an old man walked up and whispered something in his ears. Senior apprentice brother Yi's red eyebrows wrinkled. What? This human garbage was chosen by senior apprentice sister Jade River. Yes, Miss believes that his talent is adequate and wants to borrow him to further perfect her virtual Danteon. Thus it would be best if you don't injure him. Otherwise it will be hard to explain the situation to the Mississippi. As the old man spoke, he looked at Lin Ming and disdainfully said, Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time I will make sure you walk around without any teeth. The red eyebrow youth called senior apprentice brother E walked away. The other three Spiritas maids also stood up in a panic and hurried behind him, silently enduring the pain from having their meridians torn by Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't stop these people from leaving. Originally, he had already expected that the status of humans wasn't too good in the soul world, and the reason the veiled woman from before was so polite to him was because she needed his help and also because of her personality. She was someone who had stood at the top for a long time and had developed a sense of deep superiority in her heart. She didn't need to show disdain or contempt in her words to improve her own status. But those people with slightly lower status were different. In front of their lords and masters they were timid and polite, but in front of others they blustered about. Get up! Lin Ming stretched out a hand and pulled up the young maid. I'm sorry, the young maid quietly murmured as she bit her lips. She felt as if she had needlessly sucked Lin Ming into her problems. It's no problem. What is your name? My name is Wanyue, the young maid whispered. Lin Ming nodded and returned the pills that were taken from her. Thinking about it a bit more, Lin Ming added on another bottle of pills. Then, without paying attention to the young maid's refusals, he turned and left. He needed to maximize his time to restore his strength. His wounds would need several days before they could fully recover. Until Lin Ming was restored to his peak state, he would find it difficult to remain tranquil. Like this, Lin Ming rested in the spirit ship until they arrived at Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace was located atop a 1,000,000-foot-high snowy mountain. And in the surrounding mountain range, there were areas swathed in array formations. In these areas, spirit springs gushed up and lush grass grew abundantly. All sorts of rare world treasures bloomed, making this land seem like a fairy tale. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ming wasn't impressed at all. He had already seen places that were hundreds of times more beautiful. "This is your residential area," someone said to Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the human residential area of Zenith Palace. There was no array formation here, thus the buildings were wrapped in a world of ice and snow. Of course, to a martial artist this level of cold wasn't much at all. This living area had a richness of spiritual energy that was only a tenth of what the highest peak had. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by such a scene. In this bitter cold, to lay down a spiritual energy-gathering array formation that worked all year round would consume a considerable amount of resources. In this area there were many human martial artists. Most of them came from the surrounding regions of Zenith Palace, and they stayed here to cultivate. Sometimes they would be summoned to the peak of Zenith Palace so that the Zenith Palace master could observe their inner world. In this land, the best dwellings had been occupied by others already. Lin Ming casually chose a residence. This was a mansion, and although it was large in size, the furnishings were barren and simple, and the spiritual energy here was barren. Lin Ming didn't care for these details. As soon as he entered, he began meditating. As for that young maid Wanyue, she also lived in this area. She voluntarily chose to stay in Lin Ming's palace and help tend to his daily needs. The days passed in peace. In this snowy area, very few people came, making it seem a bit lonely. Lin Ming was glad for this. In these past days, his wounds had been rapidly recovering. At the same time, he also studied the inheritance left behind by Empyrean Thunder Punishment. The current Lin Ming had no lack of top-grade cultivation methods. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's inheritance could only be considered a superior transcendent divine might. Its grade wasn't too high, but the key factor was that it was extremely well-suited for Lin Ming. Moreover, he also had the support of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's ready-made memories and his experience. With this, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's inheritance provided a good deal of inspiration to Lin Ming in controlling the power of thunder as well as perceiving the thunder laws. Simultaneously, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's memories allowed Lin Ming to further understand what happened in the war 100,000 years ago. The start to end of the war was almost exactly as Lin Ming had speculated. Unfortunately, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's memory of events only lasted until he had been struck by Empyrean Primordia's strongest attack and sent piercing through the Sky Spill planet. After that, his soul had been scattered and his origin energy completely exhausted. All that was left over of him was a wisp of a remnant soul. All matters that occurred afterwards, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had no idea of. Like this, a month passed. On this day, the meditating Lin Ming suddenly stood up. He wanted to leave the human residential area. "Sir, is there some matter?" Wanyue asked with surprise. Lin Ming didn't speak further. He flew up and towards the peak of Zenith Palace. He had already understood from Jade River and that Zenith Palace elder that the sect wars within the Akashic Dream battlefield would be occurring in a few days. And in truth, in Zenith Palace, many disciples had converged in the main square before the central palace. These disciples were all outstanding individuals of Zenith Palace. Among them were the elites from the core disciples as well as some people who were considerably older. These older people tended to be at the Holy Lord realm or above and were the backbone of Zenith Palace. There are 3 more days. That is when the war within the Akashic Dream battlefield begins. When you enter the Akashic Dream battlefield, you will need to stay there for a full 3 years. Standing in front of all the disciples of Zenith Palace was a grandiose white-robed old man. This old man was Zenith Palace's Vice Palace Master. During these 3 years you will run into all sorts of enemies. This includes opponents from other sects as well as nightmare beasts. Cut them down to gather merit points. And the more merit points you gather, the more unimaginable the rewards you can exchange them for. Besides the resources handed down by Zenith Palace, the most important factor of all are the heaven-shaking rewards from the Akashic Dream Universe. The rewards of the Akashic Dream Universe are no trifling matter. In the legends, the Akashic Dream Universe was created by the first ancestor of all Spiritas, and the lucky chances within are incomprehensibly great. The highest rewards can even move the heart of a true divinity. Of course, this is all far too distant for you. If any of you can open yourself just a small space within the Cardinal Sky world, then that is more than enough to be proud of. This will allow your future road of martial arts to be free from many troubles. All of you should be aware that today is your good fortune as well as your opportunity. In these past years, amongst the World King influences of Cardinal Sky World, the results of my Zenith Palace haven't been too great. Your results this time are directly correlated to the destiny of the sect. Empyrean Cardinal Sky has already sent out a proclamation that anyone who has outstanding results in the Akashic Dream battlefield will be personally taken in as a disciple by him. All of you should be well aware of what it means to become a disciple of Empyrean Cardinal Sky. Not to mention the other benefits. Just being a disciple of Empyrean Cardinal Sky will make you a candidate to be the next Zenith Palace Master. And as long as you can break into the World King realm in the future, that is a highest elder. The white-robed old man passionately spoke out. As the disciples of Zenith Palace heard this, all of them began to bubble with excitement. If one could be received as a disciple by Empyrean Cardinal Sky, they could be the next Zenith Palace Master. In addition, there was also the heaven-shaking rewards of the Akashic Dream Universe and the support of Zenith Palace's resources. This was a golden chance. Just who would miss out on this opportunity? This was all because Zenith Palace had started to decline in these last years. The 2 World King Masters of Zenith Palace were well into their old age. Not only could they not enhance their cultivation boundaries anymore, but instead their vitality began to dissipate further with every passing day. According to this trend, in less than 100,000 years, the 2 sex-stabilizing World Kings of Zenith Palace would drop to the weakest of World Kings in terms of fighting strength. At that time, the grade of influence that Zenith Palace was would surely drop down by 1. And to train another World King powerhouse in these 100,000 years seemed far too unlikely. This was the reason why Zenith Palace spared no expense in raising the younger generation. The accumulated inside background of the sect, their many resources, all of these things were used up without hesitation. Zenith Palace had staked everything in this gamble in the hopes that they would be able to produce an outstanding junior that was able to support them in the future. I asked the Vice Palace Master and all other elders to feel at ease. Within the Akashic Dream battlefield, we shall write our own legends. That's right. For the sect and for ourselves, we'll slaughter our way through the world. The disciples of Zenith Palace all shouted out together, their ardent chants filling the skies. But at this time there was the sound of splitting air. A blue-clothed youth cut through the vast blue sky at an incredible speed, flying straight towards the meeting square. This youth was Lin Ming. Who is that? The disciples of Zenith Palace were just starting their chant when an uninvited guest broke his way in. The high-level figures of Zenith Palace frowned. Just where had this human come from? Moreover, to be so public with his actions and fly high in the skies was an extremely impolite action. Lin Mook. Jade River was certainly present. She immediately recognized Lin Ming and was stunned for a moment. Where had he come from? Lin Mook, what are you doing? Hurry up and come down. Jade River began to develop a headache. Just what was going on here? Lin Ming fell down. The reason he came here was to borrow one of Zenith Palace's spots to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Since he came here to request help, he naturally couldn't be too reckless in his actions, nor could he start a fight. Brat, so it's you again. A red-eyebrow youth looked up at Lin Ming. This youth was Yi Fan, the young man who had come into conflict with Lin Ming aboard the spirit ship. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually show up out of nowhere during the assembly meeting for the Akashic Dream battlefield. It seemed that he was tired of living. According to the rules of Zenith Palace, if a low-level disciple were to interrupt the speech of the Vice Palace Master during an important occasion, that was a sin of tremendous disrespect. Jade River, Yi Fan, you know him? The white-robed elder looked towards Jade River, frowning. Yes. Jade River braced herself and nodded. She looked at Lin Ming and glumly said, Lin Mook, how come you aren't training in your residential area, but instead came to the high peak? Miss Jade River. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. I heard that the Akashic Dream Battlefield will be opening soon, and would like to be granted a spot to enter. I wonder if the Akashic Dream Battlefield has any limits on race for entrance. Lin Ming's words caused the entire audience to die down. He wanted a coveted spot to enter the Akashic Dream Battlefield? Who the hell did he think he was? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? You are nothing but a human, and yet you're so arrogant. Only 9,300 people can enter the Akashic Dream Battlefield, and the list of names was decided well over 3 months ago, besides 3,000 disciples that were predetermined. The 6,000 some leftover spots were all decided by a grand tournament held between the disciples of Zenith Palace, passing through layers upon layers of competition before they were able to win a spot. Every Zenith Palace disciple that could obtain a spot is an outstanding individual that can dominate martial artists of the same level and look down upon their peers with disdain. And yet you actually spoke of wanting to take a spot from these people. What an idiot! Yi Fan recklessly laughed. Although his words were contemptuous, this was also what the other Spiritas martial artists present were thinking. They all thought that Lin Ming was just some brain-addled idiot. Oh? The list of people has already been determined. Lin Ming hadn't expected this. Before, Jade River said that they could enter the Akashic Dream Universe from any place in the Spiritas 7 universes. Now it seemed that only location wasn't limited. But as for wanting to enter the Akashic Dream Universe, there were inevitably other restrictions. Not just anyone could casually enter as they pleased. Zenith Palace could only send 9,300 people. Then, smaller influences were likely able to send in even less. Lin Ming's voice lowered. He said, Then I would like to know, is there a limit to races that can enter the Akashic Dream Universe? Who cares if there isn't? You don't have the qualifications to begin with. Yi Fan sneered. Then, give me your qualifications. Lin Ming calmly said as he looked at Yi Fan. Since the spots are decided through competition within the sect, and I am also a disciple of the sect, once I defeat you I should obtain your qualifications, right? You want to die? Hearing Lin Ming's brazen words, Yi Fan was enraged. With a ringing sound, Yi Fang's sword left its sheath. He pointed it straight towards Lin Ming. Since you're in such a hurry to die, let me help. Yi Fan flew into the sky as he spoke. His eyes locked onto Lin Ming's dantian. Because Lin Ming had been injured before, his inner world had been in chaotic tatters. But now, Lin Ming had completely recovered and there was no need for him to conceal his inner world. Thus Yi Fan was clearly able to discern Lin Ming's cultivation. What? Early Holy Lord Realm? So you are a Holy Lord Realm human. Yi Fan's words startled all the Zenith Palace disciples present. They all looked towards Lin Ming's dantian and could feel the light aura of a micro-universe from within. In other words, his inner world had developed starry space and even bred planets. Early Holy Lord? Jade River's eyes flashed with astonishment. So the Lin Mook that she had rescued was actually an early Holy Lord Realm martial artist. In the Soul World, human Holy Lord Realm martial artists were extremely rare. Generally speaking, a human had to possess great talent and come across many lucky chances as well as have an extremely high degree of talent to just barely be able to break into the Holy Lord Realm. Moreover, the Holy Lord Realm was the terminus of human cultivation. To take a further step into the World King Realm was impossible. Humph! Who cares if you are a Holy Lord? No wonder you have the guts to rush to the highest peak. Do you think that just because you are a Holy Lord you are that great? In Zenith Palace, a Holy Lord isn't anything at all. Moreover, you are nothing but a human Holy Lord. You don't even enter my eyes. What Yi Fan despised the most was human martial artists. In the soul world, human martial artists were in a miserable state, and it was nearly impossible for them to keep up with Spiritas martial artists of the same level. In fact, even when facing a Spiritas that was a small boundary lower, they still might lose. Moreover, Ifan was an extraordinary core disciple of Zenith Palace, and his cultivation was at the peak of the late Soul Lord realm. He wasn't too far from the Holy Lord realm. The reason he was able to obtain a spot to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield was not because he competed through the tournament, but because he was elected and directly granted an entry token. A talented disciple of a World King Holy Land possessed more than enough skill to jump ranks to fight. Even a Spiritas Holy Lord might not be his match, much less a human Holy Lord. Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River, this person wants to walk down the road of death. Me killing him is also within reason, so you should look for some other human to perfect your virtual Dantian instead. As Ifan spoke, he slashed his sword down at Lin Ming. His sword chopped towards Lin Ming's forehead. Sword light shot out. Ifan had also combined a soul attack in this strike, going for a one-hit kill. In this situation, many of his fellow sect disciples were watching. If he couldn't destroy Lin Ming in one strike, then even if he won, he wouldn't have any face to greet them. And at this time, Lin Ming also retaliated. Facing someone like Ifan, Lin Ming had no need to use any transcendent divine might. Rather, he formed a spear with 2 fingers and cut downwards, sending out a brilliant divine light. In that moment, many Zenith Palace disciples were forced to shut their eyes. That dreadful divine light was a nearly substantialized spear light. Just by looking at it, they felt as if it would pierce their skulls, and even their souls shivered. Pong! Blood sprinkled down. Ifan cried out in pain and was flung backwards, his sword also sent scattering away. His figure flew back 1,000 feet before slamming into the ground like a meteor. He continued tumbling backwards until he crashed into an ice sculpture, causing it to explode into countless shards. All of this happened in a split second. The entire audience was left in a silent daze. The result of this brief exchange was completely unexpected. Senior Apprentice Brother E. Several disciples quickly ran over to help Ifan. Lin Ming had held back. In Zenith Palace's territory, he certainly wouldn't take Yifang's life, but this strike was more than enough to keep him bedridden for a long period of time. Since Lin Ming had already said he wanted to substitute for Ifan to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield, severely wounding Ifan so that he would have to spend a few months recuperating was the most appropriate decision. What was that? What happened just now? Many Zenith Palace disciples hadn't been able to clearly see just what Lin Ming did. This human instantly struck down Senior Apprentice Brother Ifan. Moreover, he didn't even use a weapon. He just used his fingers. The Zenith Palace disciples all looked at each other in shocked dismay. They couldn't believe that a highly ranked core disciple had been defeated in such a manner. Although Ifan was only a late Soul Lord martial artist, he could easily jump ranks to right. If one said he was equal to a Holy Lord Realm Spiritas martial artist, no one would refute that. But in front of this human, he had been utterly devastated. The disparity was just far too great. This human martial artist is also a genius, a king amongst his level. Perhaps he might not be much worse than a middle Spiritas Holy Lord or even late Spiritas Holy Lord. That's too exaggerated. If so, then isn't it likely he'll break into the World King realm? To the disciples of Zenith Palace, the World King realm was a legend. For the last 1,000,000 years of the sect, they had arduously accumulated a total of 2 World Kings. And in the future, it would be difficult for them to raise another World King to succeed the previous ones. To break into the World King realm, wasn't that easier said than done? No matter what, he is absolutely a master. He might not be any weaker than Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River. Perhaps he might barely be able to compare with Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River. Although it was a Holy Lord against a Soul Lord with a boundary difference dividing them, it was still incredible that he could win so easily. A human was actually able to grow to such a degree. That spear light Lin Ming shot out just now was only aimed at Ifan. But even so, the other martial artists who saw it felt as if they themselves had been pierced by the spear light and had been left panic-stricken. And at this time, Ifan was also lying in a sludge of ice and bloody water. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were blurry. You. I only want your qualifications. I have no interest in killing you, Lin Ming gloomily said. He no longer looked at Yifan but instead turned to the approaching Vice Palace Master. Senior Vice Palace Master. This Yifan had said that there was no limit to race in entering the Akashic Dream universe. Right? After being questioned by Lin Ming, the white-robed old man's complexion turned ugly. If Lin Ming was a Spiritas, then the Vice Palace Master would have been overjoyed if he had defeated Yifan with a single move. He would have regarded Lin Ming as the most precious of treasures. But the situation was different. Lin Ming was a human. A human disciple might be part of Zenith Palace in name, but the truth was that none of them existed in the high-level ranks of Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace had always regarded humans as not being a part of their own, and felt a bias towards them as those of an inferior race. Yes, there is no restriction. The Vice Palace Master's voice was low and deep. He looked towards the approaching Jade River. Jade River also felt this entire situation unbelievable. Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed her estimations. As she recalled the location where she first found Lin Ming, a strange feeling surged in her heart. Why had Lin Ming appeared at the same time that the Hornless Ice Dragon had, and why had he been injured? Was all of this a coincidence? Third High Master, the situation is like this. J-Driver's lips moved as she quickly explained to the Vice Palace Master about Lin Ming's status using a sound transmission. The white-robed old man carefully listened, his eyebrows shaking. Such an outstanding disciple was actually not a Spiritas. This left him feeling a deep melancholy. If Lin Ming had been a Spiritas, then he could be raised with their full support and he might even become a world king in the future. The white-robed old man looked at several Zenith Palace Masters that were standing nearby. These people were all high-level elders of Zenith Palace. They glanced at each other, wanting to form a consensus of opinion. Finally, the great elder of Zenith Palace spoke up. Allow him to join the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although he is a human, as long as he carries a battlefield token of my Zenith Palace, then he is also a disciple of my Zenith Palace. This time, there will be 9,300 people participating in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Besides Jade River and a few others, I fear no one else can keep up with this human. Let him enter so he can also help support the ranks. Support the ranks? Aya, even a human is stronger than us. Has Zenith Palace declined so much that we have to rely on a human junior to support us? This is just too pitiful. Zenith Palace elders began to speak amongst themselves. Their words were the same as stating that Lin Ming had the qualifications to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Like this, it was decided that Lin Ming would enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The rest of the Spiritas disciples present felt as if they were living a dream. What happened today was far too strange. A human had rushed into their meeting site and instantly defeated core disciple Yifan without using a weapon, thus obtaining the qualifications to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Their Zenith Palace would actually be sending a human into the Akashic Dream battlefield. This was something that hadn't happened for hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Mook, what were you doing on the Great Desolate Glacier? Don't try and tell me you only passed by. Jade River felt the situation was strange. Lin Ming was mind-bogglingly strong and had also appeared in the same area as the space storm. She couldn't help but link them together. It's true, I was just passing by. I had just left the mountains not too long before that. Lin Ming had no intentions of revealing anything related to the divine realm. The existence of a space channel that crossed the 33 heavens was far too important a secret. Jade River shook her head. There had been far too many flaws in Lin Ming's words. No matter what the situation is, the reality is that I brought you into Zenith Palace. In the eyes of all present, you suppressed Yifan. Let alone slapping his face, you completely tore down any face he had. Since you high-handedly demanded a spot into the Akashic Dream battlefield, I hope that when the time comes you will listen to orders and try your best. After all, this is a war between sex and the strength of an individual is limited. If you can gather enough merit points and contribute a decent amount to Zenith Palace, then that will be greatly beneficial to you. Jade River seriously said. Lin Ming hummed in agreement. Right now, he still had to rely on Zenith Palace. Afterwards, the name list for those entering the Akashic Dream battlefield was revised. Ifan wasn't kicked out. Rather, Zenith Palace used their connections to abruptly add on another entry spot. Even though Ifan had been injured by Lin Ming, he was still a strong soldier of Zenith Palace. His combat strength couldn't be underestimated. After being struck silly by Lin Ming, whenever Ifan saw Lin Ming walk around, he felt a deep sense of hate, but also fear. The 9,000-plus disciples of Zenith Palace that were participating in the Akashic Dream battlefield were divided into groups. Lin Ming was placed in the first squad of the first group, and the captain of this squad was impressively Jade River. Miss Jade River, before I heard the Vice Palace Master say that those who obtain enough merit points in the Akashic Dream universe can exchange them for heaven-shaking rewards, and some of these rewards could even tempt a true divinity. Would you happen to know what sort of rewards these are? When the Vice Palace Master had been vividly speaking in order to muster excitement, Lin Ming had heard all his words with his sharp hearing senses before he rushed into the meeting site. After hearing all of this, he had become curious as to the details of the matter. Jade River rolled her eyes at Lin Ming. What are you asking about these things for? These simply aren't things that you nor I can hope to reach for. Certainly, if there was something that would tempt true divinities, then these true divinities would send their disciples to take them. But in the last several billion years, there have been many disciples from true divinity-level influences entering the Akashic Dream universe, and yet they haven't been able to take out too much. Oh? Then that means there have been people that have taken rewards out? Lin Ming asked, sensing the meaning behind Jade River's words. Just because someone can take out such a reward every billion years doesn't mean you can too. Stop dreaming. At this time, a female disciple standing near Jade River suddenly interjected. Her name was Xiao Qi, and she was also a core disciple of Zenith Palace. I was just curious. Lin Ming's eyes twitched. He really wanted to get to the end of this question. Jade River helplessly shrugged. She said, "It is rumored that within the Akashic Dream universe, there are many treasures that are deeply buried. Amongst these treasures are top divine objects. For instance, legends state that there are divine soul springs, golden pages, undying divine medicines, and so forth." Lin Ming perked up. Golden pages? They are parts of an incomplete ancient text. I heard they are something that can even move the hearts of true divinities. There are other things that can tempt true divinities, of course. For instance, undying divine medicines that can lengthen the lifespan of a true divinity-level powerhouse. If a true divinity were to refine these medicines into pills, then they could create pills that surpass a transcendent divine pill, in other words, pills of a true divinity level. These pills contain the perfectly exquisite laws of the Great Tao, and after swallowing them one can perceive the Great Tao laws. For an Empyrean trying to break into the true divinity realm, they are an immeasurable boon. Jade River had only heard some rumors and didn't know the exact details of things, but her words caused Lin Ming's heart to shake. Golden pages, undying divine medicines. Was it possible that these golden pages were from an incomplete version of the Spirida's Holy Scripture? The possibility was high. If the Spirida's Holy Scripture and Akashic Dream universe both originated from the hands of the first ancestor of all Spiridas, then these golden pages were extremely likely to be related to the Spirida's Holy Scripture. And the Spirida's Holy Scripture was of utmost importance to the true divinities of the Spiridas. Besides the golden pages from something that might be the Spirida's Holy Scripture, there are also divine soul springs, undying divine medicines, and other treasures. It seems that everything within this Akashic Dream universe is quite extraordinary. It's worth looking forward to. As Lin Ming was thinking this, his thoughts began to heat up. The reason he was going to the Akashic Dream universe was not just to search for Shang Mei but also to struggle for lucky chances. There were still 3 days until the Akashic Dream battlefield opened. During this time, Lin Ming didn't do anything at all. Rather, he sat in meditation and adjusted himself to his peak condition. 3 days afterwards, the Akashic Dream battlefield officially opened. All disciples participating in the Akashic Dream battlefield convened at the highest peak. Each person was given a token. Pour your energy into the token, and you will be able to sense the existence of the Akashic Dream universe. Afterwards, your spirit will enter while your mortal body will be sealed in a separate space. It is an extremely safe procedure. A white-robed elder loudly proclaimed as he stood atop a high platform. Lin Ming felt much more relieved upon hearing this. To have his spirit enter the Akashic Dream Universe and his mortal body sealed away in some separate space was perfect for him. If his mind entered the Akashic Dream Universe, he wanted to ensure that no one would be able to harm his mortal body while he wasn't there. Very good. The time has arrived. Everyone, prepare to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Not too far away from the white-robed elder, there was a massive incense burner. This incense burner had a thick coiled incense burning within it, and this incense had now burned to its end. All disciples of Zenith Palace, listen to orders. Open the Akashic Dream Universe. As the white-robed elder spoke, every disciple of Zenith Palace poured their energy into their token. Lin Ming also did this. 9,301 tokens began to emit a dim halo after absorbing the energy. As these halos gathered together, they combined as one, becoming an extremely brilliant and beautiful sight. The entire sky was lit up by the multicolored energies. And at this time, the 9,301 tokens projected thin beams of light. These thin blue beams shot into the endless skies, forming a bridge that spanned the heavens and earth, penetrating hundreds of thousands of feet upwards. Chi chi chi. For a time, the skies were pierced through by these 9,301 beams of light. The power of space dissipated outwards, forming a massive dark red and purple space gate. This space gate was like an ephemeral dream. The constantly shimmering purple and red surface changed again and again, as if a kaleidoscope of whole new worlds was within it. For a time, all of the disciples of Zenith Palace that carried a token felt an irresistible traction force lift up their bodies and send them flying towards the space gate. Lin Ming felt himself hurtle forwards faster and faster. As he flew, everything seemed to become further and further away. A tremendous tearing power started to work upon his spiritual sea. His mortal body began to separate from his soul. He stared helplessly on as his mortal body grew further and further away until it was sealed in a chaotic space. At the same time, his soul form was sucked into that red and purple space gate. After this, everything turned hazy in his mind. This space gate was extremely mystical, and there were countless exquisite laws contained within that Lin Ming couldn't understand at all. But it was clear that these laws were connected to the soul forging system. Lin Ming couldn't bother with delving deeper into this. All he felt was an agonizing headache, as if his soul was being constantly distorted by some great strength. He didn't know how long these feelings continued for. In the next moment, Lin Ming's body shook, and he had arrived in an unknown world. This area was bleak and desolate. The ground beneath him was sparse wilderness. The skies were high and far and covered in thick layers of clouds. It was a depressing sight. This is the Akashic Dream Universe? Lin Ming closed his eyes, allowing his sense to spread out like a web. All he felt was that there was an ancient and vast aura flooding this land. This sort of feeling caused Lin Ming to think as if this universe was a world left behind from ancient times. Even through billions of years, it had maintained its once glorious scenery. And at this time, Zenith Palace disciples began to pop up all around Lin Ming. As they appeared, some of them stumbled to catch their footing. All of them were pale. It was clear they were feeling queasy from traveling through that space gate just now. No matter how powerful one's soul force was, one wouldn't feel comfortable upon entering the Akashic Dream Universe. This was because the stronger one's soul force was, the greater the backlash they would receive upon entering the space gate. As the many Zenith Palace disciples appeared, the curtains for the sect wars had officially been lifted.